Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
First guild set with an accompanying ghost and special interactive animations. Draw now. Experience a completely new battle experience. Upgradable Soul Spectre Shredder M762 available now. Exclusive Elimination Broadcast. Elimination Special Effect. Loot Crate. Show off on the battleground. New Black Mist Broom Glider releases together. Spectre Shrine Backpack. Macabre Valentine cover, and other rewards also available. Tons of items await. Additionally, the Crimson of Fealties set is back. Redeem it with teddy bears. Don't be fooled by her appearance. This macabre maid has the most sinister vibes. Tempted? Wait no longer. Log in and draw now.
Tá girando a peça. Ah, não é possível. Ele tava juntando. Nossa! Já vai pegando todo mundo, velho. Winner, chicken dinner.
casinha pra mim, velho.
Oh no. Alright, I win. It's finished. I already won.
You won, yeah. You went to the final, you ready?
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Alright, shake hands. Alright, you go first.
Bro, if you make this with your goat.
Oh, it's Oh,
Does that count?
yeah, I can't hear you.
Damn, bro, your luck is insane, bro.
Why is everything moving? I'm not even placing it, it's just moving. No way. Are you not showing away? It's so close. I'm not putting it there. No, I'm not taking it off. Alright, you win. Alright. You win.
You have to leave it.
We fought hard to get here. Each match in the league stage shaped who we are today. This is the finals. The pressure is higher, the competition is tougher, and every moment counts.
We have faced incredible teams from across the Americas, and now it's time to prove who is truly belongs at the top.
From all corners of this West region, we have gathered here with one goal, a shot at glory.
This is where legends are made. One mistake can change everything, but one great play can turn the tide.
We respect every team here. They've earned their place, but we're ready to bring our best and fight for the crown.
This is more than just a title. It's a chance to represent North America on the big stage and secure a spot at PMGC.
Please, and all who believe in us, now it's our time to rise.
Every match, every fight, it all comes down to this. Let's show the world what North America is made of.
And welcome back, everyone, to day 2 for the grand finals of PMSL America's fall season. Day 1 was just spectacular. So many great moments, clutch moments. Also, just really seeing the middle of the pack team start to rise up to the top outside of Wolves, who was already at the top, still at the top. It's been exciting for sure. Day 2, teams start to come alive, and well, they better, because time is running out, I should say. There's only a total of 12 maps remaining out of our 18-game grand finals. And if you mess up today, and you also messed up yesterday, your time is running even shorter. It's going to come down to a day 3, and we know day 3 is Smash Point, okay? It can end in just 2 games. You do not want to have your tournament life at stake for PMGC based off of a final day performance. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Jukes, welcome back to the desk. How's everything going?
Doing great, brother. I got to fight with Maxman a little earlier because he was talking about how good the Wolves were doing, and I said, don't you dare do that to us, Maxman. Come on. Wolves on top. Let's go.
Yeah, you should see Maxman, okay? Hey, look, he's not looking too good. Can't believe he did that, Dave. Maxman cursing the Wolves before grand finals is even over.
Yeah, shout out to Jukes. Honestly, I mean, putting Maxman in his spot right there, defending North America. Listen, we need the Wolves to continue to play consistent here so we can send them to that next round so they can really slap up the lobby when it comes to the world stage here and represent North America strong. I think we got a real good chance here this season, guys. Plus, with Hot Jukes now defending us, we're looking pretty good.
That's right.
Looking great. Hot Jukes, hey, he's the muscle. He's got the sword in the mic. The question is, can North America this time around with Wolves pull it from its resting place? We'll have to find all that out and more, obviously, after tomorrow's competition. It's a long road for grand finals, but one the competitors must travel. Let's run you through what their journey looks like throughout the grand finals.
It's time for the PMSL America's Finals, so let's get up to speed with the format. During each league stage, teams will play 18 total matches, and then head start points will be awarded based on their team's placement. That leads us to the PMSL America's Finals, starting October 10th and concluding October 12th. For the finals, Smash Point rules are in full effect. The initial matches of the finals take place on days 1 and 2, and after day 2, a points threshold known as Smash Point will be set at the number 1 team's point value plus 10. Any team, regardless of their rank, can clinch the tournament championship by meeting the following conditions. First, they need to cross the Smash Point threshold. Then, they need to earn a winner-winner chicken dinner in any game that follows. Now, if no team meets these conditions, the tournament will continue. But if a team above Smash Point wins the game, the tournament is over immediately. And that team is crowned PMSL America's champion. They'll win a share of the $140,000 finals prize pool. On the line for this year's PMSL Americas is $200,000 in prizes and one of 5 coveted spots at this year's PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Who will have what it takes? Who is truly the best of the best? there is only one way to find out who will be the champion.
That's the question. Who will be the champion? We got a lot of front runners, but the tournament still has plenty of life left, especially for those rosters who are a little bit further down than they want to be. Yesterday was wonderful with so many great moments and teams dominating for sure, but there was one player that ended up stealing the show, Dave, and it was Alpha 7's Obscure. He fills in for the roster, and he makes the most of it. This man takes on the entirety of IG.
Yeah, if I am not mistaken, I think he only had like 7 elims in the whole day, but this was the play of the tournament. My dude, Hot Jukes, back against the wall. IG, they were sending him in one at a time. He was the Lone Ranger with the shotgun, laying them down, man, getting the squad wipe and just really keeping Alpha 7 in this final game of the evening. Yep, here's the cleanup. Cleanup 2. That's what he said right there. Boom, 70 limbs. You love to see it here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. I tell you, that's why he's got that fist. He said, I'm ready to box anybody right here. 7 eliminations, 372 damage. That's a crazy conversion rate. This dude went absolutely nuts. Anytime we can see a 1v4, especially on such a grandiose stage like this, man, it's amazing to watch.
It was, especially given the context. This happened on map 6. Alpha 7 wanted a good placing. They end up finishing in second place with 6 eliminations, but more importantly, him taking down the entirety of the Intense Game roster was big because just a game previously on map 5 Miramar, they pulled off a winner-winner chicken dinner with 14 eliminations, and they were on track to doing that back-to-back maps to finish off the day and potentially overtake first place from Wolves. So that was a huge 1v4. Obscure filling in and making the most of it. Alpha 7 looking great. We'll see how well they finish today's competition. Obviously on day 2, I'm sure they're going to come back even stronger. But it wasn't just Obscure and Alpha 7. We talked about our middle of the pack teams, and Hot Jukes, Maryland, 9Z were 2 rosters that were climbing up the food chain. These 2 rosters have been improving from phase 1 to phase 2 and ultimately in grand final.
Clutching it up. You know what? 9Z was one of those teams that I was watching during the league stage, and I was like, dude, these guys can definitely pull it out if they're able to show up with all things going for them come finals time, and they did. I mean, just looking at their numbers alone, 18 position points, 41 eliminations. Maryland right behind them with 36 elims. Dude, I mean, these 2 rosters brung it in day 1, and that's exactly what they needed to do. We talk about how that championship formula, especially if you're one of those teams that was like in the middle of pack come league stage. It's all about how you start. These guys did exactly what they needed to, but can they repeat it, Dave? That's the question. It's all about that consistency.
Yeah, it's all about being consistent, and today as well, at the end of today, we're going to be having that smash point too, right, that we'll be talking about here. But 9Z versus Maryland. I was saying yesterday, looking at Maryland's logo, I'm still stuck on it. First of all, Maryland, you got the ball deal. I mean, that's as American as it gets, but hey, we'll give it to Brazil. Yesterday, SQ, yesterday, MB, they were popping off, but you got to give it to 9Z. 9Z yesterday here, Reflections, they really utilized their vehicles to the perfection. So I'm looking to see if they can continue that here tonight as well. I think out of all the squads, they kept at least 3 cars alive to that late game. We saw a couple highlights right there with the hovercraft as well. We really didn't see any other team yesterday utilize those initial runovers like we did from 9Z.
Yeah, 9Z was great. In fact, they had 2 player MVPs throughout the 6 games. Milos was one of them, and then the other one was Remix. Both of those players truly instrumental in 9Z's success. What makes them special is, again, their travel distance, as you mentioned, with the vehicles, especially in those late game open end zones that we had yesterday. There was plenty of them throughout the 6 maps. But more importantly, they know how to slay out. This is a roster that has been waking up, like I said, from the start of fall season to where they are now. Night and day difference. They look scary. Top 2 run is within their wheelhouse for sure. But let's talk about one of those top 2 teams. In fact, number 1 currently, and that's the Wolves from North America. Looking to pull the sword out of your mic, Hot Jukes. I believe in this roster fully. Coops is the savior of North America.
Let's go, baby. For those of you that don't know, a long time ago, this sword was put into this mic only to be released by the hero team. That's right, an American flag that would actually make it to the grand finals of PMGC. And the Wolves are that shining light. They're the hope above all right now. Look at this. 40 eliminations. And it's so crazy. They're on the top without a single chicken dinner, boys. So, I mean, I couldn't be more stoked for a squad. I'm not going to lie. I got a little nervous when I saw them first place in league stage because I'm like, oh no, they topped the league stage. Like the chances of them repeating that, it's something to think about, right? You know. But I mean, round one, they showed up in every way I could have possibly hoped. So I mean, we got just 2 more days left, boys. Hang on, please.
Dude, you know, one of the things about Wolves that we loved, Hot Jukes, was the fact that they podiumed 4 out of the 6 games yesterday, and even the ones where they didn't podium, I think their lowest finishing was 7th, if I'm not mistaken, and then followed up by 5th. They're doing everything right. They have an average placing of 4, but they're also getting the eliminations. Consistency is key, and they are consistent, Dave. 91 over 68, where Maryland currently sits. The Wolves could be setting the match point threshold heading into tomorrow's competition after our next 6 games.
Yeah, and remember, because of their consistency from week 1 and week 2, they actually had 24 head start points. So regardless of all those head start points, they still gained 67 points yesterday alone. I mean, their elims were absolutely insane. But I think looking at teams with the biggest come up from the league stage till now, at least taking yesterday into consideration, has to be Maryland, Hot Jukes. And I'm looking to see if Maryland can continue that consistency in that gameplay that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, those head start points definitely came into play for both those teams. I mean, you got Maryland with that has 68 total, 9Z with 68. Yesterday, Maryland put up 55, and 9Z put up 59. So that definitely balanced out for both these squads. They still got a good lead over a lot of teams, so hopefully they can just close that gap even a little bit further today here, Reflections.
Yeah. Well, and just to highlight, by the way, thanks to our stats behind the scenes, Wolves did set match point in the North American qualifier, which is Titan Series. If you haven't checked out Titan Series, a wonderful, wonderful series that I am convinced has improved North America as a whole, as a region for sure.
Yes.
They set the match point, they go into the final day, and they also won it in 2. One of the rare opportunities to watch a team go into Smash Point and lock it in 2 games. It hasn't happened, to my knowledge, on the global side of things, like PMWC, for example, PMGC. There's plenty of opportunities. Even PMSL, it hasn't happened. Normally, we go all 6 games. But it is what it is. I think for Wolves, they could definitely do it. Loving what I'm seeing from them. That's your standings as they sit. The question is, who's looking to rise up? There's plenty of other rosters that could definitely do it. Now, we have a lot of front runners, though, when it comes to our MVP race, and that is mainly based off of whenever it comes to eliminations. And what we talked about of Dave, it was 9Z Maryland, I mean, filling up this leaderboard, but then there is one lone survivor from the Jaguars who comes in, in number 5.
Yeah, Jaguars definitely showed up yesterday on day number 1. They didn't really get that many placement points, but we saw them consistently in the fight throughout the entire evening. So you got to give it to them for trying to kind of flip the script when it comes to their play style during the league stage to now their play styles during the grand finals here. But yeah, Kolgo, Remix, XQ, we saw all these guys multiple times yesterday, constantly involved, constantly taking the fights. But Kolgo, Remix, I mean, that dynamic duo here, Hot Jukes, they really thrived. And I'm sticking with my main talking point here is their vehicle usage, man. 9Z, they would get the initial knock by just running over, and then the rest of the squad would be popping out and just mowing you down. And we really didn't see that aggression from anyone else on the battlefield. So I'm thinking today here, Hot Jukes, teams are going to be a little more aware of that play style from 9Z.
Oh, yeah. Got to. And these are the maps that we're going to be playing. Obviously, we're heading it out in Rondo. So that's always the map I really want to look at here. You got those respawns, and we see a ton of eliminations off the rip in this map, right? And I think for those teams that are in that middle of the pack right now, honestly, one in particular, Team Jaguar, right? Team Jaguar, the fact that they are where they're at right now, I think is very impressive considering how they did during the league stage. So if they can start off strong, all those teams, right, in the middle of the pack on down, this is really that day for them. It's pretty much do or die at this point, right, Taylor?
Do or die indeed. Today, you have to set the tone. You have to set the standard, even if you do not reach the thresholds. Top teams for Rondo, this is where you start. This, in my opinion, Rondo, is one of the most influential maps currently in the rotation. Erengel's played 3 times, Miramar's played twice. However, Rondo is where you can pull off some of the biggest amount of eliminations and some of the biggest numbers for your roster. If you're a team looking to catch up, and Dave, we discussed this yesterday, if you're one of these 5 rosters or even a team that's not one of these 5 who's looking to catch up right in the standings, Rondo's where you do it.
Oh yeah, definitely. With the recall towers, all you gotta do is drop it like it's hot, get some eliminations, and try to keep one of your players alive. And I think yesterday, kind of trying to recall 9Z, they did that. iNCO, they're known to do that here on Rondo, really taking advantage of that comeback mechanic. And shout out to our production. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that make this show as smooth as it is.
Yeah.
They had a great point here. We got match point coming into tomorrow. Smash point, match point. We got Rondo game number 1. So you already know those 10 points, they're probably going to be overcame in game 1 tomorrow.
That's true.
Because we're playing on Rondo, because we got that comeback mechanic. So guys, we might have another day where it's like 2 games, we're done. That's what we saw last time around with the Wolves. We might see that here again tomorrow. So, hey man, I'm looking forward to it. I got my reservation already ready to go. Pasta visual it up, big dog.
Pasta visual it up,
2
baby.
Games, 2 games, Wolves.
Dude, 2 games, man. It could happen. That is a good point, Hotchukes. Rondo has definitely changed the landscape of competitive PUBG Mobile. This map is super unique, and I love watching the competitors learn how to use the recall towers, because it's just, for them, maybe they're not as used to it. It does exist in other titles, right? But for PUBG Mobile, it's brand new. How do you think the teams have adjusted to wrapping their minds around, being able to recall their teammates, whether it be anchor players, hanging back or camping a recall station? What have you noticed in the competitors and how they play and how it's changed?
It's been the most fun thing to watch so far in a long time. And the reason why is because I always love to see just how these competitors take full advantage of any tool that they get. That's what this whole thing is, right? When you have so much money on the line, these guys, these players, coaches, everybody behind the scenes is trying to figure out how they can get the most peak advantage possible. So when you watch this recall tower, it's been fun to watch because you see certain teams have different strategies. Now, the meta hasn't fully developed, I think, in Rondo just yet, but we're starting to see some teams, hey, hold those 3 players, right? Go forward, 1 back, just in case, right? So much craziness in this map. I saw Team Liquid go ahead and just have 1 player, all 3 die, 1 player in circle. The rest of the team got recalled. They were in zone. I'm so stoked to see this happen here, Taylor.
Get your Amazon gift cards. Make sure you claim the code throughout all our fly-throughs. You have an opportunity to gain a little extra for just being here and spectating. We appreciate all you viewers out there. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. This is day 2 of our grand finals. 1 more day remains. And again, we love having each and every one of you out there supporting your favorite teams, players, and sometimes the talents. I know sometimes you give us a little bit of love. We love you out there. Thank you so much. Get predictions in the chat. Who do you think is taking game number 1? We've got a lot of front runners. Influence Rage Wolves, Alpha 7 Loops, Royals of War. All 5 of those teams had plenty of shining moments yesterday. But today's a different day, a fresh start and a fresh opportunity to make your name known amongst the top 8 standings, and more importantly, the top 2. 2 spots will be earned for PMGC The Gauntlet. Who is looking to go to Thailand? That is the big question. I know I would personally love to go there as a competitor, man. Just experience it. They're already in Sao Paulo. Hotchukes, these guys are living life as competitors out here.
Oh, yes, sir, they are. We are now looking right there at the bottom. I saw you circle it. 9Z dropping immediately. We got a single plane drop here, so not that double we've seen in the past. No crazy hot drops just yet. Oh, actually, no, yeah, right there, dead center. You can see the Wolves landing very, very close to Team Liquid. And actually, another team as well.
Yeah, Resilience. So Team Liquid, Resilience, 9Z also in a fight against Royals of War. That's a scary one for me, Dave. 9Z's been on fire, but so has Royals of War. Both of these teams could very well be cannibalizing each other off the rip. That's not how you want your Rondo to go, but we do have the recall towers. Let me take a step back.
Yeah, Royals of War had some good looks yesterday here as well. They're a team that they really thrive in that late game, so gonna be curious to see what they end up accomplishing here right off the rip, where they're really out of their element. So they are gonna have the advantage when it comes to being the closest to the recall tower. but it does look like 9Z are on the hunt. On the opposite end, though, the Wolves right now going to be laying it down, looking for some early game elimination. So it does look like Team Liquid, Hot Jukes, they popped in vehicles and they didn't want nothing to do with the test track. So it's actually going to be the Wolves and Resilience Esports over here.
Look at that. Coop's going to get another elimination early on. See what that final player of Resilience is going to do. Going to hunt down that recall tower for sure. You also got Xforce getting into it with intense game. Man, you made such a great point, Dave. The fact that the Wolves have already taken full advantage of that smash point and now are already crushing it off the rip here, it's going to make tomorrow so interesting. So that puts the pressure on, right? Because a lot of these teams probably think that, oh, we're going to have 10 matches, you know, to go. But for all we know, it could only be 2 tomorrow. See how that works out.
Definitely could be. 9Z, Rules of War still fighting over in City. I do notice, though, Milos is by himself, and he's being hunted down by Joko from United for Gaming, heading over to Hung Shan, where Hate and Lazan is currently at. So you've got 9Z relatively split. Milos most likely being that anchor player, but if he gets gunned down by United for Gaming and they also lose the fight against Rules of War, that could be an early exit for 9Z, much earlier than they were wanting. Now, IG's been on the come up. They're currently in 7th place, but the point spread from where they're at to where Maryland sits in 2nd place isn't much at all. And taking down Xforce would definitely help them out, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Xforce are kind of just feeding silence the points right now. Just walking right into his SK-12. Finally, somebody able to take down Silence. His squad mate was thinking about making the pull-up, Hot Jukes, to provide that support, but honestly, I might pop back in that buggy and just go look for a recall tower right now, being that solo from the squad. So Padrino, yep, gonna be doing just that. But popping back over here to the 9Z fight. Looks like Rules of War. Looks like it did slow down for the time being, but both of these teams are just right stacked on top of each other, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, that's why it's so interesting to watch here, because there's so many different strategies that these teams can try to employ. One of them I was thinking about was, okay, you know, you obviously want to get into early engagements as long as you keep one person up, right? Because you can just get them all back up and running with no real big cost. The thing is, though, if you're a team that says, hey, we need tons of eliminations, if you send all 4 against a team that's thinking like that, you're in a 4v3 situation. So you could soak up tons of eliminations, but then again, that's high risk, high reward. And let's see right now, though, Worlds of War can do, though. Reyes pushing on up with that shotgun. Peppers, one of the players from Rondo. David's waiting there. David. Looks like 9Z is now a little bit on the back foot here. Yeah, Reyes is going to try to find another angle.
Nice Molotov right there to put a stop to the push, but Remix is in the corner.
Nice
catches
shot.
Tonka with the UMP lead peak, trying to evacuate the area, but quickly spotted in the back end right there. Reyes does have full health, does have the SK-12. David right in his crosshair. That window is going to be huge. Little jump shot right there. Go for the confirmation, Hot Jukes.
Get them points. And he's going to be able to get this res, too. So 9Z. Oh, he's waiting for him to jump out. No way Dementor even tries.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, that is not the way. He had that shotgun aimed at that window. Little reset happening. Both these teams. Where's the rest of 9Z?
They went over to Long Ho. Milos ended up separating himself from United for Gaming. He got the revive already on Kogoat, so he's back into the fight. So for Reyes and Demonor, I mean, honestly, or should be Demonor on Rose of War, but Reyes and Remix have the opportunity to just fight this out freely and understand that they're most likely coming back because Milos and Remix are over on the other sides, or Milos and Kogoat, excuse me. So this is a fight that I think they can absolutely win. It's been going on for quite some time, but there's nothing else happening on the map really outside of center control within the next zone starting to get tightly compacted. So we'll focus our attention here. We have to. And Tonka takes a ton of damage, Hot Jukes. 9Z starting to push up.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, what if 9Z sent the whole team here? They'd be a 4v2. But then again, that's just super risky. They'll be out of position. I think I understand why. They're like, yeah, Remix, Reyes, good luck. See what you guys can do to get those 2 points. And if you do go down, then it is what it is. Honestly, I think they're forced to push regardless, though.
Yeah, both teams doing the same thing. A little 2-2 split going on actually right there. So both of those duos, it's you know, do or die, Hot Jukes. I feel like there's really no reason to be pumping the brakes here on this fight, because if you do get taken out, your squad mates are by a recall tower and they can get you right back up.
More shots. Rose of War starting to push 9Z back. Tonka Takes a lot of damage. Remix might want to capitalize off of that. You can see him hopping up, but it's so tough to penetrate these stairs, especially if a team is locking it in. But the reality of the situation is now they are deep within blue. The longer this fight goes on, the more it's going to tick away. And also, more importantly, the longer that the other 9Z boys are going to be by themselves in this 2-2 split.
Yeah.
You split yourselves up. You lose the fight against Royals of War. You lose your fight against whoever else is going to be in next zone. 9Z could be in some deep trouble. So how long do you want this fight to go on? You know, I think for them, though, maybe, Dave, they're considering the fact that they just really want to win it, and the 2 points is worth it.
Well, let's look at the map real quick, because, I mean, the map and looking at this Rondo really paints the picture. You got the squad mates over here and over here, right? And the fight that we've been watching is happening right in this city. So even if whoever goes out here, their teammates can easily get the recall and they'll be right back in it, right? So I think players, they need to learn that when they are taking these early game fights that are sectioned off like this, just go all out. There's no reason to really be pumping the brakes. You're just wasting time at that point. And because of that, we actually got Maryland being proactive. They were over here. They're pushing down. They're looking to get some early game eliminations here, guys. So I love what Maryland's doing. I don't love what these two guys are doing from 9Z and Rose of War. They're just wasting too much time, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
I mean, what I don't like about it is I would have liked to see the rest of 9Z already in a position in the next circle, right? If they were like in a nice central position, then it really wouldn't matter, because at that point you're like, Remix, just have fun. Like, if you go down, we're going to pick you back up and you're going to be in zone immediately, right?
Exactly.
But now look at the next circle, right? It's on the south side. All the great spots are already gone. So even if Remix does go down and they pick him up, he's going to be so far behind. The whole team is.
Just go for the fight, Remix. You know you want it. Just go for the fight, man. He's waiting for them to come to him with
he wants those
UMP,
2 points. Yeah.
But we're just using up so much time here, Reflections.
We are. Tonka as well. You could argue the same, though, for Tonka and Demonor, like staying as long as they have to, while Air God is now by himself along with David up on the top. Like, tough break for sure, but again, you just don't want to give it up, man. Those points, it could come down to it, and you might reflect on this fight once the standings in, and you could be in third place versus second because of 1.1 elimination, and that could have been Remix. That could have been Tonka and Demonor, but this will stagnate for a very long time. So I agree with what Hachuk said. I think right now really the burden is on like Milos, Kogoat, Reyes, the other 3 members from 9Z to find a safe spot into the next zone. And same thing could be said for Aragod and David, who are still on the northern side. So once this fight does end, Demon or Tonka can join up with them and have a nice spot to kind of regain after this long fight that's taken place, you know?
The fact that they didn't try to confirm Remix right there, they just completely wasted the early game here. So much time from Tonka and Demonor. Because the early game loot that you get, there goes Tonka too, the early game loot you get doesn't really matter if you can just recall and get some more loot too. So these two dudes, they're going to learn the hard way that they should have confirmed Remix when they had the chance.
Definitely. I think so. And now, you're going to see Rolls of War. They should be able to start getting flown in here. Is Demonor going to be able to get flown in? That's my question. I don't know if he is. Well, he's on the drive, that's for sure.
Yeah. Demonor is down, so he should be able to get picked up. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to.
He went down to blue.
Yeah, he went down to blue. I'm very curious if Rolls of War 9Z can recover, honestly. But as we've been so focused on them, there's a lot of other things taking place. More specifically, center Loops is in a great spot. Wolves could also be in a decent spot, but they have a big 2-2 split. And between them and their teammates, you've got Loops in between them, Influence, Rage, Resilience is around, United for Gaming. So for Dorn and Baton, who are on the northern side, over on Neox Factory for Higor and Coops, that 2-2 split's going to be very interesting on how that's going to end up playing out. And Loops, with the 4-man, could push into Neox Factory, potentially take this fight to the duo of Coops and Higor. Meanwhile, though, over in blue on the northern side, Alpha 7 are roaming quite a bit. You've got Xforce just above them. And for Alpha 7, realistically, I think they're going to move in on iNCO. It's going to be probably maybe a couple minutes or so, but eventually iNCO and Alpha 7 are going to collide, I would have to assume. Maybe even Rules of War 2, depending on where they decide to go.
Look how small this next play zone is, man. And we got so many teams alive right now. It is going to be a bloodbath. Totally agree with you guys. 9Z, they're going to be really behind the ball here, so it's going to be tough for them to kind of break into that next play zone because every single position Hot Jukes is going to be taken up. Teams are going to be ready in a defensive spot. So talking about defensive positionings, iNCO from the hillside. My dude's trying to take a fight with Alpha 7, and they're pulling up. They're trying to get the runovers. Crashing into the buggies. We got a bloodbath over here, Hot Jukes.
Alpha 7 playing completely together. Bruno's in, getting some shots onto Obscure. Alpha 7 in a little bit of trouble here. Let's see what iNCO can do. It looks like they are going to hop in those vehicles and start on this push. You got Magrella in there running towards that vehicle. He wants to be able to find those angles. But I think, yeah, Alpha 7 just going to go ahead and hop in their vehicles and take off. I think that's the right choice for sure.
Yep. Revel and them are already going to be back in. iNCO, though, is pushing into Alpha 7, so they're going to take this fight. They know a respawn just happened. The resources are going to be low. And iNCO, being as aggressive as they are, they want to finish Alpha 7 off as soon as possible. Revel's still floating in, by the way, so he hasn't even joined the fight. Finally, he's going to land. McGrellan's down, however. Alpha 7 holding their own. iNCO unrelenting. They can't back away in the meantime, and they are getting wiped out. This fight that should have been a benefit to them, understanding Revo and Co was coming back into the fight, now has completely dismantled the roster of iNCO. Bruno, I believe the last one alive, as he starts to run away and try to survive, but now the hunters have become the hunted, right? It was iNCO hunting Alpha 7, and now Alpha 7's hunting down iNCO. And what a disaster. All four members will be back up, but that did not play out the way they thought it was going to, Jukes.
Not at all. Yeah, super unfortunate. I mean, they happened to go and try to catch them when they were doing that recall, but they ended up getting it off anyway. So you see Revel flying on down right in the middle of that fight to clean up those players. Beautifully done for Alpha 7. Perfectly timed, by the way. And just like that, iNCO's gone.
Well, iNCO is gone. Unfortunate for them. Tough break, especially because you think they're a little bit further down the leaderboard than they want to be. They're currently in 6th place, but they had a very real chance here on Rondo to catch up. Potentially even get where maybe Loops is at, right? Top 5. That would have been huge for them, but they're going to have to wait until the very next game. For Alpha 7, that's good news because now they can move in, and they have a pretty clear path into the next zone. Jaguar is gone. That's unfortunate. They'll finish off in 10th place. But in the meantime, though, the northern part's starting to get a bit spicy. And United for Gaming, straight out of Nepal, Xforce, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, they're all going to be up there. But, Dave, we got Royals of War back on the screen again. Yep. They're all four together going against Maryland.
Royals of War just nonstop trying to get into the action here all game long. Looks like they're going to be playing grouped up here up against Maryland Esports, a team who has had some really good success yesterday. So Ergod trying to breach the compound, immediately gonna be taken down right there. David, the last one alive here, Hot Jukes. And it goes back to like how much time they spent fighting separated early on and if it was really worth it or not, because they were kind of just playing catch up this whole Rondo match. And I don't think they had the bearings here to take this fight properly with Maryland, who were set up and primed to defend their building.
Yeah, I think that you got to have somebody inside the circle already kind of waiting in a great position to recall you if you're going to utilize that strat. Because then at that point, you just get your whole team up. You're already in zone. You don't need a ton of loot because you have such a dominant position. But if you're out, if the rest of the team is outside of the circle, then yeah, I think you got to kind of avoid that strategy because it just puts you so far behind.
It's learning as we go, right? Rondo's still very new. The teams are trying to figure out how they play the recalls. I'm personally a big fan of that. I really am. I love recalls. I love respawns. It changes the dynamic of the fights. It really does, and it changes the way that you play. And I think you have to play Rondo very differently from the way that you play Miramar and Erangel. It's just a totally different play style, in my opinion. Alpha 7 have a great spot to gatekeep Royals of War just up ahead. It's a matter of do they want to fully commit, or excuse me, Maryland, my apologies. If they want to fully commit to that, because they also have VIP around them, and that's a much softer fight with the way VIP's been playing, Dave.
Yeah, I know chat's gonna cook me for this one, but I want recall on every map, dude. I'm being dead serious, man. I read the YouTube comments and I see a couple of people like, Rondo this, Rondo that. I like Rondo, man. I think the change of pace is great. I mean, it's just nonstop action. You don't really have those lull moments, and it really gives these teams great opportunities to get into more team fights, right? I mean, that's the action. That's what people want to see here, in my opinion. Right. So, I mean, hey, man, if we got recall towers on all the maps, I would like that. I like that a lot.
Imagine the eliminations. Oh my gosh,
it'd be crazy,
dude. I'm telling you, man, it would make the teams just be.
I think you need to double the points you get though for a win, though. I think 20 points for a winner where chicken there, because eliminations are going to be huge, right? If every map you can get the recall.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It'd be crazy to watch.
Make it happen, Jukes.
Make it happen. Make it happen. You know, because even then, like that last fight, Alpha 7, I guarantee you, if this was any other map, they would have just pushed it with 2. But instead, they're like, oh, let's go find ourselves a tower so that way we can get our boys back up. And I got a limb here. Also like that mobile cover that you can just drop right in front of you.
That should be on every map for sure.
That's
Changes
awesome.
the dynamic of the late game. No longer are you worried about like these open fields. You just bring and build your own cover, and it allows you to close the gap a lot more easier here. Not only that, we've had some field endings here this season. And on Rondo, right? And you got that deployable cover. It turns a snake battle into a CQC battle here, Reflections. And
it does. Yeah.
Reduces the RNG a bit too.
And I think that's the important thing. The more you can reduce RNG in a BR, the better, in my opinion. You know, not to get too philosophical or too deep into the weeds, man. But I agree. I think deployable cover on all maps would be huge, especially in a zone like this, right out in the open. And everybody is skating the north. They're skating the edge. They don't really want to get too central. It's like, where do you go? Loops kind of has the only hardcover POI. For everybody else, they've got to use the natural terrain or their deployable covers. And, you know, it's good to bank on those deployable covers, but also it still is a bit risky to be out in the open because you're not going to be able to cover yourselves fully. Team Liquid Wolves on the left-hand side, VIP Alpha 7 also skirting close to each other. On the north, that's going to be the least contested area, but I do want to put focus on what you circled there, Dave. Right, Team Liquid versus Wolves. TL, they've got the 2-2 split. Wolves also has a 2-2 split. So you could have a 2-2 battle, and I think it's starting to gear up. Baton on top of the hill, Mythic just on the bottom. I think these two rosters are about to fight it out.
It's possible. I think they should kind of just be a little bit friendly, though. I think that the next circle is going to be really toxic. They may want to spend a little bit of time figuring out where to go in this next zone. If not, they need to fight right now. So let's see what they decide to do. Wolves are waiting. Igor is already starting to push up into the next circle. Yeah, they decided the right play. All right, let's not fight now and both go out. Let's just wait a little while, get into the zone, and then we fight. A lot of teams do not have that figured out, but these are two really, really smart squads, and that's a big play right there.
Well, they have to fight now, don't they? Igor, nade in hand, it's cooking. This should be nicely connected onto Mythic. It's not? I am shocked. But Igor is connected by Mythic. He gets the best of the bargain. Doran moves in to try and offer some protection, maybe a distraction, which pays off because Baton from the flank takes down Mythic, and it's going to be a trade on both ends. Ayala chooses to join into Chief. Baton just on the opposite side. Shots are fired. Baton's on the run. Baton's weak. Ayala's out. He's out for blood, but Ayala is dropped. The Baton picks up 2, and now United for Gaming has also joined into the mix for a third party, and Chief has been finished off. TL getting put into the blender, but the question is for Wolves, can they also continue to stand? They have one down player, but they can recover from this and have a strong game 1.
Baton switching into the passenger seat, popping out the window and getting it done onto Ayala. Beautifully executed, and now you just got Mythic here looking towards United 4 Gaming. But Wolves, they are getting reset. They're getting set up. Nice headshot there from Baton to take down Radaboy. That opens up him to be able to push up with the rest of his squad. Ayala is able to get some information, though, to his rest of his team there. Even though he's knocked, he's giving out that intel. But they are down to just 1 now, Dave.
Yeah, I think that was still definitely the play, though, from Team Liquid. Obviously, they had to come down to them hitting their shots, but if they would have stayed as a 2-2, United 4 Gaming were also making the collapse in the north. So Team Liquid had to make up their mind. Do they prioritize the north up against United, or do they prioritize the Wolves down in the south? And I think once when the Wolves started to take those shots, that kind of forced their hand in that decision making. So shout out to them for grouping up as quickly as they did, just kind of missing the marks. By the way, looking at the next circle, Maryland, they were here, but Alpha 7, they just straight up yeeted it, ran them over, and took up that spot while that fight was going down. Next circle goes up, so Alpha 7, they're going to be in the next play zone. They got a little package to work with, too, that nice level 3 gear. So we'll have to keep tabs on them because they're going to be defending now this hillside up against 2 different squads.
This Power Zelda should get picked back up, be just fine. Exciting to see Wolves as a 4-man unit, though. I mean, they've been so great and consistent when it comes to Rondo. They can have a big game, depending on how they choose to fight, not only against Loops, but the rest of the roster here. Plus, they got the vehicles. Dave, you were breaking down how important those are. Man, what? Who cares? It's still running, baby. It's still, hey, it might be whoopty, but it's still running, baby.
That's right.
There you go.
Dude, I'll tell you, Wolves aren't letting off the gas pedal here. They know that they were able to win the tournament with Smash Point before. So they're like, if we put up so many points here above everybody else, nobody's going to even touch that tomorrow, right? We're going to be the only ones that are going to be in that range to finish this tournament off early. So that, I mean, Wolves pulling out all the stops here to shut this tournament down.
Yeah. I mean, Smash Point's important, but having if you have a large lead in first place, I mean, you can win in 2 ways, right? You could win just via points, or you can win via Smash Point. I'd rather have 2 options of winning versus just 1 option of winning, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know, Wolves, double win for sure. Wolves are in a great spot for that. And this is the game to start. United for Gaming, well, they lose 1 in hate. He's currently down. I believe that was either Influence Rage or Xforce who chose to challenge on them. I noticed Coops and Baton, they're starting to posture up to maybe third party this engagement between United for Gaming and Xforce. Meanwhile, for Alpha 7, hitting the shots needed onto Influence Rage up ahead. They've got to be aware, though, of Loops behind them. This is what happens in these end zones. It gets quite chaotic. Everybody's still skating around. Nobody wants to take center because they know it's going to be a death trap.
Love that Loops prioritized the high ground, Hot Jukes, right over here on top of Alpha 7. They were holding down their compound, no longer in play. That's going to open up a nice little wraparound for the Wolves, so I have to keep tabs on that. Loops, they might actually get pinched over here, but they do have that deployable cover to work with to create that hard cover, and they got a nice little vantage point. So Nozada, we see him over there, just kind of scouting, getting away of the land, seeing all the Coop squad mates out there roaming around in their vehicles, so everybody just kind of waiting to see where this next circle goes here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, this deployable cover is so awesome because, like, you know, in every other map, like, let's say the zone hard shifts to Loops, we're like, okay, Loops won, right? But now with the deployable cover, you know, it just kind of, it mixes things up. It reduces that percentage down from 100% for sure. So you already got Alpha 7 able to hold some angles that they normally wouldn't be able to. You got United 4 Gaming with a nice little dip here. And they are snaking it out here. Where's that next zone gonna pop, Taylor? Where's it going?
Oh, man, it's going towards Coops, baby.
Hell yeah.
Going towards Coops and Loops.
Coops and Loops.
That's actually way more fun to say than I expected.
That sounds like a cereal.
I know, dude. Coops and Loops, baby, on your shelves next month. All right, be on the lookout for it. It kind of just centers up. All right. So, anyways, Loops. So this is interesting for Loops. You're thinking, Dave, they push into Alphas. Well, Alpha 7's pushing into Loops.
This little hillside right there. Yeah, I mean, you might have some pressure right here from Coops, but there's a little hill that should block those sight lines. So I think looking at Loops, just focus on taking out Alpha 7 if you want to reach the next play zone.
See what they do. Rato boy pushing up forward. He's gonna have some good sight lines here. No util though. No nades to his name. Smokes. Nothing. Not even a helmet.
For Alpha 7 too.
He's just got that height. Rato boy's 8 feet tall in real life, guys. Possibly even 9.
That's insane.
Snaking on up. Snaking on up. What is he gonna finally peek? Oh, peeked up a little bit for a second there.
Yeah. I think it's hard because he understands Alpha 7 has the car, so they're going to be able to use that as cover. He's going to be fully exposed, even with the drop here from Obscure. By the way, nice to see Obscure back on the battlefield.
Here it comes.
1v4 again. Let's see it. Let's see it. Kozal's going to help from the back lines, though. Obscure will finally fall, but that's okay because Loops, they've got a down player, and Alpha 7 should be able to get these cleanups for sure. One more, I believe, remains, if I'm not mistaken, man. You're right, the Wolves, Coops, but Coops has been kind of hanging in the back lines of these third parties, and he hasn't fully committed just yet. Rattle Boy's dead here. No, Nate doesn't connect, but Kozal shot he will, and Loops will fall. We're down to our top 4, Dave.
Got him. The pull up there just not working out in the Loop's favor, but that was definitely the play to kind of overthrow Alpha 7 in this position, so that way they had some type of cover to work with. The Wolves, we saw them posturing over there. They were thinking about jumping out Hot Jukes, thinking about getting the third party, but by the time they got close enough, the fight was already sealed up. So they pulled back, and they're looking just to control the whole southern part of the map right now, playing it nice and slow. I mean, they pretty much got all this terrain to move around with right now. They got a couple vehicles, and I wouldn't be surprised if they still have some deployable shields going for them.
Yeah, they're like, okay, third party or half the map positioning. I think we'll take that. Yeah, we'll take that half.
Ooh.
Even still half. Even still
it's
half.
Like 2 quarters. Right? I think that's right.
That's right. Well, I don't know. I don't do math.
What about 4/8?
That's even harder than a half.
I think so. I think it's more.
4/8? Man, that's like 2/3. I can't, dude, you're losing me on this one.
It's something like that.
Now, how destructive do you think United for Gaming is going to be here as a duo? I mean, right behind Xforce? I don't know.
Less than a half.
12 limbs, so they're feeling good. They're feeling
less
good.
Less than 4/8.
Less than 4/8 for sure. Because right now, Wolves have 4/4 of a squad.
Ooh.
And that's dangerous.
4/4. That's almost a whole.
Yeah, you got Igor there on that off angle, though. He's got to be careful, because if he gets knocked, he's not getting picked back up. So anytime you see such a big split, it could be either huge risk-reward ratio, but that rock Coops is holding is such a central position.
That's what I was going to say. You guys are doing math, but Coops has got a rock, man. And honestly, you have one rock, you instantly win. So Coops over there behind that rock, got that hard cover, just lean peeking for days. He's in the lean boys, and he's going to be starting to rack up some nice damage and possibly some more eliminations for the Wolves. Wolves currently sitting on 6 points. United for Gaming 13. Alpha 7 with 14. By the way, 14 eliminations. So Xforce down to just a solo dolo. Big number 1 here. Just looking for some placement points.
You know that old game. That old game. Rock, paper, fractions. Rock always wins.
Fractions.
Oh, Baton gets a shot along with Higor on Guazal. Obscure will die to play zone. Alpha 7 are out. Great game for them, though. Top 4, 14 eliminations. That is massive. Now we're down to our top 3, and it's Wolves on the hunt. You know how they do. It's a 4v1v1. They're not going to slow down. They're going to take everybody out, most likely get this win. And this will be their first win in grand finals. They've been so close multiple times, but only to fall short in the very end. But there's no way that they blow this, right? A 4v1v1. Hate's gone. Alina's also out. And Wolves take the win, baby. 8 eliminations, and North America will officially get their first win for grand finals.
Oh my gosh, I got a little scared there for a second, Dave, towards the end when they didn't see Igor, but man, beautifully done. Wolves get the chicken dinner, and this happens tomorrow. This next game would have been all over, right? So
that's right.
You guys got to watch out. The rest of the lobby needs to start going crazy, and I hope that they utilize history, right, tomorrow, because they're like, all right, at a certain point, we're going to have to stop the Wolves no matter what, or this tournament's over. You know what I'm saying? So it's something to definitely consider.
It is, for sure. Wolves have been so highly consistent. One thing is for certain, whether it's a lot of eliminations or a little, they know how to survive in podium. They've done it now 5 out of the 7 games that we've seen on stream. That is a big number. Very, very impressive. But again, big wins coming out for United for Gaming with 13 eliminations. 3rd place, Alpha 7 with 14. Influence Rage got 10. Maryland got 9. Point is, Rondo is where you pick up the majority of those points you've been missing out on when it comes to Erangel and Miramar. For certain rosters, they managed to do so. But Dave, nice to see Xforce getting a 2nd place finish, albeit only 3 eliminations. But hey, finally, they were a storyline.
Though, man. Not good enough. I know you're trying to gas them up. We saw them yesterday pretty much donating points yesterday. Yesterday, they were jumping off the bridges, Hot Jukes. Like, I don't even know what they were doing yesterday. So happy to see them showing up here in the late game here, Reflections, but just not enough points, man. We're looking at Xforce. They're looking for a massive come up. They're trying to close the gap big time. If they want a shot at qualifying to that next round, a top 3 finish, 2nd place with 3 elims, it's just not enough, man. it's in the right direction, sure.
Right.
But I would be a little more happier with their performance if they did walk away with like 10 elims, 9 elims, similar to like what we saw from Maryland Esports getting eliminated early. So definitely Rondo, it's a huge opportunity to try to just frag out and just rack up these points. And if you're only walking away with 3, I don't think you did justice to Rondo. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just trying. Right, I'm just
man,
trying
you tried, but nah,
Xforce
man,
up.
not with Xforce, right. Man. Come on. We need more.
We need more. Dave just does not believe in Xforce at all, and I'm gonna have to convince him when we go to break. I don't know what's happening with them, but he's just slowly backing off in North America.
I'm telling you,
great game one
Maryland's
though,
the
for
most
sure.
NA team you can get, man. They're just, they got the Brazilian flag. I don't know though, man. They got the bald eagle, so.
That's right, dude. Insanity. Maryland looks good, though. We'll see what they're going to look like going into Erringale. There's Rondo. Won't see it again until tomorrow when the teams are trying to reach that threshold for a smash point. But as far as today goes, it's still young. 5 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Erringale coming your way.
I know who will rise so far. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Two jungles race, left foes behind. Yet cruel misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. Too light, I risk it all, but stupid fate may call. Too light, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. Too light, I'll risk it all.
guy throwing haymakers.
Oh, get us back to a rainbow.
No, bro, we got it. No.
Oh my god, that's so scary.
Fena dalga geçiyorum ben. Fena dalga geçiyorum.
No. Why, bro? Oh, yes, you did. I found you.
And welcome back, everyone, for day 2 of the Grand Finals for PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Game 1 is done with Wolves finally get their first win of the Grand Finals, Hot Jukes.
Bam! Just like that. Right when I show up. Coincidence? I think not.
Not at all. Not at all. You are that guy, dude.
You did get in a fight with Maxman earlier, defending the Wolves, so...
Dude, I did, man. I thought he was going to surrender right immediately, but he did not, dude. Very squirrely, that Maxman. Very squirrely.
Yeah. He is, dude. He is. I would say, though, the curse is still possible, but right now the Wolves are looking to do everything in their possibility to defeat that for sure, man. Baton, great game. 4 eliminations, 600 damage, but you also look at Coops, 2 elims, but man, he was outputting the damage much like Baton was, 777. Lucky 7s for Coops all around. This team has been doing everything right, and I would love to see them at PMGC, and naturally for the next 5 maps, Dave, I mean, it seems like they can do no wrong.
Oh, they're going, man. Yesterday they had an amazing day. They finished #1 with no winner chicken dinner. Now they got that win in the pocket. They're gonna just be strengthening their point gap between them and everybody else in the lobby. I think they're just primed. They're ready to go. They were swapping out a couple, members during the league stage, just keeping everybody warmed up, prepared. And Hot Jukes, I think all that preparation definitely paying off because they're just laser focused right now in the Grand Finals.
Yes, sir. I was really worried during the league stage for them for a second. They had a huge roster swap, a lot of changes for them. They weren't able to finish some matches that I thought for sure they had in the bag. So I was like, dude, are these guys ready come finals time? Towards the end, they really started to fire on all cylinders of the league stage. And at the start here, they're just absolutely on fire. I couldn't be more excited for this team. I hope they continue to utilize this time now that they have such a lead, right, to work on some of those little synergy mistakes, because come, these next stages in the future, it's not done yet, right? But it's going to level up even harder. So I want them to continue to stay humble and improve that 1% every single day here, Taylor.
That's it, dude. 1%, you can make sure it's 100% by, I don't know, in a month. Or in this case, right, just a couple of days. Wolves in first, well done to them. But United for Gaming, also tremendous game. You notice that by the damage done. They get 13 eliminations, Alpha 7 with 14. Those are your top 3 winners from Rondo just a little bit earlier. Loops and Xforce are in the mix there, but Xforce only picked up 3 eliminations. Loops only managed to get 2, which is crazy to see because they had 1,700 damage, but they only picked up 2. So they were impactful in fights, but they weren't getting the cleanups that they needed. MVP-wise, though, Guizal from Alpha 7 picking up 9 out of the 14 eliminations they were able to accumulate, Hot Jukes.
He was crushing it. He was crushing it. They held that angle when they had that hillside towards the end of that Rondo match. He was really on that backside, just cleaning up players all over the place. So, I mean, Alpha 7 to get so many eliminations here today off the rip. I am so proud of this team. These guys will always be the GOATs in my eyes, and it's only a matter of time before we see them in that #1 spot once again, for sure.
That's it. Alpha 7 looking strong. In fact, might even scaring the leaderboard a little bit off of that game #1. They're coming out with a vengeance today, and they are looking great. But Dave, 2 teams that I am a little bit worried for, 2 teams that made a big impact in yesterday's competition. That's 9Z and Royals of War refusing to back off the fight in blue. Because of that, their teammates just cannot establish themselves into zone. Once we get to like stage 3, I think it is, and they end up finishing off 9Z in 9th place, Royals of War in 12th place. And I'm hoping in the future maps, especially heading into Erangel, that these 2 rosters, if they do match up against each other and they are in blue, they can give it up and fight another stage, man, because that was an early exit.
freaking fly around here, man. There's a fly that just almost went in my eyeball. Yeah,
Okay.
no. I think looking at this one though, it's a Rondo thing. I think 9Z. I'm looking at them. They're not typically going to do that here moving forward. Now, if we had recall towers like we were chatting about on all the maps, then maybe, but I think it was just a Rondo thing here. Didn't work out in either of those teams' favors. Like you said, Rose of War, we saw them. They showed up alive in that mid game, but they showed up so late that these other teams who didn't get involved with that crazy blue, they were just prepared for defend, and Rose of War just kind of stumbled through there, not really geared properly, and got easily wiped out, right? So there is a time in Rondo where you want to take these early fights, but once when it starts going not in your favor and you lose one or two members, just give it up. Just give it up. Get the recalls and just look ahead. Don't get a recall and then drop it hot once again. You just waste so much time over there. And that goes for both teams. They just spend too much time, Hot Jukes. Are you guys looking at that fly, by the way? It's still...
It's on you, bro. It's on you.
I can't see it at all.
What's going on? Jeez.
Take the sword, Hot Jukes, and destroy the fly from Mustache.
Can't remove it.
That's the way. That's true.
Can't remove it. I try, but it's until we see that USA flag at the finals.
Take it out. One more time.
I can't do it.
Wow.
Not worthy.
Can't do it. Can't do it,
Crazy.
man. Hot Jukes. I guarantee, though, going into tomorrow, we're going to be able to take it out. North America's looking great. 109 over 80, which is now Alpha 7. At the start of the day, it was Maryland in second place. But with Alpha 7's big game number 1, fourth place, 14 eliminations, they will jump on up. And, well, things start to get a little bit worrisome. With Alpha 7 on a tear like that, they can easily catch up to Wolves. But most importantly, who's looking to catch up to second? Because, Dave, I go down. I mean, again, we've been talking about this point spread.
Yeah.
So we have Alpha 7 who's setting the threshold in second place. But there's a lot of other rosters who are relatively close to catching up to them.
Yeah, and going back to the Rondo fluffle that we're talking about for 9Z, they definitely, they definitely threw, right? They spent too much time because they're so close to being at the top that taking those early fights and just spending that time down there with Rose of War really hurt them because they only walk away with looking at 9Z 2, right? They had 2 points. Didn't help them at all. Meanwhile, Maryland showing up, Alpha 7 showing up, then the Wolves getting that winner chicken dinner. I'm thinking if you're a team, Hot Jukes, up in the top 5, you really can't afford to be just throwing away games like this. Now that after today, we're at Smash Point, right? I mean, we keep talking about it because it's such a big storyline that tomorrow, technically, we could be done in 2 games, right? So you don't have this long runway to, get the goose egg here, or maybe 2 points per game anymore. That was yesterday. That was the league stage. Now you need to lock in and really use every single match to try to maximize your points.
For sure. I mean, it's so crazy to think about. I mean, I think a lot of these guys before today thought that we were going to see 12 matches, but for all we know, that could be cut short by quite a bit. So, yeah, and it's happened before. So, today is the day, honestly. Like, if you're another one of those teams rocking that North American banner, you got to pop off right now. Xforce, I need to see it here and now, Taylor.
Infinix GT30 Series, outplay the rest. Get yourself a winner champion deal. Level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro, built for gamers, made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. Check them out, the Infinix GT30 Series. Map number 2, it's Erangel. We've got 3 back-to-back-to-back. It's going to be a lot of fun. And for those rosters who might not have capitalized on Rondo, now is their chance for a second life. We're looking at 9Z, who is very close up into top 3, but can they go a little bit further? I think so. 9Z's a talented roster for sure, but they're going to have to step it up along with the others who are looking to catch up. Day 2 is where we normally start to see a decent gap start to develop from not only first place to second place, but second place on down. And I think that gap is only going to continue to grow as the day goes on. I mean, after all, let's look at who's in first and second. First place is Wolves. They've been so consistent. Nobody's been able to shut them down. And now Alpha 7 performing like we expect them to perform. That gap at the end of the day from second to third place could be 30, 40 points. And that makes it very, very difficult to break into top 2 for PMGC, especially if Smash Point is reached after 2 games, which is a possibility, Hot Jukes.
Dude, it happened before. We talked about it over and over again. And for those of you guys that are just tuning in or didn't actually see that, this is how it goes, right? Whichever team ends on top, gonna be the Wolves, okay? 10 more points after that. That's the Smash Point rule. So if they go into Rondo, get 10 points, which we talked about earlier is super possible. They just did, right? And then win the next game, tournament's over. Automatic champions, right? And from my understanding, whoever actually does the Smash Point, they are the champs. So let's say we're 5 matches deep and the 4th place team breaks that threshold and wins that game. They are the winners, right? So it's a crazy concept. I love it, right? And I love the fact that the Wolves are putting so many points on the board right here, right now, to kind of help defend against that, right? If they make a lead so big that it's almost impossible for anybody else to kind of reach that Smash Point threshold, then they're pretty much solid, Taylor, right? So I think Wolves are doing exactly what they need to do here off the rip.
Yeah, and I think especially from Coop's perspective, who's currently, I believe, 2nd place overall from PMSL when it comes to elimination, just behind Revo, who's at 80. Coops has been such a instrumental figurehead for North America as a whole. There was rumors, especially after PMWC, that he might be joining an international team, leaving North America. He stays put, believing in this roster from Wolves, despite them falling short just in the fall season. And now he has a real chance to bring North America to PMGC, but more importantly, have an impact, a true impact on the global stage, which could be massive. I mean, boys, we could be seeing potentially Wolves lifting a global trophy. North America, therefore, doing the same. No, I'm getting carried away. Dave, I see your smile. I know I see your smile, man, but you know what? I say it is possible, and that would be a beautiful thing. Because you guys are the history buffs, right? I'm still relatively new when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Just a couple years. You guys have been there since the very beginning. When is the last time since North America lifted a global trophy, if ever?
Sorry, I just got the fly. Dave. I finally got the fly. My bad, dude.
Have we never lifted a global trophy?
It happened in my dreams once, you know, but that was the last time.
So we're overdue. Okay,
yeah.
We're overdue, baby.
I could picture Coops and crew, you know, lifting that golden trophy. Yeah, for sure. Without a doubt.
I'll cry.
Without a doubt. See, I was thinking before that. Sorry, reflections, but before that fly, you know, caught my attention. I was thinking like, and we'll get to it here in a couple of minutes because I want to know. What is the threshold? What is going to be the Smash Point at the end of today? It's always fun to kind of think about, but I think we actually got a interview reflections. We'll get to that, and then we'll kind of get to our theory crafting with the points here.
That's right. You know, Sarpatch is out there putting in work along with Kaya, who had a chance to interview Coops from the side of Wolves. Let's hear what Coops had to say.
So I'm here right now with Coops from Wolves Esports after their first winner chicken dinner in the finals, because they already got chicken dinners in the round 1 and 2. But now I want to ask, what changed in your approach or end game approach for this match?
I think we just played more passive, more safe, because usually we're too aggressive and that gets us killed most of the times. But now we played passive and we got the win.
Yeah, and now talking about a little advantage, if you guys keep this rhythm for the rest of the day, you'll probably be 2 or 3 matches ahead of the other teams for the match point tomorrow. So how do you feel about that, about the format?
I mean, anything can happen. And like one more team could get match point and win the game. So I think this format is okay, I guess. I don't know. So hopefully we can win with the new format.
Okay, hopefully. So congrats on the match and thank you.
Thank you, Kaya. That's Coops, man. You know him, you love him. He's putting in the work. Saying they're slowing things down, Hot Jukes. They were too aggressive in the past. North America's had this over-aggression issue for a long time. And Wolves, I think slowly, North America's been breaking that, more specifically in Wolves' case. Slowing things down. Not a bad idea, because now they're working on their positioning. They're working on a lot of other aspects they were lacking at Hot Jukes.
I mean, 100%. I mean, I think that slowing down their early game has been critical for this team in particular. So the fact that we're seeing the Wolves early mid-game in the best position than any other team consistently has been a game changer, right? It's the reason why we see them have so much success. Where I think they were starting to struggle was towards the end, just finishing the chicken dinner, right? Getting more used to winning the game, right? Now that they're finally getting that tuned up too, I mean, these guys are looking pretty much unstoppable. That's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, and I think we saw that too, reflections in game number 1, just that whole mentality of slowing it down. I think a prime example was that late game where they had the whole South. We were kind of joking about it, but they had the whole South. They were holding it down. Loops, they were making that push to take out Alpha 7, overthrow their position. We saw one of the members from the Wolves try to push over their third party, but then immediately pull back. I think going back to maybe during the league stage, the Wolves, they would have maybe sent 2 members to try to third party take out that fight. But the mentality that we heard from Coops right there, we can see it on the battlefield. They're slowing it down a little bit. They're playing for the winner chicken dinner and not necessarily just going all out right there. So I love to hear when a player has a game plan and we don't only hear it from them, but we also see it on the battlefield, guys.
Man, we saw it on Rondo, didn't we? Wolves taking game number 1, and they are on fire so far. Just to reiterate, out of the 7 games we have seen so far on broadcast, Wolves have managed a podium. So that means first, second, or third out of 5 out of the 7 games. A wonderful and beautiful stats. Loops, though, they need to step it up. They're in a great spot when it comes to standings, but they could be doing better, and Erangel is where they start to get the job done. They are the number 1 team with 3 winner chicken dinners, and they also are, which is matched, of course, by Wolves. But Loops, I'm going to have eyes on them to step it up here for sure. But, I mean, scary for everybody else because, Jukes, I mean, Wolves, Alpha 7, number 1, number 2, also 2 of our top 3 teams on Erangel. The lead could continue to grow.
I mean, Loops are always a major threat for sure. I mean, we've seen maybe kind of waiting for them to really start popping off here, but it could be right here, right now, as we're finally headed into Erangel. Let's go.
All right, let's get it going. There's your top 5 teams to watch out for. Loops, Wolves, Alpha 7, Influence, Rage, United for Gaming. All rosters that can have a big impact in the overall standings. 2 of them already in first and second place. It's going to be pretty fun to see how the northern part is going to work, especially whenever it comes to our potential zone. You know, we've been watching a massive battle between Maryland and everybody else, locking in Severny and shooting range, and we had a zone in there yesterday. Maryland ended up playing so well to the point where they ended up winning our last Erangel 15 eliminations. So if the zone goes north, Maryland could have another tremendous game. And we'll have to find out if that's going to be the case. I'm feeling a funky zone here for some reason, Dave.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, have we even had a military base ending so far during
No, we have not.
Mobile Super League Americas? And we're not going to get at this map either. But you know what we do get? We get Corey, Gatka, Primorsk again. So the Primorsk should be fairly decent for Xforce. They're going to have a lot of time to loot over there and really set up a camp area moving forward, nice and center. So Xforce definitely needing this circle here, needing this game hot juice, really. They're looking to find a foothold and really come up on the overall leaderboard. So hopefully, similar to what we saw yesterday with Maryland kind of being favored in Severny, same could be said for Xforce here tonight with their Primorsk in it. But did I see something in the elimination feed? There's already action happening, guys.
I'm telling you, that Rondo action leaks into the first Erangel. I've noticed that like consistently. Teams are like, all right, maybe we're still kind of like into that early game fights. No, you're not, brother. This is Erangel. No recall here. Niels Outta going down early. Unfortunate there for the side of Loops. But yeah, I think that if I'm an IGL or a coach going into like this match right here, I'm honestly telling my team, like, there's a very large possibility that we only have 7 matches left. You know, that's what I'm thinking, that there's only 2 matches being played tomorrow. So I think you really need to go all out right here, right now. If you're a team like Xforce, I mean, you need to start consistently getting some chicken dinners if you want to have any shot at the top 2.
That's a good point. That's definitely a good point. You can't just bank on the fact that you're going to have 6 games tomorrow. You've got to put yourself in a great spot within striking distance to potentially be top 2 after Smash Point is reached tomorrow. If it is reached, it might not, but we are assuming that it will be, which would be the first time on for PMSL, to my knowledge anyways. Not for Titan Series, but PMSL.
I mean, I like the point that Juke says, though. Even if we've never seen it at a stage like this, the fact that it's an option, you should plan for it, right? You should be planning for this tournament to be done in 7 games. And hey, if it's not done in 7 games, then we got bonus games after that, right?
Exactly right.
A bonus to try to get even more points and really close it out. But the fact that the potential for it to be done in game number 2 tomorrow. That should really ignite the fire underneath a lot of these squads who, I mean, at the bottom leaderboard, I hate to go there, but VIP Jaguar, you know, I don't know. I'm cutting it off at Jaguar. Man. I feel like it's a little too late. Unless they get like a winner chicken dinner with a lot of elims, man, it might already be too late. But if we're talking mid-pack team, you got to ramp it up right now.
I mean, it's not technically over. I think
but how they've been performing though so far.
That's for sure. I think that, you know, if you try to consider that, you know, in your mind, right? Okay, we got 7 matches left. Top 2 is the goal. It's not like we got top 8 or anything. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think you got to start performing right here, right now. I'm gonna put, you know, Xforce, Team Liquid, all those squads right there in the hot seat. Like, you got to win these next 2 games if you want to have a shot at top 2. You really do.
Yeah. Team Liquid, man. We always talk about them. We always talk about Team Liquid.
We do.
Yeah, we really do. For good reason, actually. It's just. Yeah, no, it's Team Liquid. It's one of the partner teams. You know, it's a big team, big faces, big names. Once a staple for the Americas region. They've been going down though. They've been going downhill, and it's not even based off their positioning. Like even now, right? I mean, great spot in between IG and Influence Rage. Typically, they have great spots within the next stages, but they just can't win a fight to save their life. I mean, they really can't. That's where it comes down to. They're losing their fights. They're losing their engagements, which also is a bit uncharacteristic compared to where they used to be in the past. It's just fundamentally flawed. And they're also protecting what they got, right? And they're protecting what they have.
Dude, you're that's salty, man.
What? I'm just saying they're protecting what they got, man.
They got. Oh, that's
gotta protect what you got,
dude. That was
a wild call from the coach. I'm gonna be honest.
I'll say this. Yeah, you know, they have a new coach, right? So they have V22K as their coach now, and you know, a veteran in the game, and sometimes it just takes a while, right, for that new play style, different tips to really start gelling amongst the team. And it just hasn't happened yet for Team Liquid. I mean, this roster is a star-studded roster. All these guys have the gun skill. They should have the synergy by now. There's just something that's just not clicking for this team. And we want to see it sooner than later. That's for sure. But, you know, look at this. I mean, getting caught out in the open like that this early in the game, that's not how you do it, brother.
Yeah. No. They might be veterans, but I think maybe they might be stuck in old ways too, though, guys. And the rest of the region has just been leveling up. I mean, we got so many more tournaments now, and just the potential for new blood to come into the esports ecosystem and really showcase what they got. I think you need to keep pace with that, right? So being stuck in your old ways could also be kind of doing them in here too.
Possible.
Very possible. Very possible. Loops loses 1. 9Z takes him out. Reyes and Vitten are starting to play around with the idea of potentially wanting to fight, but they haven't fired some shots at the moment. They're just filling each other out. But I will say, those shots were heard. Wolves are starting to roll in, and they've got a choice. Go in between and split the difference between Loops and 9Z, or go for the challenge on potentially Loops. And it seems as if they're inching closer and closer to where Loops is currently at. It's very early goings to get into a fight like this, but 9Z starts to fire some shots, and well, now they start to contemplate, where do we really want to go? Can we split the difference safely? No, let's go ahead and park the bus where we're currently at. But at a certain point, Wolves is considering either Loops or 9Z, but that's going to be tightly contested over there, which makes the job hard, Dave, for United for Gaming, man, who I think is going to use this Western bridge, which means they will be going right in between 9Z and Wolves eventually.
Yeah, if I'm United, I might actually just look for a boat and just try to wrap around dock over there at Primorsk, or kind of in between that general area. Going for a bridge here, it's just going to be too risky this late into the tournament, because it's going to be occupied. You already know it. Zombie in the elimination feed, by the way. My dude falling from
why are you saying it like that?
He's
talking
always
about
up
the
high,
bridges.
dude.
I know for a fact he was on top of that bridge on that east side, and my dude just fell off there. VIP has been just a squad that has been so fun to watch here in this tournament.
They're just vibing, dude.
They're vibing. They're bridge camping the east side, by the way, which is a heads up play from them. Hasn't worked at all here, guys, but I respect the commitment. I respect the commitment. Listen, guys, seriously, next circle goes up. If I'm VIP, I am sending it as quickly as possible. I am not going this way. You already know that they have some type of intel that's going to be a squad over here, but instead they're risking it, guys.
It's crazy.
They're risking it. Risk it for the biscuit, baby, and they are hungry. Those boys.
Yeah, Zobman always hungry. You know, it's so crazy. You know, when you're Zobman and you're that high, you got to be very, very careful on that bridge. You know, one misstep and it's all over.
It's done,
so I
man.
mean,
it's done.
You can't be doing that this early on in the game.
Well, it's late in the tournament, though. I feel like this is at least the second or third time he's fallen from there too.
Yeah, well, it's a new bridge that was just added into the game recently. I mean, he's still got to figure it out.
Uh-oh, backing it up, 24K with the hovercraft, backing it up right here onto Resilience, trying to get him stuck inside the blues over here. Here comes Fate with the DP as well. Resilience has been another one of these teams that just can't find their foothold here. Cardi with the crossfire support from Fate with the DP, knocking on the back door, catching him off guard. Guys, listen, Xforce, double hovercraft combo. This could be their game. This could be their winner chicken dinner game.
They've lost 2 people, man. They've lost 2 people, Dave. You started the conversation. The cast a curse hit immediately. They've lost 2 people, and I heard you scream, Hot Jukes. Team Liquid, well, they're also in the vicinity. Alpha 7 rolling up behind Team Liquid. There's Layers. IG also in the area, and Alpha 7 taking down TL. Carrillo also starts to move up with Guizao. That's going to force Ayala and Mythic to dip. Meanwhile, for Xforce, it's really only Aleem. Aleem versus Resilience. Now Team Liquid is starting to crash in. Alpha 7 will take over the hilltop that Team Liquid was just on to now third party in the same way TL was just doing. And Silent says, well, I might want to be here too. Wolves are also not far behind. Let me just say it very bluntly. Team Liquid, Resilience, and Xforce are not making it out of this fight, not making it out of this house. I don't care who wins the house fight. Once they leave, they are done and dusted.
I'm gonna say it's kind of an amateur mistake here. I mean, there's a big rule of thumb at this level. If it's still early in the stages, the second the zone shifts, you do not want to get into any engagement because the chances of you getting third partied are through the roof, right? So unless you can finish the fight within like 30 seconds, you can't take it. Otherwise, you're gonna get punished. And even Ayala and Team Liquid, who thought like, oh, we're third partying this, we're safe. No, sir. Alpha 7 right there. Intense game right there as well. So if it's early on, find yourself a good position. You don't want to take silly fights like this or you're going to get punished every single time.
No, I felt they had to because Alpha 7 pushed them forward.
Right. But not only that, Resilience catching a big break. But Alpha 7, they're currently looking into that fight. They're trying to see any type of angle here, reflections in those windows to get some additional points. But what a play zone, guys. A ton of water still in play. And we got a lot of teams still alive. 16. All the teams are still alive.
Yes, and I want to point out, by the way, Alpha 7 has backed away from this fight. The reason why is because Obscure was a little bit separated from his roster. Because of that, he spots iNCO rolling up onto the shoreline. He makes the play call, back away. Let's focus on iNCO, who's now going to be behind us. Whether they fight or not, the point is they did not want to be caught with iNCO behind them, Influence Rage moving up. That was a great play call, and Obscure most likely calling that out, and they'll focus on Rules of War, who are starting to move in. So Alpha 7 between Rules of War and iNCO. And they might even make another adjustment as they're currently in their vehicles. Might not want to fight this. Meanwhile, though, the Xforce, Team Liquid, Resilience, that fight is still stagnated just a little bit, but on the outskirts, just where Alpha 7 and Team Liquid once were. Now Wolves are there to cover those angles Dave was mentioning, Hot Jukes.
I mean, it's so smart from Alpha 7 in particular because they're such a veteran team. They don't want to get into a fight at all right now. At all. Because they know that even if we are going to get into a fight, we could possibly win it. We're going to get third party. And look how many teams are now driving around this area. If they would have taken that fight with iNCO, and let's say they have the advantage, right? We got 3 or 4 squads coming in right after. They know that. So they know that fight selection better than pretty much anybody else at this point. And that's why you're like, oh, why didn't they just take that fight there? This is the exact reason. Proof is in the pudding, guys. You got to know when to take the fights and when to throw the white flag, just temporarily.
Talking about the white flag, Primorsk, man. We got about 3 to 4 different teams. Straight out of Nepal, Loops, Jaguars, 9Z, and then United Gaming finally making it ashore. They did take a boat across the channel, and they're going to be avoiding Primorsk like the plague because they hear all the vehicles over here just south of Quarry here, guys, and everybody just looking for any type of hard cover right now. I am still just shocked at how small the circle is with the water. And we got all teams alive. Jaguar with a casual little drive-by right there. I'm picking up that hovercraft, by the way. That hovercraft looked prime. Jaguar not opting to go for it. Here on the shoreline, though, United and the Wolves here, Reflections.
Yeah, and I believe maybe Diego and Lil Boy, too. Lil Boy's... Nah, he's going to be too far down. He's not going to be able to see that line of sight. So, yeah, it's Wolves versus United for Gaming. And Jaguar, I believe, will be able to get back into the fight. So it's going to be a 4-man unit. Meanwhile, you got Loops in an engagement on the edge of zone against Jaguar. And Loops are down to 2 players. This fight hasn't necessarily been too good to them outside of them getting some eliminations, but their team has been cut in half. And Milo Vaughn pops the medkit, but not in time. He's gone. Jaguars once again an earlier exit than they wanted, and now you got a question, where does Loops go from here? They only have 2 players, and 9Z are right around them.
Let's see. You got the Wolves now on the shoreline here. Coops getting in that vehicle, trying to get those sight lines. Wow,
that's my boat.
Almost like a rocket ship there for a second.
It's a nice hard cover though. Oh, Coops needs it. Oh, that's good. That bounced. Looks like it'll just touch Coops in the water, trying to get some alternate angles, trying to see if United are going to be swimming over here. Might be calling for the support. Baton is going to be on the high ground, actually, just trying to maintain their positioning.
Coops.
Really trusting Coops and Doran to take this fight here. Coops will be catching that grenade. United 4 is going to open it up here, guys, for him.
See what Doran can do. That nade. Oh, the bounce. Got him. Doran getting picked off. Wolves getting picked apart here. Yeah, they had that 2-2 split. You got Baton on the back line just trying to find a home here, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get it. So that is 2 of the Wolves down. United 4 Gaming taking full advantage here. And Baton's in the water.
Baton's in the water. Matting up. Baton, stay there for a little bit. United for Gaming looking strong. You know, for me, I think 9Z is going to be a great disruptor team. Still 4 strong, behind every other roster who's fighting inside the current zone. It's going to be a big game for them. I'm not even concerned with Xforce, Team Liquid, and Resilience at the moment. They've been hanging out in those houses since we've been watching them. They're not going anywhere. They're just concerned with what's around them, and that's, well, quite literally everybody else. Loops have managed to find themselves a shack, but they are not safe. They're getting beamed from Influence Rage up ahead, and it's going to be tough for them to break out. Meanwhile, from Wolves, while Higcourt is down, Baton is swimming for the buggy. And really, he's just in damage control, but not for long. They are gone. Wolves with the earliest exit we have seen yet in Grand Finals, Dave.
Yeah, walking away with 1 elimination. Just a very challenging position for them to hold down on that shoreline. Not a lot of cover, and United 4, they were grouped up with the grenades. Here comes 9Z, though. Talking about playing grouped up. They're just rolling up here onto IG. They got Milos in the back line playing the Guardian Angel role, making sure that their back is going to be pretty clear and that they don't get wrapped around. But 9Z just steamrolling from one point of interest to the next here, Hot Jukes. And they're going to be claiming this bull for the time being.
Strong play. I mean, they saw the Wolves go out, so all those teams on the top got to take full advantage right here. 9Z, especially one of those. They have 73 points. Could make a big catch-up play here if they are able to have some success. Now with 2 eliminations, Loops with 3, but they're down to 2 players. Let's see how 9Z plays this on the edge. You got Maryland right there. You got VIP, intense game. A lot of solo players, stragglers hanging out. When are they going to take that hill here, Taylor? It looks like Milos is finally starting to crest it.
Yeah, like I told you, brother, I think 9Z is about to have an explosive game. I'm calling it now. With 12 teams left, I think 9Z is winning this, and they're going to have a high elimination count for sure. They just this is what they do. They love the Wolfpack on the edge, just punish teams as they move their way in. So they're going to do the same thing most likely to Maryland. Squash needs to be very careful where he's currently at. Meanwhile, for Maryland, they want IG dead. Silence will fall, and therefore IG is gone with 3 eliminations in 12th place. That's going to free up Maryland to now make some moves towards the towards the inner circle when they so desire to do so. But big fan of where 9Z's at. They're going to be on the dead end of zone. Everybody else, I think, has to worry about Alpha 7, iNCO, Rules of War on that northern side. That's where things are going to get a little bit wild. But my goodness, do my eyes deceive me, Dave? Do we have movement in the compound finally?
I know that those 3 teams have been down there forever since Xforce made that push. But here comes Alpha 7 now up in the north, trying to defend their backside from Rules of War before looking ahead into the play zone. Lots of grenades here. Obscure is going to be knocked out, bleeding on out. And iNCO from the hillside, Hot Jukes here in the action, looking to third party here from the outskirts.
They want this fight to end sooner rather than later. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock, so whoever wins this here is going to have this side of the map completely to themselves. iNCO is ready to gatekeep this and fight whoever the victors are of this fight here. But Rules of War know that they don't have very much time left. Alpha 7 in the same boat. That knock on to David is going to be pretty terrible, but iNCO's winning this. All right, guys? Yeah, iNCO, they have this locked down. Oh, my gosh. Both these guys are just fighting for eliminations at this point.
And they sent McGrellin to kind of get behind also for that, backstab potential. So McGrellin just needs to make sure not to get called out and flushed out. But now here comes Alpha 7. They got sick of waiting. They weren't connecting any of their grenades. Revo going to be sending it across the road here. Erlo, 2 grenades in hand, trying to save his squad mates before they get thirsted. It's just all out mayhem right now, Reflections. The mayhem third party, like we were predicting.
That's it. Alpha 7 are going to be gone in 10th place with 1 elimination. You said iNCO is most likely going to win this. I think they will. We transfer over towards the right-hand side of the zone. Maryland 9Z are fighting viciously. Both teams having 4 players alive. This is a big fight that secures the right of the zone, and the nades are coming in. Look at the spectacle. It is Maryland feeling the effects of the pressure. Remix is moving up. He's very, very close through the smoke. He's ready to be a true detriment to this Maryland roster. And now all they have to focus on is going to be the Shack. He doubles back. He's going to get the finishes onto 1. Lynn is also going to be down. Gui Boy's pushing up to try and rectify any of the situation, but it's not going to happen. Maryland will fall. 9Z win the fight in sensational fashion. 7 eliminations, Hot Jukes, and all 4 members alive.
Crushing it. 9Z making it happen from that off angle right there on the side. Rules of War not getting picked apart. When is iNCO going to start getting active, though? That's the question. 2 eliminations so far. They have the north side. Let's see how they decide to take this next fight, though. Throwing down some smokes.
Yeah, kind of going back to that real quick, though. Remix with the heads-up play, throwing the Molotov at the Shack to make sure that that player couldn't pop his head out and support his squad mates who are currently being pinned down. I mean, that was a play right there for me. But Mythic still alive down here. Looks like finally all of these squad mates are going to be forced to take the fight. Xforce still just punching it, still alive. Going to be pushing out with the DBS, little lean peek action. And there goes Team Liquid eliminated. Xforce still going to be alive on their journey here in game number 2.
Nice. Xforce lives. It took a long time for that result to finally unfold. But once it did, it's Xforce on top. Now they got to work their way in. So on the northern portion of the map, you've got 1 solo from Rules of War. It's going to be David stuck in between iNCO and 9Z, who I'm calling it again. I think 9Z is about to have a tremendous game. We could be nearing, I think.
It's looking good.
Probably, honestly, I'm going to say about 15 eliminations for 9Z. I think that's about where they're going to stand, depending on how this ends up working out. iNCO's going to full send it straight into where United for Gaming is currently at. They're going to pump the brakes just a little bit. They did not want to challenge that heavy, I don't assume anyways, but United for Gaming has to deal with them. They cannot allow iNCO to stay where they're currently at.
Big nades from iNCO. United 4 Gaming gonna throw some right back in return, just a little bit too short, unfortunately. You got 9Z across the way as well. So right now, honestly, both these teams need to stop fighting each other. They need to start looking more inwards and then take the fight afterwards. But sometimes that's a little bit too difficult. Yeah, United is stuck now focusing on Xforce. Fate coming from behind. United 4 Gaming is sandwiched.
It's that moment when you wish you had the deployable cover. I mean, it's a prime example. Just having that ability. But let's see, United 4, like you said, turn their attention onto Xforce, the duo from behind. Looks like Fate is going to be catching one of those grenades, and it does look like iNCO going to be kind of pushing the envelope in the back end. Definitely trying to sandwich United 4 Gaming. Everybody trying to take them out over here on this west side. A limb behind the tree, taking up a lot of focus for the players in the front line from United 4. And here comes Loops as well, looking to get a piece of the pie.
Oh, Leap goes to throw a nade, hits himself. Unfortunately, hit the side of the tree. That's a tough break for him. These forces just snaking the grass forward, stay alive as long as he can. And you mentioned Loops. What about 9Z, who's also starting to roll up with Milos and Reyes to focus on iNCO? That's going to alleviate some pressure on this Loops X-Force fight, so Loops can focus on the solo, which is a lead. Influence Rage notices and tracks that 9Z moves up with the duo. They inch forward a little bit, but they don't fully commit to the fight. 7 is down. 9Z starting to push up on Vitali, who has to hold his ground, but he looks away as soon as 9Z apex to Hill. He falls, and therefore McGrellin is by himself. Reyes pushing up, takes some shots on him, and McGrellin is surely dead in this moment. Reyes will finish him off, and iNCO will be finished. 9Z up to 13. The question is, though, Dave, can they get their other two teammates back into the fight before Influence, Rage, and Co start to push up?
You hope so. You got Remix bleeding on out. Milos looks like, wasn't picked up in time. They had such a good run reflections. 13 eliminations going their way. Huge come up for them. Next zone does pop, so let's see Influence Rage with 3 players alive, 7 eliminations. It's their moment to take out the duo that's still alive from Loops Esports here, Hot Jukes.
Let's see who's going to win this game. You got the duo from Loops now on the push. Rafina driving around, trying to get as much information as possible, utilizing that car in order to do so. We see a lot of esports players utilizing that strat to get intel. Yep, even honking the horn, letting them know, yeah, we're here. What you gonna do about it, little boy? Oh, throws a nade. That's a mighty close. That makes Rafina second guess himself just a little bit. Said, okay, maybe it's time to park this vehicle. Maybe. Still a lot of time, though, on the clock. We're still only stage 7.
This guy's bringing his car to the shop real quick.
The welder, bro.
The welder.
He's using that TIG, walking the cup. That's a welding reference for those of you guys that know.
I barely caught it. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, and that was one of the. I was like, huh, I recognize that. Have you ever welded before?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I put that visor on, and I'll get that 100% fusion, baby.
Fusion.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
What temperature do you set your welder to?
About 3,000.
That's a lot of degrees.
Is that too high? That's right.
You don't set temp.
Okay, I didn't know. Hey, I need to watch some more videos, bro. I'm not ready to have that conversation now. I'm gonna be completely honest, bro. You're the subject matter expert in that case.
Let's go, baby. You know what, little boy, though, he's looking to weld a chicken dinner onto himself right now. Let's see if he can get it. Both these guys in vehicles driving around right now, just teasing each other at this point. Diego's got that nade. It looks like Influence Rage is starting to set up a little play here. Yeah, they're starting to get some off angles. Little boy pushes up, gets the 1. That's the 2, and that's the chicken dinner for Influence Rage.
Influence Rage picks up the winner chicken dinner. 9 eliminations, a huge come up. A huge come up indeed. They were in 6th place going into this game, and they very well could break into actually potentially top 3. That could be very realistic for them. Also for the 9Z conversation, even bigger for them. 13 eliminations, 4th place, Dave. They were in 4th place going into that game with 71 points. I think they might have overtaken Alpha 7 and inched closer to Wolves. They might be in 2nd.
Yeah, you had Remix with 4 elims, Reyes with 3, Kogo with 2, and then Milos with 4. So everybody on the squad just having a really good game here, game number 2 of the night. So they're going to be coming into that next match feeling pretty good. Let's check out some replays. Influence Rage, though, walking away with that winner chicken dinner. Like you said, definitely going to help them on the overall leaderboard. These circles, though, definitely not forgiving, though. Not at all. Continued to shift over here towards that west side, and this is when things were getting dicey for the Wolves crew. Remember, you had two Wolves in the back line on the high ground trying to defend their position. Meanwhile, Coops in the front line get pushed by the whole squad of United 4 Gaming, and those grenades in that shoreline just flushing them out right there. So Maryland Esports, though, another team that has been on the ball here this last weekend, getting taken out pretty early, but not before walking away with 5 elims, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed, man. Great game overall from so many of the teams at the top of the leaderboards there. I mean, for 9Z to pop off with 13 right here, right now, that was clutch. But Influence Rage won the game. 9 eliminations. We've been waiting for Influence Rage to start popping off. Maybe this is that start right here, guys. I mean, there's only a few games left to go today. If they get another chicken dinner, we could see them at the top for sure.
Yeah, that's their second win throughout Grand Finals. Their first win came yesterday on Map 6 Miramar with 8 eliminations. They'll follow it up on Map 2, first Erangel of the day, with a first place and, like I said, 9 eliminations, which is huge, and 19 points. They're happy with that. Like I said, they were in 6th place going into that game. They're surely going to be top 3 or at least close to it, you'd have to assume. But 9Z, the big takeaway, 17 points. They were already in 4th place. We're just 6 points behind that of Maryland, who finished off a little bit earlier than they wanted to. And Alpha 7 was finished off with just 1 elimination. So yeah, 2nd place for 9Z for sure going to happen. But Xforce, I don't know. Is this their day, Dave? I mean, I said it in game 1, right? 3 eliminations. Rondo definitely not healthy, but here it is. Another podium finish. That's 2 for the 2 games we've seen today. This time around, they get 10 points.
Yeah, I think it goes back, though. They could have had a lot more success. It just goes back to what Jukes was talking about. It's just knowing when to take the fight and not to take the fight. And they had 2 hovercrafts. I was really rooting for Xforce, and they just rolled up, popped out, and tried to take the fight with Resilience Esports. And little did they know, there was like 4 other teams in the area, right, Hot Jukes? And that was the moment that they wanted to kind of stay on the ball when it comes to finding a spot to call home. And don't forget, they dropped Primorsk, so they had pretty much a lot of time to work with and pretty much have prime pickings on those final end zones. So spending a little too much time on that early game fight here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to avoid the fight in general. I mean, if you're in an early game circle, especially with a hard shift and a tough circle to go into, if you fight, you're going to get third party 99% of the time. And that's exactly what happened to Xforce. So you got to have that heads up. I mean, we saw Alpha 7. They had a really dominant position. iNCO was getting mighty close. And even they avoided the engagement because they knew, like, hey, I mean, we can fight a team all day long in a straight up fight, but going against 2-3 squads, no matter how good you are, that makes things mighty tough here, Taylor.
Mighty tough, but making things a little bit easier for the roster is Remix from 9Z. Instrumental in the success for the second game of the day. 4th place, 13 elims, and it's because of Remix right there. 725 damage, 4 eliminations. He's second time, I believe, at least to my knowledge, getting match MVP throughout our grand finals. 9Z's doing a lot right, and they are a roster that is looking to shake things up for sure. Obviously, coming into this tournament, Wolves was a front runner we were looking out for. Loops also, we were looking at Alpha 7 naturally, right? But 9Z is a roster that we expected to be strong. But I got to admit, boys, to be this strong is very, very impressive. Exciting times for sure. 9Z most likely in the top 2. A great game, too. That's 1 Erangel out of the way. We have 2 more Erangels to get through. It's an exciting day. 2 more Erangels. What is at risk? What is at stake? Well, like I said, those points starting to get dangerously close. You want a head start lead going into the final day to put you that much closer to Smash Point. Who's going to get it? We'll find out after the break.
Time to dig in.
Hold on.
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No. To the right. Oh, no. Left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory.
Yes! We've got this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Unknown who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left full speed high. Yet through misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all, but stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 for the grand finals of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. 2 games down, 4 more to go. Another Erangel about to be underway. And exciting times, especially for our overall standings, because I have to assume 9Z's in second, and they in fact are, leading over Maryland in 3rd place. So 9Z, I don't know, is this, what are you thinking, Hot Jukes? 9Z second place, was this the result we were expecting?
I mean, considering the circle and where they were positioned, we knew they were going to put up some serious points. And that's what this game's all about, right? Whenever you get a good, solid position like that, you got to capitalize on it, right? You can't just end it with a 2nd place, 3 eliminations. No, you got to go crazy. And that's exactly what 9Z did. So for them to put up so many eliminations, it's a great performance for them. There's still plenty of games left to go. It's when you get that opportunity, you got to go crazy. And in those games where you get those really tough shifts and you can't seem to find your footing, you still got to put some points up no matter what. Now, unfortunately for Wolves here, Taylor, right? Yeah. This is the first game we see them not podium, right? They only get 1. Well, actually not the first game, but with 1 point, that is pretty rough compared to their previous performances. So hopefully it's only just a flash in the pan, though.
Yeah, it's their first game. I mean, quite literally their first game, they placed outside of the points, right? Only picking up 1 elimination, not getting any placement points. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully this isn't a trend, but it's 1 game out of the 8 that we have seen on stream. So I think they're going to be just fine. For Maryland, though, a bit of a slower day for them, Dave.
Yeah, Maryland, they haven't really had like a podium finish, like we're calling it. They have been walking away with some consistent elimination points, but nothing that we saw from them yesterday, right? And if I do recall, though, yesterday they were a squad that took some time to kind of ramp up, and as the night progressed, they kind of got a little better every single game, right? So we keep going back to the fact that after today, we're going to have the official threshold for that smash point. I just want to see Maryland kind of ramp up sooner rather than later, right? This last game, SQ had 2 elims, SNB had like 1, and they've been just getting stuck in awkward situations. So hopefully they can avoid that moving forward. But yeah, guys, 9Z, they've been having one heck of a grand finals, and they're only 22 points now behind the Wolves. Yeah, quick math. I think the Wolves, they only had 1 elim that last game, so that's really going to be setting them back when it came to just getting their dominant lead on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, and with Smash Point being a thing, 9Z's already proven that they can close out games. They did it on Erangel Map 2, just yesterday. So they're a scary roster. If I'm a roster, I see them, and I'm close to the top 3, or at least in the running for tomorrow's competition, I want to shut them down as early as possible without putting my tournament life at risk. We have Sarpatch on site. We've got Kaya on site. Well, we've got this third guy named Wancho. I don't know if you've heard about him. He's been going around terrorizing the players, aka interviewing them from time to time. This time around, he had a chance to sit down with Xforce's Klaus. Wancho, what did Klaus have to say?
Yo, I'm Juancho, and I play for Wolves Esports. I'm here with my another future teammate, Dauntless Xforce Klaus. No, wait, no, I should have asked you. No, yeah, my fault.
What?
Who are you? Didn't know you.
I'm Klaus from Xforce.
Hey, yeah, we're about to start the finals. Yeah, how you feeling?
Feel good.
Confident? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
How do you feel?
I could be better. Anyways, but yeah, the interview is not for me. It's for you, little boy.
I was asking you something.
I'm the interviewer. I do the questions. Right?
You speak right.
See? Yeah, how do you feel that, like, earlier you told me, like, yeah, look at your IGL, VOD reviewing, and then look at mine playing
PUBG Mobile.
Like, what are your thoughts on that?
It's okay. He's doing what he has to do.
What place you in?
I don't know. I think 12?
How you get the second most wins in the last round? How that happened? Do you even believe that? Like that's real?
Yeah, that's real.
Like how you feel after that? Like are you like, oh yeah, we're the best? Like nobody can compete. Yeah, can you wait until I give you the mic, please? You answer. Thank you.
No, because we had 7th placement in 15 games, so we need to be more consistent.
What is going on? Watch, you're out of control. The meme lord, bro. I couldn't tell if we're interviewing Klaus or Lil Boy at a certain point because he said Lil Boy. That's an actual player. Hotchicks, you got to get that man in check. He lives close to you, man. You need to go have a talk with him when he gets back from Sao Paulo.
I got to give him some, little interview coaching. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Juancho, the man, the myth, the legend. Shocked to not see him playing right now. I mean, that dude needs to be on a roster. I'll tell you that right now because he's an absolute insane player. You know, it was good to hear from Klaus, always giving the very what do you call it? Media trained answers. I guess that's the right way to put it, right?
Well, he had Wancho's hand on him the whole time, like on the show. Wancho's literally holding on to the shoulder of Klaus. I don't know if that was a threatening thing, Dave, or what that was. But dude, Wancho.
Yeah, there's
we
one
love
theme
him.
though. Every single interview with Wancho, there's one theme, and that's him looking for that squad that he's gonna get picked up on next. Man, I'm just saying, he's like, hey, future teammate, how's it going?
That's how you get that synergy.
He's putting it in their mind. He's planting the seed. He's putting it in their mind so that way next season, I won't be surprised next season we see Wancho on Xforce. Just saying.
I don't know. Should he continue to play Hot Chooks, or has he got a talent future?
Oh yeah,
I think he's got a talent future, man.
I mean, he's got
in which
both.
regard?
He is a dynamic duo, I guess, or a multi-talent, right? Dude can do interviews. Dude can go crazy in game. I think we need to see him on a roster for sure. I think he's a crazy pickup for any team at this point. So for him to be picked up by Xforce or anybody else, they're going to be very, very benefiting to have a beneficial, benefiting whatever.
Season.
That's right. Yo, hold on.
Yeah,
How's Team
another
Liquid
region.
back in the conversation?
Another region.
All right. Well, Wancho is that guy. He's multi-talented, as Hot Chooks likes to say, man. And it definitely is. Wancho, nice to see him out there. Hope we get more interviews from him. Xforce, I don't know. Is Klaus normally that quiet, or do you think Xforce is feeling the pressure? Who wants to answer that one? Because
Klaus has always been shy. Klaus has always been shy. I
guy.
mean, for the longest time that we saw during Titan series, we never saw a player profile photo of him. For the longest time, it was just an empty space. You know what I'm saying? So,
gotcha.
Klaus, he's giving those answers. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a huge pickup for Xforce to get him because Klaus has always dominated in every team he was with. Like we heard from Juancho, right? He was with Dauntless before. And he was the guy for Dauntless. Yep. So for him to finally be on a roster that can help support him, I think that's great. It's unfortunate that we're not seeing Xforce really pop off like crazy like we would hope, but it's how it is. When you get a new roster together, new team, it takes some time to really get to that crazy level. Now, if Xforce win the next 3 games in a row, that'd be great to see, right? But it's going to be tough.
Well, Wancho is omnipotent because it actually so happens to be a Lil Boy interview that we were able to secure with Sarpatch. Let's listen in to what Lil Boy has to say with Sarpatch.
All right, guys, here we are with leaderboard after the second match. They won the winner chicken dinner leaderboard. Yesterday wasn't a good day. What did you talk in the internals to get better today and get that victory right now? O que vocês falaram? Porque ontem não foi um bom dia. O que vocês falaram ontem, hoje, para esse dia e já melhorar, né? Pegar essa vitória.
Bom, acho que a gente reforçou o nosso estilo de jogo, botamos na cabeça como a gente joga, como cada um faz seu papel bem feito na queda. E não teve muita mudança não, acho que foi mais jogar o clima para cima mesmo e lembrar de quem a gente somos, de quem a gente é e jogar o jogo, que nós joga todo dia aí.
The thing was like for us to remember what our game is and play what we play to like get a better environment inside of the team and just go ahead and play. Bro, thank you very much.
All right, Lil Boy, heard him on the screen. By the way, silky smooth voice, Wancho. Man, if Lil Boy wants to do some interviews, obviously I wouldn't understand them, but if he wants to do some interviews, man, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, baby. 6 eliminations. This guy has been tearing up the competition, and is a staple when it comes to the Americas region, Hot Chooks.
Oh yeah, Lil Boy, a legend in the game. 198 damage, 6 eliminations. That's wild. Crazy to see that conversion rate. But the dude is a legend for sure. It's good that we're seeing Influence Rage get their chicken dinner today. They're one of the teams I think that has a ridiculously high expectations because, I mean, we saw what they were able to do during the league stage. They are such a mainstay team. So, like, they're kind of like, in my head, a little bit of that Alpha 7-esque, right? When they do good, we're like, what's going on with them, right? Why aren't they doing great as usual? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So it's like the critical is of their good gameplay because they're never really bad, right? That's fair. That's fair for Influence Rage. 9 eliminations coming off a big win. Yeah. They are on the come up when it comes to the overall standings. Can't wait to see what they're going to do. But for some rosters that I think left some potential on the table, looking at Maryland, definitely. Looking at Maryland's Intense Game. Where have they been today? Because, Intense Game was a roster that made some big impact plays yesterday. In fact, finished off the day very, very strong. Today, Dave, they haven't managed to podium once. Matter of fact, they haven't got any placement points, and I believe they've managed to accumulate 4 total eliminations. So for me, Intense Game, Maryland, those are 2 rosters I'm looking out for going into this next Erangel. By the way, keep your eyes peeled for the Amazon gift cards. There's a code, you can claim it and start buying whatever you want to, man. At least help you out a little bit. There's something out, I don't know, new welding kit. We're talking about that. Anybody interested in welding, hit up Hot Chooks. He's got all the answers for you. Yeah. The man is a wizard on the dot.
Actually, what are you welding, Jukes?
That's what he's doing.
What are you
welding?
Dude,
I own a farm, so we're welding stuff all the time. Fence posts, more fence posts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
All types of fence posts, huh?
Oh, yeah.
All types of fence posts. All right, well.
Mostly metal.
Mostly metal. If you need a welder, you know who to hit up, man. You know who to hit up with that knowledge. And like that player interview, though, from Little Boy, he was saying that they're kind of working on this energy still and the vibes, I guess, within the squad. And there's nothing better than having a really solid game underneath your belt to kind of get that synergy going and everything flowing here. So maybe with that last performance from the squad of Influence Rage, we'll continue to see them have some really good success here. And looking at their average stats on Erangel here specifically, 2 winner chicken dinners, average elims 5. So this is definitely their map here reflections to continue that pace.
Definitely the case. Take note, by the way, because of the plane path, Alpha 7 returns to their home ground for PMSL, which is Lipovka. This is an area that they chose to main throughout last year's spring and fall season. They've obviously expanded over towards the north end of Georgia Pole, but it pays off because that zone is military. The first military zone we get in PMSL, to my knowledge, most especially for the grand finals. I love zones like, you know what's exciting actually, Hot Jukes? Hey, Xforce loves military zones, and the reason why is because they coined at least the meta, as far as I'm concerned, in my eyes, when it comes to the hovercraft, because double hovercraft military end zones, Xforce, that's like their bread and butter.
Oh,
that's right. We saw them go crazy with those hovercrafts in the past, Taylor. That was a wild game. I know exactly the one you're talking about too, right? So Xforce in 11th place right now. They're not out of it, guys. They are not out of it. A good 20-point game here. They're in the show. and they need to do it right here, right now, because with that smash point at play. By the way, Dave, you were kind of giving. We never got to talk about our guesses.
I know you never got
right?
you never hit me back up, man. It's all right.
All right. I remembered though, Dave.
Okay,
I did not
appreciate
forget.
it, man.
Okay.
Shout out the Jukes.
I'm calling it 147 points is a smash point. So I think the Wolves will end with 137 today.
Okay.
147. Why the
137? Yeah, 137 today. So you're basing it all on the Wolves here. I'm actually gonna base my number on 9Z. I'm going 132. 132.
So they're gonna have a big day. That's 50 points.
44 more.
Basically
44.
Well, you know, hey, wasn't exact, okay, but I was close. All right, that's interesting. So 9Z stole your heart, okay? Yesterday was Maryland, today it's 9Z, and Reyes is dead. The caster curse, the caster curse coming in strong.
Bro, Jukes is about to come over here and slap me up, man, like he did with Max, man. Shoot, man, I keep saying this wild stuff. What about you, Reflections? What's your threshold at the end of the day?
I think Wolves establish it. I think it's going to be 135. I think 135.
2 points short. You practice
I
right
undercut
me.
you. I did exactly. Yo, honestly, shout out to you for recognizing that, bro. 135. I think that's where the Wolves will set it, and I think it's got to be the Wolves. I don't see. I mean, there's other rosters that could. I'm getting excited. Jaguar, the main shot maker, the main play call maker, right, for this Wolves roster. Now he's got a hovercraft. I like it. Question is, though, do they set up on mainland or set up on military? Because it seems as if they're favoring mainland.
Yeah, they sent
not a bad
Coops
idea.
across the water, though. They already sent Coops to kind of do some scouting over there on the shoreline of military. It does look like they're going to come over here and pick up the boys in the hovercraft here. Jukes, real quick, is it 137 at the end of today, and tomorrow is 147 to win the tournament?
Yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
137. Got you. Oh, so we all kind of agree then, for the most part, in the 130s.
Very close.
In the 130s.
Yeah, we're very close.
Very close.
What do you think? The collective mind is typically smarter than the ones on the desk. I keep
pull up the
saying that.
map.
I don't know if I fully believe that yet. But
let's
chat, what do you
pull it
think the threshold is for today?
Pull it up.
What do you think it's going to be? We're thinking 135, 137, and 132. I apologize, guys. I got caught up in talking. Pull up the map. Let me push the button.
Push the button.
Push the button.
What are you waiting for? There you go.
What are you waiting for?
Got
Okay,
it.
so
Bit slow off the draw.
9Z, still a little worried about 9Z, especially with Team Liquid in the area. Team Liquid, my opinion, guys, playing with nothing to lose at this point, so it's all up from here, right? So Team Liquid, if they see any potential fight, especially early on, they should just take that fight. But coming over here to this bridge, we know Zalman's up there on the high ground.
He's always high.
Hopefully he doesn't fall off. But the thing is with VIP is that they are just lacking in just the timing, man. The timing. They had such a huge opportunity to finally pull off of a bridge camp, and they're not all prepared for it, guys. And it hurts. It hurts. So let's see. Straight on Nepal. Wolf going to be jumping down with the SK-12. Pow! Taking one of the members of VIP down. That's going to be Batman.
Batman down. Straight out of Nepal.
Wolves?
Starting to close that vice script. Pushing up. You mentioned Wolves, though. That's Jaguar as well as Doran. Coops. Yo, Wolves could walk away from this fight with like 8 eliminations.
They want him. Oh, what? Gatsby could smell that nade. How about that one? What is going on? Gatsby eating nades. How about that one?
He's sticking it.
Oh,
He's still
my
up.
gosh.
Well, they lost Wolf, though.
Damn,
they
team
lost
player
Wolf. Mind
right
you,
there.
Alpha 7 is also potentially going across this bridge. Jaguar's coming up behind him. It is a party on the Eastern Bridge. And we're looking at Wolves, straight on Nepal, VIP, Alpha 7, Jaguar, maybe Resilience if they hear this gunfire taking place, if they don't choose to cross the water. Nutty situation for sure. I think Wolves have the best spot because they are on military. They're all together. Now, the teams on bridge, though, like Alpha 7, for example, straight out of Nepal, I don't know. Yet to be seen how their crossing is going to end up unfolding, brother. It's going to be tough, especially if Jaguar gets up behind A7. This is going to be a wild ride.
Wild ride indeed. Look at that Alpha 7 pushing through the bridge now. Guizal leaving the charge. You got Carrillo in the back of the vehicle, ready to go at a moment's notice. This is still stage 1, guys. It is so early on. Yeah, I think Alpha 7 do the right thing here. They just chill, wait, kind of let time decide where this zone's going to go. But I like the fact that the Wolves committed to the island. I think that was a strong play for them.
I think so.
Wazal pushing through. And he's safe for now.
Nah, the Wolves were here. Baton hitting some shots, but not enough to silence them. That's how you do it. You wolf pack together in vehicles, and you just full send it. And they're going to go over towards Novo with 2 members of Straight Outta Nepal is going to be right next to them. I fully expect, though, they're going to continue and extend their way all the way to the other side of the military. No, they're going for it. 4v2. KC, what you got for us, baby? What you got? Carrillo's down low. Nate Cup, but doesn't connect. Casey's gonna just. I don't think he has any meds either. I don't think he has any meds. I think he might be cooked here.
Alpha 7 taking these 3 points all day long. Casey with a pump shotty, feeding Alpha 7. Next zone about to pop though. We're going down all the way to military. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very far still.
Nice.
iNCO still very far. So we got a lot of teams now on the rotate to find themselves in military loops here, guys. They might take up this position, you know, get a little bridge camperino going. Xforce probably gonna take a boat to the mainland. Not too concerned with them right now, but finally getting some love with the military base zone. You'll love to see it. Looks like the Wolves are deciding to send it right into the base. They're going to be up close and personal with United 4 Gaming. Meanwhile, VIP down to just a solo dolo. This isn't obvious at all. If anybody looks in here, it's just a prime vehicle just parked there, you know?
Just happens to be there. There's got to be a spawn.
It's a spawn right there. So...
It's got no skin on it.
They'll be surviving and thriving, hopefully. I like that they're parking the hovercraft in the hangar, because you know what? Late game, it's going to be chaotic, and next thing you know, out of nowhere, guys, a hovercraft just going to bust through the hangar and start running people down. So that's a huge heads-up play right there. And they got 2 hangars, too, that they're trying to occupy right now.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, dude. This is awesome. Wolves, very, very solid. Like in United for Gaming, how they're set up. Yeah, these teams taking early priority. Center zone is going to be huge, especially for late in. I do predict we might have a battle for the shoreline, though. Alpha 7 versus Team Liquid. I think that might be happening relatively soon. Jaguar's moving in, but Jaguar,
I don't know about
Jaguar
that.
needs to get out of there.
Yeah, I don't know
they got to
about
pick
that,
a new
dude.
area.
I don't know about that, dude.
Yeah, they need to go somewhere else.
And that's exactly what they're doing. I can't blame them. Climb the mountain, Jaguar. That's what you guys are good at, right? Jaguars climb.
Yeah, trees, right?
Yep. They do climb trees.
They live in the rainforest.
Do they?
Pretty sure. I've seen one before.
How?
Up close?
What, at a zoo?
The rainforest.
You've never been to the rainforest? When have you been to the rainforest?
Yo, Jukes, he knows how to weld. I know how to hike through a rainforest, all right? We all got our
sure
special
does.
talents.
That's right. Well,
Watch out for them
speaking of
snakes.
which, what are you proficient in, Hot Jukes? MIG, TIG, stick, flux cord?
All of them. All of them.
Ain't no way. I just listed all those from a Google search, and you're telling me you know how to do all of them?
I will walk the cup. I will bust out a stick if I got to, whatever it takes. I'll do aluminum from like 15 degrees underneath laying down. We'll make it happen.
Dang.
Respect.
I can weld 2 aluminum cans together.
Really?
He'll show us on the desk.
But some can.
What would be the purpose? I don't know.
Double can.
Just to show off.
Binoculars.
Yeah. Binoculars. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Yeah.
You don't need binoculars to see that shift, though. Oh, my gosh.
What is up with iNCO? You guys see me?
But
see me
Circle
drawing?
Xforce, by the way. Xforce is on land. They're finally
Xforce,
here.
Yeah, not too concerned
Maryland
with
is just to
them.
the north of them.
Maryland's got
Just
a
to the north of
hovercraft too, so they got some cover. But you got loops over here. You got Royals of War over here, so it's gonna be a hotbed down here, guys. Meanwhile, I'm still really feeling the Wolves. Their position in those bunkers. I mean, it is as dead center as you can get.
Look at Xforce on this rotation. Outside the zone. Oh, 9Z eliminated. What happened to 9Z?
That's actually a great question. What in the world?
Zero
so
elims
9Z
too.
was Yeah, they were on the other side of the bridge. At least 2 of them were.
They saw the zone and they're like, nah, we're just going to go out to blue here, guys.
Next game.
Not
next
like
game.
this. Yeah, next game.
Yeah, because Reyes and Kogo were taken down, excuse me, over by the left bridge. Remix was taken down towards the southern portion of military along the sand line. And I don't know where the fourth one was ended up finishing off at, but yeah, 9Z, that's an early exit, dude. And I mean, we can owe that really to Dave at the beginning, shouting him out.
Shouting him out.
Yeah.
I'm locking my door right now, man. Jukes is on his way.
A lockpick.
Oh, he knows how to lockpick too on top of welding.
Jeez. I'm from the
John
hood.
Wick.
It's John Wick out here.
Nope, just grew up very poor.
Okay.
Let's pull it back.
How do I touch that? I don't. What do I do?
Exactly. I'm out of many tricks and trades. I'll tell you that right now.
I was poor and I learned how to lockpick.
There it is.
That's right.
All right.
But not
Team
as good as that
Liquid.
lawyer.
So Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
They need to group up. I think Mythic over here, he was kind of trying to look for that next position, but now his squad mates are calling that they see a couple stragglers out here in the distance. So I totally understand why Team Liquid will want to focus on this here, guys, because if a team was to get right behind them or wrap behind them, that would be the ultimate backstab. So Mythic's still a little skeptical, in my opinion. I don't know what homie's doing over here.
I don't know why he's there.
Because you're going to have so many stragglers. I mean, we still got iNCO, by the way. iNCO need to make their move. IG need to make their move. So I'm looking at Team Liquid. They're going to need all the support down here, in my opinion, to defend.
Yeah, it's Alpha 7 Team Liquid Xforce. Like, that's who I'm focused on because the teams inside of military, they're not fighting. They're just bunkered up until end zone, right? So they're most likely not going to be active. They'll fire some pop shots. It's these teams on the outskirts in the southern portion of zone are the ones that you need to focus on at the moment. And Mythic and Klaus are very close to each other. Teams just extending too far out, maybe scouting where the next area that they're going to be going to is, but you extend a little bit too far away from your roster and you get taken down, and that's going to be a bit of a shift. Wolves are the only one who truly profit from it, at least from the military camping side of things. Everybody else going to have to work their way down south. We talk about deployable covers. Deployable covers would be huge in a zone like this. I mean, it is incredibly open, Hot Jukes.
I mean, yeah, this is what I'm saying, is with a zone like this, it makes things so difficult if you're just outside a position. If you're playing that edge, you're just going to have to hunt down a spot that's left. And that's why the Wolves, I think, are having so much success here, is they're slowing things down. They're taking those best positions in the game early on. I mean, there was no accident that Wolves ended up exactly where they did, and they are making it happen. But Xforce all the way down south here, trying to make some plays, and Team Liquid's fighting with iNCO as well. There's just battles going on all over the place. Kalofsky getting taken down. Mythic driving away, and now it's just up to Chief.
Chief with the buys in, looking to breach the compound here. Oh, doesn't check the corner behind him. Is going to be prioritized.
He doesn't lose this. No way.
My dude is just letting it rip right now. McGrellin with the DBS, not able to get the job done here, guys. So Team Liquid still gonna be alive, but here goes Maryland. Remember, they had all of their squad mates in one hovercraft. Looks like they are gonna be rolling right into Rows of War in the plain sight here. There's a lot of cover here, but there's also a lot of angles underneath here. Yo, the surprise attack from behind here, guys. Taking them down, but look at this, Loops with the third party.
Yeah, Loops rolled in hot. They saw, or they witnessed the shots being taken, and they said, okay, we're getting involved, and they extend out. They did a great job. They'll most likely try and gatekeep Royals of War. That could be 2 more eliminations going their way, which will put them at 5. Meanwhile, intense game, Xforce. This is on the southern portion, on the island side. Silence, I mean, he's running out of options at the moment, but does find one on 24K, but exposed himself a little bit too long. Taken down by Klaus, person we interviewed just a little bit earlier with Wancho. IG fully gone. That opens up and frees up some space for Xforce on this outer edge of the zone. They've got Alpha 7 who's going to be able to peek over at them, but for the meantime, Xforce can recover from that fight against Intense Game and think about where they're going next. But it's not going to be an easy rotate. Everywhere they go, Carrillo as well as the others from Alpha 7 are going to have free line of sight on the rotation from Xforce. They could be in trouble soon.
That's one player you do not want staring at you. Gear 5, Carrillo, rocking the white hair. staring at you while you're trying to rotate to safety. That's going to make things mighty difficult. Nice little suppressive shots, though. They know exactly where he is. Putting some shots just to let Carrillo know, hey, you can't just stand out in the open here. But both these teams have a lot of time on their hands. They're both in the next zone, so I think right now it's just that planning phase, finding out where you're going to go if that zone hard shifts. And I got a feeling, boys, this one is yoinking to the north side. Got a feeling.
Let's see. He's got that white hair from all the stress from these circles, man. Holy cow.
That's true.
Some stressful zones here. And yeah, if it does yoink to the north side, the Wolves still going to be feeling really good with their early call here. My only concern is that they're going to have to defend their 2 separate bunkers, but they do have sight lines on each other. So if one of them was to get crashed in on, they can easily take those shots. But it does look like the next circle does pop, and a duo is going to be in the play zone. Alpha 7, though, big chilling all damn day down there in the south.
Yeah.
They just need to make sure to flush out Xforce, and then they'll have the whole southern part to themselves here, guys. But look at this. In the smokes, Resilience Esports on the Jaguar here, Reflections, and they are out of here.
They're out of there, but Jaguar stays up. You've got VIP Animal. That's going to be the solo. Off in the distance and putting in work. That's going to be a nice nade. Potro will fall. Two more players, from Jaguar will remain. Wolves with the 2-2 split will join with the other duo over in the other bunker. Coops will fall momentarily, but with the hovercraft, they're going to be able to easily get them back into play. So they are in a prime spot to hold off for the next zone and hold off these teams, United for Gaming and Jaguar, who are still a bit engaged over on the northern side of things. But you're right, for Alpha 7, they are big chilling where they're at. So I think for Wolves, Alpha 7, the 2 teams that profit the most off of this new zone, and Wolves are getting active. United for Gaming starting to roll up. The shots are fired. Doran will drop Alazian. Joko will also fall to Lubes. Hate down from Diego. United for Gaming could not have had a worse rotation into zone because quite literally everybody is focused on where they are moving to.
It's all up to Powerzada. Just going to survive for a little bit longer. If you're Powerzada at this point, just turtle up.
Yeah. Let him be your bodyguard, right?
Wolves aren't trying to push out unless you annoy them, and that's exactly what you did. Igor with the nade. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Vitin shuts that down. So that leaves this side completely up to the Wolves. Oh, Mythic on the push. Gets the knock on a Klaus. Gets the thirst as well. And Team Liquid gonna hold the shack for just a little while longer.
Hold it down. 8 elims going their way, so there's still going to be a couple members of Xforce still alive, trying to pepper them down range. Xforce with 3 eliminations here this game, but they're going to get caught outside of the play zone here. Now Ayala with the AUG getting this last ditch loot here before being forced to pull into the next play zone. Looks like their squad mate Husky does get them a nice little spot right there on the roadside here. So we're coming down to the wire here, fellas. 7 teams remain. Loops looking pretty scary up there in the north, as long as they're not backstabbed by Diego.
Exposed, though.
Yeah, they're exposed. They got to worry about Diego, but the fact is they got the high ground in the foothills over here and a 4-man unit. I think they got a lot going for them.
That's true, because you have a lot of solos who are starting to inch closer and closer to them, who've separated themselves from the rosters of Fate, being one of them. Team Liquid. Jaguar also starting to fall. I think that's Wolves now starting to fight them, and it is in fact going to be them. Carlin got last one up for Team Jaguar, who've had a decent game, 6 eliminations. That's one of the highest games we've seen from them in quite some time. Now, Carl got on the hilltop, has a lot more power than you would expect, though. Especially if these nades can roll down properly. Coops needs to get up there, and he will. Carlin God will push him back down, refusing to relinquish the high ground. He's got it. He's got the power position. Once again, Coops pushes up, making another attempt. The nade on the ground, it doesn't connect, and Carlin God's time should be short-lived, and it will be. Jaguar are out of there. Wolves on top, 6 eliminations, 4 players alive. They refuse to relinquish the first place spot. They want to set the threshold.
Working so well together, just pushing up little by little as a unit. They have the whole north side to themselves. Diego is out in Narnia right now over in that spot where he is completely stuck. And you can just see, yeah, these are the 2 teams you really got to worry about. But Loops, they still have a 4-man team if they're able to pick up Rado Boy here. But Guizao is pushing, getting so much real estate, just taking up the majority of this circle. Alpha 7 looking really good.
Alpha 7 looking good. Wolves still looking pretty strong. Our two top contenders in the lobby looking to really solidify themselves on the overall leaderboard, especially with 9Z getting eliminated. This is a huge come up potential game here. Reflections for Alpha 7 when we're talking about leaderboards.
It's a lot of util.
But let's see what can happen. The loop's going to be the main focus right now. Oh, we still can't even get Diego. Diego is just a thorn right now on the loop side.
Yeah, well, also for Revo, overextends a little bit too much, kind of taking over the center of zone. Wolves take advantage, take Revo down. Alpha 7 down to 3 players. Diego, though, from the shack. I mean, how more annoying can you possibly be as he hits shot after shot on the Loop's roster? Thank goodness for the car, man. Thank goodness for the car, because Nizelda was about to fall. Loops down to 3 themselves. They'll dip out of there. Gozaldo starts to move up, and he'll move back. So I thought Nizelda and Gazal were going to clash. I don't know. I still favor Wolves here. I think they're in a power spot. I really do. And Diego's most likely going to go down to blue. Rafina, give it up, baby. Focus on Wolves, who are starting to move in.
Wow. Here they go. Loop spending too much time on that player.
Yep.
From Influence Rage, getting punished for it, but they do get a nice knock on the Doran. But Dawn driving from the far back to help him push this fight. Alpha 7 going to third party this any second now. Loop's getting knocked piece by piece. It is just up to Rafinha, and Alpha 7 is on the move. The Wolves need to finish this fight right here, right now, so they can get a full reset for Alpha 7. And Loops are done right on time.
Wow. And
Alpha 7 versus Wolves.
Yep, Alpha 7
in the finals.
backfilling exactly where the Wolves just came from. Alpha 7 not looking to slow down anytime soon. Obscure going to be popping up here with the M4, trying to get within grenade range. His teammates in the back line with the support also pulling on up. We're trying to get the pickup. We're trying to get the revive. The hovercraft is going to be blocking some damage for the time being. Reflections.
4v3. I love where Alpha 7 is currently at. Gatekeeping, but it's that hovercraft. It's the hovercraft. It's also the cars down below. Obscure, though, clutches up on one. Goes for the second. Another one will fall. Coops down. Alpha 7 in the winner's lane. Winner, chicken dinner. Is it possible? Yes. Only one more player remains, and that's going to be Doran, I believe, up ahead. Doran hills up. 1v2. No choice but the push, but Alpha 7, they've got him in the line of sights, but Doran can pull off the impossible, pull off the unthinkable. The nades are out, but he's down. Carrillo hits the shots, and Alpha 7 in the winner's lane, getting their first win in Grand Finals. 10 eliminations. That's big for the boys looking to be on top. And you brought up a great point, Dave. You brought up a great point with 9Z being eliminated so early on. Alpha 7 should reclaim their second place spot.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we chat about all the time. Like, there's some days when Alpha 7, they're not performing to the top-notch Alpha 7 metrics that they set here in this lobby. But once when they do start to ramp up things, once when they do start to feel themselves, everybody else in the lobby, they need to stay far and wide clear from Alpha 7 because they just steamroll. I think Alpha 7, they're one of the teams here in this lobby. They're known for their just steamrolling ability here. So once when they're going hot jukes, nothing slows them down. But look at this whole tournament, though, by the way, that had to have been the most hyped 4v4 so far for that winner chicken. The Wolves versus Alpha 7. I mean, those are two of the main storylines here in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolves finished that fight with Loops pretty much at the perfect second. If they were 5 seconds a little bit later, then that fight would have ended so much sooner for them. So they were able to finish that fight quickly enough to kind of get the reset. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough for it to be a really true, fair 4v4. Big ups on Alpha 7, though. The second they heard those shots go, they said, let's take full advantage of it. Let's not sit back and wait for Wolves to fully lick their wounds, and they were able to get it done. So a great chicken dinner for Alpha 7. A ton of eliminations on the side of Wolves as well. So, I mean, it's a great game for so many teams here, Taylor.
Yeah, it was the hovercraft. Also setting up early on in the bunkers in military was big for them. They didn't get really active until they were forced to rotate out to the second bunker and then ultimately push forward. But Alpha 7 stealing the show. Wonderful, wonderful job. Big eliminations coming out from Korea, Revo, Guazal, Obscure. I mean, all 4 of the boys putting in a tremendous amount of work. Obscure staying on the roster for 2 back-to-back days in Grand Finals, and I think he continues to prove his worth for sure. You got a talented roster here, and I think one of the big things to take away from Alpha 7 is they get a lot of criticism from everybody because they are really the Top Dog's in the biggest representation for what Americas can truly be. But even when they're performing badly, it's still better than 99% of the teams out there. I mean, so Alpha 7, at least in the Americas region, well done. And I want to point something out, by the way. The top 3 teams all getting 10 eliminations apiece. So the top 3 teams, 30 collective elims. That's a powerful statement. That's a powerful statement, Hot Juice.
That's a huge statement. Are you kidding me? That just makes all the teams in that mid pack, especially down low on leaderboards, just start staring at the floor at this point. That's like the last thing you want to see. Remember, it's top 2 that everybody's gunning for here. So to see these squads all pop off, man, that makes things dangerous. You got Influence Rage getting 6 points as well. Team Liquid finally in the double digits there, Dave.
Yeah.
It's a good sign for them. But man, what do you do when you got the top squads going crazy like this?
Yeah, top squads are going to be soaking up the much needed points. And finally, like you said, Team Liquid walking away with 8 elims going their way. Team Jaguar with 6 elims. But we're looking at teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards. And when they see squads like the Wolves, Loops, and Alpha 7 continue to shake up and just absorb so many points at the top, those are potential points that are being taken away from you here, Reflections. Much needed points too, by the way.
Yeah, much needed indeed. We have officially reached our halfway point of day 2. 3 more games remain. But, you know, I love the way Hot Juice set it up. It was like, you know, there's 3 games today, but you have to look at tomorrow that there's only going to be 2 games played. So are you in a solid enough spot now to challenge the top 2 that move forward to PMGC? If you're not, you got to truly wake up and go above and beyond in the next 3 games, the Erangel and the 2 Miramars. As far as MVP goes, it's going to be Vidden from Loops Esports. Still in the show. Loops Esports get 10 elimination. Vidden alone was able to pick up 6 of those with 630 damage. Loops needed this game. You go back to yesterday, Dave. One thing we brought up was like Loops, because of the start ahead points, because of their ability to, you know, have a strong performance, and I believe only one of their games yesterday that was an Erangel map 3 with 11 total eliminations. They were able to bank on that and stay within the top 8, but they were relatively quiet, right, in the other 5 games. So I'm hoping now game 3, they don't make the same mistake they did yesterday and fall short over the next 3.
Yeah, Loops, they came into this tournament, the grand finals, with 23 total starting points, right? So they did have that little cushion to kind of help them just in case they did have a bad game here, Jukes. But I think it's only like one throwaway game you can really afford with such a short grand finals tournament. So Loops showing up once again, 3rd place, 10 elims, right back on track.
Beautiful.
That's it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Hey, it's been a good day. 3 games down, 1 more Erangel to go along with 2 Miramars. If you're, again, behind in the standings, now it's time to step it up. And Chad, I asked you the threshold. Let's keep the conversation going. What is the threshold going to be? Because all 3 of us on the desk are thinking about 130 or so will be the threshold, and it's going to be the Wolves setting that very threshold going into tomorrow's competition. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final Erangel coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 for the grand finals of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Hot Chooks and Mustache Dave. 3 games down, 3 more to go, 1 more final Erangel. We finally got a military end zone, and once we did, it was great to watch. It really was. Teams just absolutely destroying each other. That's what you would expect on a military, but it was Alpha 7 who finished on top, but Wolves and Loops also profited themselves. So how does it switch things up? Well, it puts Loops and Alpha 7 right up there in the top 3 conversation. Because 9Z was eliminated early on, Alpha 7 was able to take their spot. And look, the gap between Wolves and Alpha 7 now starts to get a lot more narrow than I think it's ever been, Dave, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's closing, man. It is closing. Alpha 7, once again, just shout out to them just playing that zone to perfection. They took up that coastline in the south very early on, and they just kind of defended it. They were chilling for a good moment and just waiting for the perfect opportunity to pop out at the end and just clean it up here, Hot Chooks. They had all 4 members alive, and they were just proactive that whole game with positioning right there. I think if the circle would have continued to favor the Wolves would have probably been the team on top. So it just comes down to like that final end zone here. But regardless, are we still confident with like the 135, 137 here after 3 more games, by the way?
It's going to be even higher than that, I think. I think I wins is at the highest number. You know what I'm saying? If we're doing prices right rules.
Okay. That's
so
fair.
We'll take that to the bank, but we never know, right? We never know with these next few matches coming up because, you know, with where we're standing on the leaderboards, I mean, it's literally do or die for a lot of these squads. For 14th on down to 16th, I think that's nail in the coffin for these guys for sure when it comes to trying to getting top 2. But for 13th on up, if they want to have any shot, I mean, you got to start winning games right now. I think if you don't win the next game, if you're Intense Game, Team Liquid, any of these guys, it's going to be too tough to pass up with how these top teams are playing. What do you think, Taylor?
Realistically, from 13th on up, I would say United for Gaming, Royals of War. Those would be the 2 rosters I think could elevate themselves up only based off of their performance from yesterday. But you're right, time is running short. You have 1 more Erangel, then 2 Miramars. Teams do come alive, especially on Miramars. There are certain teams that just love that map specifically. You can pull off some big numbers, but very rarely do you pull off 2 solid Miramars if you're one of these, especially with this level of competition, zone dependent. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be tough for sure. I do expect, though, going into tomorrow's competition, there's only going to be probably 4 rosters who can really, truly challenge the top 2 run because Wolves and Alpha 7 are setting the example. They truly are. But 9Z, I don't want to discredit them. I don't. I mean, they had, 1 rough game, right? But they have had explosive games, and this next game could be that. And if they can finish off in the way that they finished off Erangel just previously, I think 9Z could be right back on top where we're expecting them to be.
I think the real test for that, though, here, Reflections, is that 9Z, they have been doing really well this weekend, the grand finals, but how do they bounce back after a horrible game? I mean, that was a horrible game. They walk away with no points, right? I mean, that was just a confidence deflator, that momentum stopper right there, right? So how do they bounce back mid-tournament, Hot Jukes? Do they let it affect them moving forward, or do they kind of just wash it away, forget about it, and just keep looking ahead?
It's hard because I think 9Z, when they get that zone, they get that obvious position, they have success. When they don't, it's not the same, right? Or they're not putting up anything consistent at all. So it's really hard to watch, especially considering that you got teams like Wolves who put up so many points last game. And I do agree, Dave, if that final circle went towards them, I think they win that. But the only reason why they were in that position because of how they moved in that early mid game. They put themselves in such a dominant spot early on, and that's why they're having so much success. So for 9Z, I think they got to do kind of the same thing. Avoid those early engagements, avoid early fights, find a very centralized position. And if that zone goes your way, just start going crazy. Because the thing is that Alpha 7, Wolves, so many different teams have shown that if they get that opportunity, they're going to make it happen. So if you're 9Z, you cannot slip up at all at this point. It's all about playing pretty much to perfection.
At the start of the day, we had an MVP graphic, and it showcased 2 9Z members, 2 Maryland members, and then 1 random from Jaguar. Since the 3 games have taken place today, the MVP race has changed tremendously. Now, 9Z is still on top, and they can owe that to Remix and Kogoth, the deadly duo who have been slaying out. However, Influence Rage has joined the mix, along with Wolves and Alpha 7. So if you look at the 2 top teams currently, which is Wolves and Alpha 7, you got to give the success where success is due to Baton and Guizao. Those are the 2 most dominant players who are leading this roster in the slaying category, getting those valuable points, Dave.
Yeah, would you look at that? Baton showing up here, like you said, getting these valuable points here. Diego also being pretty consistent here. So always like to see the MVP race to kind of see who's on fire this weekend. Remix, Kogo, definitely understand those 2. We continue to see both of them almost every single game put up some numbers. So talk about just being consistent in general. Shout out to them. You know, sometimes players, Hot Jukes, they're just having a great weekend. You know, sometimes players are having a bad weekend. And honestly, that's all it takes sometimes to make it to that next round. So for those 2 players, veterans of the game, to finally be showing up here when it counts, you love to see it here, Hot Jukes.
Love it. Love it. I'll say this thing, though. Baton going crazy is the best thing to happen for the Wolves right here, right now. And the worst thing to happen for Juancho, dude. Poor guy. He gonna be sitting. He gonna be sitting, dude. When you got Baton popping off like this in the finals.
Dude, we asked, is like Baton was filling in, and we're like, wow, Baton's actually playing, you know, a solid player. You know, it's like, okay, we're talking about the bench versus the actual players, but Baton has proven himself on this roster without a doubt. I mean, especially now slaying as well as he has. Juancho, I could see why he's fishing for other teams. Okay, at this point in time, you know, during his interviews, if he doesn't have it in, you know, at least in a talent perspective, which we'll always accept him, right? But he wants to be on a different roster at this point because he realizes Baton is here to stay. But let's talk Guizao joining this Alpha 7 roster after they fall very short at PMWC. Hot Jukes, Guizao clearly bringing the slaying power, which is impressive during grand finals. You know, we constantly highlight Revo, and Revo is a star in his own right. But what is Guizao to this Alpha 7 roster, and what does he bring to the table?
He brings a whole lot. I mean, it's so different, right? Because we've seen Alpha 7 have that trio that has lasted the test of time for so long, and they've always been swapping that 4th player, right? I mean, we saw Senatexa on there, who's Senab now he's with Maryland. So Guizao coming in is pretty crazy, but you know, what's even more wild is now seeing Mafioso sit out. Right. So now you got Carrillo, you got Revo there, but now you got 2 different players for Alpha 7, and they're having a lot of success with this roster. So, I mean, you got to stay with what works right now. And this is working for them come finals time.
Yeah, working for him indeed. Sorry, Dave, I thought you were going to hop in there. Guizao.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll hop in all damn day, man. Obscure popping off. You'll love to see it because not only that, sometimes you have players who are veterans. They've proven themselves time and time again. But then you got the bench players who are just itching to get in, get their skin in the game, and really show the world what they're made out of. So to see those 2 players finally have the opportunity to compete at this high level, and not only that, perform, you can't ask for more here, guys.
Yeah, Guizao, he's got a long history when it comes to PUBG Mobile competition. Made a ton of money, mind you. I want to say a little over $100,000. A lot of that owed to PMWC in 2024. In fact, we actually have Guizao on site. A little bit of an interview. Let's hear what Guizao had to say.
Hey guys, so I'm here right now with Guizão from Alpha 7. They just got a winner in a chicken dinner. And first of all, congratulations on the match. And I want to ask you about, like, yesterday, obviously you didn't have a great day, but now we have Wolves a few points ahead of you and the other teams. So is that something that worries you because of this format, that we have the match point and all? Primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória. E aí eu quero saber se essa questão da Wolves ter se distanciado ontem, que vocês não tiveram um dia tão bom, é uma questão que preocupa muito vocês ou não por conta do formato?
Não, por conta do formato, eu acho que tava 30 pontinhos é fácil encostar. Agora com a win, eu acho que encostamos muito mais. E é só continuar com a constância. Eu acho que a win faltava para nós, que a gente tava um time muito constante, mas não tava encaixando win. E é isso.
So basically what he said is that even though Wolves is ahead, it's just 30 points, you know, it's a short format, but they think that they can get there, they can get closer to the Wolves. And now with the victory, probably it's not even 30 points, so that's easy for them to get there. They're a consistent team, and they were only lacking a few things yesterday, the first match, but now they feel like they can get even more victories. E também quero saber, inclusive, sobre essa questão de vitória, se vocês estão muito mais confiantes agora, né? Porque parece que saiu assim um peso, então encaixou. Você acha que agora vão sair mais wins ainda? Você se sente mais confiante? Now I asked him if he feels more confident to get more winner chicken dinners, because sometimes the only thing you need is one victory to get the other coming. Okay.
Eu acho que sim. Desde a primeira semana a gente estava muito constante, mas a gente só teve 2 wins. E corrigiu pequenos erros que a gente sempre comete. E quando a gente chegar full no end, a gente consegue ganhar, encaixar. E é só isso.
Okay, so yeah, basically he feels more confident now. As he said, Alpha 7 is a very consistent team, and now they feel like they can get more victories. They just fixed what was wrong in the end games, so now it's just wait to see more victories coming, right? Thank you.
There it is, Guizhou, who's been leading the charge in the slaying category and also leading the charge when it comes to the MVP race. Can he end up on top? I firmly believe it. He's been incredible. Again, going back to PMWC when he was on Twisted Minds, Guizhou truly proved himself there and earned himself, I want to say, around $100,000. Hotchix, you were actually there watching him compete with the Twisted Minds roster. He's been around the block. He's got LAN experience and clearly now is fully ready for this Alpha 7 roster and is proving that he belongs to be on that roster.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about is if you're ever in that sub position and you get that shot, you got to go crazy. You got to put up so many numbers that you just never get replaced again, right? And I think we're seeing Guizhou do that. He's become a mainstay, I think, on this Alpha 7 roster with how he's performed here. You got Obscure going off as well. So I mean, Mafioso is a legend in this game, right? I mean, he is so dang good. So to see him sit is pretty wild to me. But at the end of the day, you never know what happens. It's so crazy because I've seen people I've been around for a long time in the PUBG Mobile Esports world. I've seen players sit out because of life events that have happened. Right. And they're like, oh, I'm going to be out for a couple weeks. And then someone sits in and goes crazy. And it's like, hey, we're going to stay with this because it's working. You know what I'm saying? So whatever the opportunity is, whatever the reason is, if you get a shot, you got to go nuts because you're only going to see 4 players on there, right?
That's
and you want to be that main roster going forward.
And speaking of that, let's go to VIP and start discussing them because clearly they've had some struggles this time around, Hot Jukes. And I want to talk Batman. Batman, a staple when it comes to this VIP roster. Talk to me about Batman and his history, right, in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Batman is doing good, all right? Batman needs to find the darkness, and Zawman needs to find the high ground, bro. That's what needs to happen for VIP. By the way, I want to say this. I've been around so long. I have seen roster swaps be terrible for teams, and I mean it in this way. I've seen roster swaps happen where they're like, hey, let's bring in a new player, and all of a sudden, they win the next 3 games in a row. Why? Because they got center circle, like the zone just locked on them.
Right.
But then they're like, oh, this is the reason why we've been losing is because now we have this player, right? And then they lose every game afterwards for like a long time because they just cannot believe that it's not working for this team. So anytime you have those things happen, it can go either way. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to VIP, just have fun, dude. Just have fun at this point because this one's over. You know what I'm saying? It's over, dude.
Well.
Just
Hey, at least they're making more money though, right? This was a team.
Maybe they pick up Juancho.
They were our second. Yeah, Juancho will be the star player on that squad. They were our second place team to qualify here, right? From Titan Series Americas. They were known as Team Seal. They popped off online. Some teams, the LAN environment just gets to them, right? So sometimes you just play a little better when you're inside your comfort zone. But the fact is that they are here. They did make that next round, and they do have the opportunity to continue to make some more money. Kind of like everybody right now, Reflections, typing in that Amazon gift card, man. Get it while it's hot.
Get it while it's hot. Earn that money. There it is. Another code going your way. We have 2 more games after this, which means 2 more opportunities for you to earn yourself an Amazon gift card. We'd like to reward the viewers out there because you all make this show possible. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting your favorite teams. Speaking of favorite teams, when it comes to Erangel, our final one of the day, you notice a lot of Brazil up there. Loops, Alpha 7, and Influence Rage. However, we do have it broken up with United for Gaming and Wolves. Your top 5 teams when it comes to Erangel throughout Grand Finals. Now, for Alpha 7 and Wolves, they are in a big battle for first and second place. Wolves currently have it, and they don't show any signs of slowing down. One of the things you have to appreciate, whether we're on mainland or we're over on military, they always find a way to position themselves up properly for in-game. And that was something that we had a chance to hear from Coops a little bit earlier during an interview. I want to say after Game 2, Coops saying, one of the things we worked on was slowing down our aggression, working more on our positioning, and you can clearly see that implemented this season more so than ever. And I think Wolves have truly broken through that North American curse of being overly aggressive and getting punished for it. This time around, they look to be a lot stronger. And I think for certain teams there, Dave, that military zone kind of spooked them a bit. We've got 2 teams going to military.
Yeah, we do. We got 2 teams going military, of course, VIP, but I'm looking right here, fellas. I'm looking right there at Alpha 7. We heard from Grizel on that player interview that they finally got that winner chicken dinner, and now they are feeling confident. They're feeling good. They are having a great time now. They're locked in, and I am worried for everybody else because now that Alpha 7 are locked in, they also get a really strong circle number 1 here, Hot Jukes.
Man, what a circle number 1. And for the one team that you do not, if you're anybody else in the lobby, you don't want to see get the circle, that's Alpha 7. Dude, these guys are absolutely insane. But, well deserved with how these guys have been playing all day long. They are going to capitalize on this, I guarantee you. So let's see what happens here, man. I'll tell you what, my eyes at this point of the tournament are always on those teams, intense games.
Let's go.
13th place. Look at that. Just flying over to South George.
About time we start to see some glider action here. I mean, that's the strat. Just teamwork in a glider, cruise a little bit. Just you and me, just vibing.
Straight to the U.S.
Just vibing out here, man.
Straight to the U.S.
Nice
it's
landing.
let's get out of here.
Nice
landing. Drop them off.
Beautiful landing right there.
Oh, look at the sights. The sight lines.
Yeah, you get to see how beautiful this game really is in a glider. Just soar and enjoy the sights.
Oh, there's my house down there, right there.
Yep, right there it is. That little shack.
A little shack. That's where I'm casting from.
That's what I'm talking about.
There it is.
Got that fiber. No vehicle.
Good. It's good.
Keep that glider safe.
Keep the glider safe. What do we think about Maryland, though? One of the things we always talk about, Dave, is them up there towards shooting and Severny. They're a team that loves zones like this, and they're a team that has proven when they do get a zone such as the one we are currently seeing, they have big games like their 15 elimination game just yesterday.
Yeah, big games, and I think they learned a lot from that big game, right? The thing is, this time around with how the circle is, with so much water in play, I think Maryland recognized it's probably not going to favor Severny, so I believe they're going to get that loot real quick and look to reposition. Yesterday, when we saw Severny in circle number 1, there was high chance that Severny was going to be a main focal point, so they kind of held it down, right? And they did a great job at it. They got that winner chicken dinner, so coming into today, though, looking at the map, if you want to pull it up, they already got that loot, and they're already balancing out of Severny. Not something we would have seen from Maryland comes the league stage. They were holding down Maryland till the very end, Hot Jukes. But I think now that we're in grand finals, they learned a lot of hard lessons, but it made them stronger.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, dude. Maryland, I mean, talk about a team that's got a crazy roster, right? You got Sanab on there previously with Alpha 7 for years. This guy has the championship technology downloaded.
He's got it
into his system, and that don't leave you. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you've been the champ before, you know exactly what it takes to be there once again. So I was really excited to see this team so high on the leaderboards after day 1. I mean, we see them in 6th place right now, but with a good game here, they could literally rocket launch themselves all the way up to second place. So it's still, they're in the running for sure. I think they're just kind of waiting for that good game to happen. But you better be careful though, because if Alpha 7 puts up another good game here, we're going to see quite the thick gap between second and third. We're already seeing a good one between 6th and 7th. But yeah, if you are trying to hunt down that top 2 position, Wolves have they're sitting really pretty right now, as long as they have consistent points. But second place could be in that same situation here soon, Taylor.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we brought up at the start of the show. I do expect going into tomorrow's competition, there's going to be at least a 20-30 point gap between second place and third place, which is going to put pressure on those rosters who aren't in top 2 to challenge the Smash Point teams, which I foresee being Wolves and Alpha 7 in tomorrow's competition. But 20-30 points, I think that's going to be the drop-off between second and third. I really do, because I don't see Alpha 7 slowing down, nor do I see Wolves slowing down either. And Alpha 7, especially in this game alone, like North Georgia Pole, blessed by zone, already dead center. They don't even have to position themselves for it. Great spot. VIP! So unfortunate. Prince already down. United for Gaming rolls up, and they say, hey, maybe we can get some free elims here. And they're looking to get just that. One of the big things is Zobman doesn't have a chance to get on top of the bridge, which means he's not going to have that oversight. He's going to have to stay grounded.
You hate to see it. Zobman on the ground. I mean, that's where he's most stable, but that's where his head gets taken off.
Yeah, that was United for Gaming actively hunting for VIP, by the way, because the next circle did pop, and United, they had a clear pathway into the next circle using that west bridge, but instead they went for that east bridge, knowing for a fact that VIP were going to be in this area, trying to go for a bridge camp late game here. So United definitely being proactive here, recognizing that they have a good shot here, guys. They have a good shot coming into tomorrow, and it all starts with getting some early elimination points.
Maybe.
What do you mean,
I personally hate this.
We've been talking about it all day.
I hate it. I know, but
United?
I hate it from United. I think that they're just so far out of position right now. Like, I mean,
but they know there's 3
leaderboards.
points over here. They know VIP are over here.
Yeah,
just
but you don't need
points.
just 4. You don't need just 4. You need 20 points right now. You're hunting top 2, you know, and now look at you. Those aren't free no more. It's gone. Those are expensive points. Very expensive.
Well, they obviously threw that right there, but I do like the call, though. I do like the call.
Circle up.
They're spending too much time.
Well, to be fair, to get the 20, you have to hit 4 first.
Exactly. Hit the 4 and then just yeet it over there. The thing is, they're just taking too much time. They're taking too much. Like, they had 1 or 2 knocks, right? And instead, they decided to post up over here. I think get those 1 or 2 knocks, get those 1 or 2 points, and then just, you know, go focus on the zone. But instead, they're looking to flush them out. And I think that's what's going to do them in here. Not the actual play of being proactive, but the fact of the matter is they spent so much time. By the way, Severny, Maryland, they had it. They pushed over here. You already know. They're going to be, shoot. They're already coming back right that direction, too. So Severny's still in play. Hopefully that doesn't play a role here in Maryland's demise. But next circle goes up here, fellas.
It's a matter of Xforce meets them there. They're going to be the closest one to Severny. I don't think Maryland's going to go back to Severny.
Oh,
they could.
We're sending it back. We're sending it back, man.
I think they'll stay on the north, like, kind of section of the edge of the map. I don't think they're going to fully go to Severny. They could, though. And if they do, again, it's going to be Xforce versus Maryland. Which you got to favor Maryland in that fight. You got to favor Maryland in that fight. For Alpha 7, though, very close to IG. IG's moved up. It's going to be just to the north of Alpha 7. And 9Z will also start to move across the east, or should be western bridge towards Guizhou and Carrillo. Milos is going to be the first one to head over.
That Squash keeping a close eye on Xforce. Getting those sight lines, getting that intel. Remember, you want to avoid these fights. Might be cooked. You want to avoid these fights at all costs. Unless it's just like an obvious free elimination, you take it.
You do?
Yeah.
But then again, Hot Jukes, think about this. The Severny is Maryland's spot. Imagine going out to the store, coming back, and your neighbor is sitting on your couch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like,
That'd be weird.
why
That'd
are
be
you
very
on?
weird.
Why are you on my couch right now?
But here's the deal.
That's what's
Yeah,
happening.
Is there a
That's what's happening.
possibility of another neighbor rotating on me while I'm fighting that person on the couch? That's the question.
Maybe like a grandma walking by. Maybe.
This is a PMSL, man. Ain't no grandmas driving by this one. I'll tell you that right now. Except maybe VIP. There's only one player out.
So there is.
I guess so. You're right. Maybe you take the fight. You're right. That's my favorite couch, dude. You got it. You got to
Right.
challenge him.
You got it. You got the indent in there, the perfect spot that you go on every single time, you know.
Cozy. They're thinking about it.
Oh, wow. Look at that grenade. Milos up here.
Fireworks.
He's got just 3 members of Alpha 7 trying to take him out. Meanwhile, Milos' squad mates trying to roll up as quickly as possible over here. Milos with the shotgun, the SK-12, anticipating the push. Boom! The one-tap dirt nap right there. But here comes his squad mates, fellas, trying to get the revenge.
That's it. Well, if you're talking about dirt naps, we also got to talk about the dirt ball, and it's starting to tumble down the hill. And for Alpha 7, they're feeling it. And they want the remaining members of 9Z gone. In fact, I think 9Z's kind of given this up, honestly, because Remix is already gone. I mean, hell, if Kogoats and Reyes end up dying here, that was kind of to be expected. Reyes, he's ran over. He's gone. Kogoats dipping, but can't get away. I think he's also going to be down shortly. He's not going to be able to get out of blue. So Remix leaves. He knew how this was going to end up unfolding, and he should be the only one surviving. Actually, Kogoat will survive long enough with the hills, so it's going to be Kogoat and Remix, but they're not happy. They're not happy with how that fight ended up unfolding.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Colega leading the charge when it comes to the MVP so far, but man, another rough game for 9Z, and it's back up to Colgoat and Remix. Remix is driving right up onto Maryland. They need to avoid this fight at all possible, and I saw that circle, Dave. United 4 Gaming.
Yes,
oh
sir.
my gosh, so lucky, by the way.
All day. United
so lucky, dude.
all damn day. But look, you know what they're going to do? They're probably going to do this, though. I hope
no
they
way.
don't. I
No
hope
way.
they don't. That south part, that is going to be United's all day.
Nice shot. Straight out of Nepal. Starts to crumble. Loops also starts to move up. This is a battle for just near center control. Team Liquid looking pretty good. They had a couple of decent games today. I think they realized with 3 games left, we've got to step it up, and this is their time to do so. For Loops, their days of terrorizing are done for at least now. They'll back away, converge together, and chill out for the time being. But Loops, Team Liquid get a little bit of points. Only 1 for their name, but they're okay. They established their position, and Chief isn't done. Gets Power Zelda, so well done to them. Center's going to be, oh, dude, Kogoat and Remix, by the way, from 9Z. Full send it into center zone.
See what 9Z are going to do. Trying to
bridge
battle it
troll
out.
action.
Yeah, this is a hard spot to hold, by the way. You're going to have teams surrounding you 360, and yep, Colega realizes that. Let's see what he can find, though. There's a couple little dips that are still available, but he ain't gonna find them. Yeah, look at that. You got Remix driving up. There's nothing, boys. Yeah, even he just did a full 360, checking his back. That was on purpose, by the way.
Guess there's
That
still a
dip
lot
right
of driving
there.
circles, so
And this
let's
is a
just keep
horrible
driving
spot.
circles.
Yeah, Colgo knows it. This is not the place where you want to be, but no choice.
Okay, we're
What do
safe.
you think, guys? I
We're
mean,
safe.
I'm thinking maybe outskirt teams are the
Brigade.
ones who have the advantage versus the one in center, because...
Oh, they're torched. This is the worst spot.
Really? You think so on
Yeah,
the outskirts?
there's so many angles.
Like Alpha 7, Maryland, Xforce?
Yeah, there's so many different angles that you can possibly punish right now. So if you're 9Z, you're just playing it quiet, but you can't because you got vehicles right next to you. So let's see where this zone's going to go, though. If it goes north, that's going to be huge for those teams.
And that's why we don't see those teams up north fighting yet, because they're all waiting to see where the next circle goes. We see them all kind of intertwined with each other in the vehicles, and now the next circle goes up. Now is when the play is made. Alpha 7 are going to be trying to find somewhere to just wedge into that new play zone. They got Worlds of War, they got IG, and then INF Influence just kind of gatekeeping that whole area of the circle, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, there's a reason why you don't want to play Central, is because the thing is you have to stand up and shoot to defend your spot, but there's really no coverage in this area. So the second you stand up, You got teams all around you on the edge, just waiting and hunting down your position. So you can't really defend it the way you want to. So let's see how it plays out. I definitely give the advantage to these teams playing the edge for now. But who knows? Maybe you get a couple lucky fights on the edge and you're able to hold down that position. Let's see.
All right. Xforce, a team that desperately needs points. Desperately need to elevate themselves up the standings. They've got 3 games to get it done. They've got some competition around them. More specifically, Lynn from Maryland, who's going to be next to Klaus. Maryland, Alpha 7, very, very close to each other. Alpha 7 just wants to protect what they got, but they know they have no choice. They've got to continue to push forward now because the blue is going to be right behind them. So they start to push up. Royals of War will be off to their side. You're not feeling comfortable if you're in the north. You just simply aren't. And there's Royals of War starting to get active onto Alpha 7, who's rotated up, which pushes them a little bit further and a little bit closer to Maryland. Maryland Alpha 7, you said it, Tajik, they don't want to fight. But eventually, man, at a certain point, when do you say enough is enough and you just establish dominance?
Honestly, never. What they should be doing is being like, hey, we're an 8-man squad. Let's focus on getting in the next circle and then fight it out. That's what the top play is, right? And it makes sense because if you think about it, if they fight it out now, their chances of surviving and even winning this game is like down to like 2%. So they want to avoid this fight. Both these teams do, unless they absolutely have to. The thing is, if one of these teams decide like, nah, that's it, we're going after it, both are forced to fight. So it's got to be a mutual agreement amongst every single player. This is the right play,
like
though.
They took some
this
shots.
Is the best play.
They took some shots at Royals of War, so they do know there's a couple squads out there on that west side as well.
This only happens at stages like this. Any stages early on do not have this tech. Yeah, you can see Squash driving mighty close to 24K and Xforce. They pop some shots off, letting them know that, hey, don't even think about coming this way. But let's see, what is it going to take for both these teams to start fighting?
Yeah,
well,
trying to pop
I think
some
Royals
tires would be huge too right now too.
Oh. United for Gaming, Jaguar. We finally have an engagement taking place on the southern bridge. Choco is already going to be gone. Or should be down, I should say. The nade battle, the nade off is in. And Jaguar is pushing up top, I believe. Yeah, that's going to be Jaguar up top. Nice shots. And United for Gaming will fall. They missed Portro and Milovan, who was able to push just over top where they were hanging out. So that's going to free up the southern bridge. And they have the least contention on the bottom. The only ones really they got to focus on next is going to be Team Liquid, who haven't moved too much since the start of the game. But my focus was on Royals of War next to Resilience as well as 9Z, because Royals of War have been fighting. They have been firing off shots. And this portion on the south has been very, very active for sure. And in fact, it's not going to slow down either, because Demonor takes a little bit of damage. That was Resilience firing some shots with Cardi down. Is this where Royals of War chooses to push up?
The drive-by grenades right there from Maryland. You'll love to see it. Here comes Maryland trying to get some runovers up against Xforce. Looks like Xforce, they were getting spread a little too thin. We saw Fate over there kind of investigating the Wolves, and at that exact moment, Maryland, they recognized the numbers. They had the advantage, and they decided to take that fight here, Hot Juke. 24K bleeding out right behind the tree. There goes a elimination to the side of Maryland. 2 points going their way. Looks like the Wolves also seeing the possible engagement, looking to sweep up the northern half of the play zone. One of these vehicles on fire, us smoking. A couple more shots might have the vehicle explosion over here. But the Wolves, remember in the interview, they said they're going to play this one nice and slow. They're actually pulling off that, Hot Jukes.
Beautifully done. I mean, yeah, they heard the shots. So like, hey, a third party on the north side, let's take that. The second they realize that it's not available, back it up, find another opportunity. This is all about fight timing. You want to catch those third parties, because if you're the first 2 teams to fight, you know you're going to get taken out by another squad. So Carrillo taking some shots now onto Influence Rage. You got to take those open shots all day long. Letting them know, stay in your position. Revel with a great angle there, throws a nade. Down to the dip, does it land? Just a little short.
This is bad news for Influence Rage because they're split up, 2-2 split. You got Federal, Lil Boy up top, and then you got Law and his teammate next to him. But you have Alpha 7 focused on Law and Co, and then you got Xforce splitting the difference between them. Alpha 7 are split. Might be bad news for them. Hold up. Revo is down. Influence Rage, Diego, and Law start to push up. The next one they need to take out is going to be Guazao, who is going into damage control, smoking out Revo, getting some additional coverage, but it's not going to stop the nades, which are coming in for the full finish. Guazao most likely going to have to fight this 1v2 unless Law decides to back up with Diego. But again, for Influence Rage, the other two, they cannot join into the mix because of Xforce splitting them. So this is going to be a 2v2 that could be pretty bad for both rosters. Coops, though, trying to protect Igor. Loops has moved up on him. And this is going to be a big play for Coops, man. Keeping all four members of Wolves in this tightly compacted area is going to be big. And for Igor, I think he's going to be done. Yeah, the third party from TL. Coops is moving up onto Rafina. Nate's pushing up. Coops is backing up, takes a little bit of damage.
Oh my.
Wolves got to play this. They've got to play this carefully, man. You got Team Liquid from a distance. You've got Loops and also iNCO, who aren't far behind.
iNCO's right there, just waiting. I'm surprised they didn't third party this a little bit sooner. I think they're just waiting a little longer, holding that position. I cannot blame them here, but yeah, Wolves getting shot from every single direction. Now iNCO's starting to get a little active. Okay, they're getting a little antsy with all these shots happening in this close area, but that is gonna be Loops out of there. So just in time for the Wolves.
Yeah, that was Trey and Nepal too, taking shots for the third party onto the Wolves. So the Wolves trying to utilize that southern half of the hillside to maneuver around, but those angles just not there. Maryland looking to make a play. It looks like the dude sent it right smack in the middle, trying to get a little spot to call home here with their vehicle. And well, they're gonna be paying the price right now. I believe Maryland lost 2 in that mix, but over here Alpha 7, they had a 2-2 split. They're going to be grouping up here just a little bit, at least with the trio up against Colgo right now. Colgo is behind the tree. Looks like Revo trying to mow down the grass. The smokes will be blocking the vision for the time being, but they know Colgo's over here. You hear the vehicle. Colgo able to make it out of harm's way for the time being here, guys.
Yeah, just barely though. Jaguar is going to be to the southern portion, and Kogo's going to send more towards center into straight out of Nepal. He's kind of just filling it out. I don't think he really knows where he needs to go. Plus 9Z are also at man disadvantage. Their team's been cut in half, and Remix is going to be by himself on the outskirts. You got to favor Alpha 7, where they're currently at in that fight. I say that as soon as I do, Lil Boy gets a knock onto Carrillo, who I believe is going to be in no man's land. Carrillo most likely dead here. So Alpha 7 will finally lose a teammate. It's going to be up to Obscure, Revo, and Guazao. But I say that Guazao backs up. Guazao's going for Carrillo and should be able to get him back into the fight. Good recovery.
Beautifully done. And now Coops got to be able to get some shots here onto Ayala. He knows exactly where he is. Ayala's got that nade locked and loaded. He's going to be throwing it right at this tree. Actually, no, he throws it at the other tree there, just in case. Those shots, though, from Coops are going to let him know where he should be focusing. Oh, Ayala throwing the offensive smoke. Very smart. Eliminating those sight lines. Yeah. Buying his team a little bit more time here. It's up to Baton, though. What is he going to do to be able to possibly put that pressure through the window?
Oh!
Catches Kayovsky. Beautifully done there from Baton.
Yeah, great call out. Yala trying to buy time for his teammates to get the reset because they just crashed Strand Nepal in the back on and they took out Strand Nepal. There's still a little car fort over there trying to get the pickups, but the Wolves, they are sinking their teeth in onto Team Liquid and they're not going to allow them to push up for free right now. So Team Liquid with the advantage, but Revo over here crawling up, little boy in the closet, tossing the grenade. Revo, no utility when it comes to Molotovs or grenades, so it's going to come down to just pure gun skill. Is going to be popping in the buggy, trying to close the gap over there, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. Oh, we're back. We got the angle through the doorway. Little boy, you are stuck. The ricochet with the flashbang. We are sending it. Little boy back against the wall with the shotgun. Oh! Taking down Obscure and getting the confirmation here. Revo with the pre-fire. Can he get the job done?
This is definitely deadly. Revo, he's been here for a while. Opposite of Lil Boy. Lil Boy's holding his own inside the shack. He took down Obscure just a second ago. Revo's trying to swing the angle. He does. And I definitely feel that could have been executed a lot better. You mentioned the flashbang. Throw that in. Send Obscure in, but Man, Obscure Full sent it, gets taken down. A wonderful hold from Lowboy's perspective. That'll net at least one more elimination. 9Z been running on fumes for a while. Kogo can't hit the shot on Kowski, who will hold his own. Team Liquid will remain on the map. We're down to our top 4. Alpha 7, Maryland, iNCO, and Team Liquid. And iNCO, they want Team Liquid dead to rights. There's only one more member remaining. It's going to be Kowski on the outskirts. Meanwhile, for Alpha 7, they've worked this hard. To go back-to-back would be huge for them. We talked about the story of them catching up to Wolves, setting the threshold. The potential starts here and now. With Wolves out in 7th place with only 1 elimination. Alpha 7 at 12 elims, by the way, boys. 12 elims. If they can get 10 points for the winner-winner chicken dinner, which is going to be hard with just 2 players, but very possible. I mean, we're talking about Alpha 7 overtaking Wolves potentially this game alone.
They're creeping up on them already with 12 eliminations. Like you mentioned, you got Wolves with only 1. This is already a huge game for Alpha 7. Starting to heat up right when it matters here. Still got 2 Miramars to go. Right now, we are in Erangel. iNCO Gaming, 5 eliminations. They have this entire east side to themselves and a full squad. The only team with 4 up. Everybody else is just, yeah, right now it's just Alpha 7 with 2 and everybody else with solos. So iNCO Gaming looking to win this one.
iNCO Gaming. This is their game to win here. The solos can play. Spoiler, I do see one of the members, McGrellin, actually knocked out over here. So it looks like all of iNCO going to be turning their attention over here to flush them out, pick up McGrellin to get this winner chicken dinner. Oh, you got the confirmation with the grenade. 7-8 popping up real quick with the M4. Taking out that straggler in the back line here. But they are going to lose a member here, Reflections.
Yep. Still 3 strong, the strongest team in the lobby.
Yep.
But with them having them push up though, and Alpha 7 already within zone. I mean, I look at Gweeboy to be the linchpin really to help iNCO out, because he can get an off angle, take down one member from Alpha 7. That frees up the game for iNCO to take this and in a pretty smooth fashion. But if Gweeboy does decide to take himself out via the blue zone, I still benefit Alpha 7.
There you go. Revel finally finding some nades. Next circle does pop right on towards where Alpha 7 is. Gweeboy's, I think, just outside of the circle. Yeah, I think he's just outside here. So he's going to have to creep on up, and you can tell there's nothing in front of him. So he's in big trouble. Alpha 7 are trying to hunt down every elimination they possibly can. And iNCO are playing this a little bit more passive than I like to see. I think they really need to start getting active here, start really shoving that man advantage in front of everybody's face, just really put that pressure on.
Where do they go, though? I mean, they're on top of the hill. Everywhere they go, they're exposed to Alpha 7.
That's what I'm saying. The only option they have, though, is with that gun skill at this point, right? You use that man advantage, apply so much pressure that Alpha 7 don't even want to peek you, and then take advantage. But if you're going to do this slowly, hoping for positioning, Alpha 7 is going to take advantage of this every time.
Oh, they already have it, though, with the shed here with Guazal. I mean, this is a winning spot for sure. Winning spot for sure. I think Alpha 7 take this. Despite them having the man disadvantage, I think they got it with Gweeboy being outside the zone. He's probably going to finish himself off here, deny a point, but iNCO's crashing. iNCO's coming. You notice Revo's cooking a nade. He pulled it back. He doesn't know. Do I want a nade? Do I want a gun? Do I want a nade? Do I want a gun? Well, he's going to have to make a decision soon with iNCO pumping the brakes. The nade is wants to get out, but he's got an opportunity here. He's staying low. He's hugging the corner of the vehicle. He doesn't want to give up any position, but Revel takes damage. He hops in. He's alive. That's Gweeboy. I told you, Gweeboy could be detrimental, but Guazal takes him out. The smoke would conceal Revo, who stands up, gets his health back in, and it's a 2v3 Dave.
That's insane. iNCO still not pulling the trigger here, Hot Juke. Still not making the move after hearing those shots. Now Revo with his 7 grenades going to start to unleash the beast over here. He's got 6 more in hand. They see the smoke. 7-8 will be tossing some grenades of his own here. Revo really trying to do as much damage as possible, trying to get at least 1 knock to allow his squad mate with the alternate angle to get some good looks in here too, Hot Jukes.
iNCO are not pushing that man advantage. They're playing this way too quiet here. Revel with 5 nades.
That's good.
Connects on to 7. Can he get another one? He's going to creep on up close here. He knows exactly where they are. That nade's going to do it. Oh,
beautiful.
One more.
What? 1v3 with the nades. 1v3 with the nades possible. Guizal looks to put the final nail in the coffin. Vitaly has no choice but to back away. But unrelenting is Revo with the nades. He refuses to budge. Guizal finish on to 7. Vitaly takes a risk. Gets Revo down to half health, but it's not enough. Guizal starts to tighten the vice grip. The 2 members of Alpha 7 pushing up, but Vitaly answers back. With Guizal, but it's not enough because Alpha 7 holds on tight in the end, and Revo hits the shots needed to silence iNCO Gaming. Alpha 7 go back-to-back in maps 4 and 3, and this time they get 16 eliminations. They should officially be in first place.
Oh boy, Alpha 7 have woken up in full force, dude. Are you kidding me there? I think iNCO should have won that game, like by all means necessary, but they just opened the door to let Rebel with those nades. By the way, huge heads up on Rebel to drive on up to that crate first to pick up all that util. He picks up like 5 nades, and he uses every single one of them to his advantage. Mwah, beautifully done.
Well, you know, it was Guizal, too, who saved the day in the very beginning, right? Yeah. Because Guizal's in that shed. He understands that Maryland has a straggler of Guiboy who's just on the outskirts on top of that hill. If Guizal doesn't hit those shots on Guiboy, then, of course, we see Revo end up falling there. And now it's, Guizal, or excuse me, it's Guiboy who's on the outskirts. It's Guizal in the shed, and it's iNCO with a 3-man advantage. They win the game there. Guizal saves the day, Dave.
Yeah, saved his life right there because Revo had like 20 HP after getting lit up from across the way from Maryland Esports right there. So the timing, the awareness right there is really what allowed him to show up in the late game. And like you said, Hot Jukes crawl up within grenade range. And iNCO Gaming with the numbers advantage just kind of holding back here. They had vehicles to work with too, so I mean, at least one of them could have popped in a vehicle and tried to get the run over on Revo, in my opinion, you know, do something, but instead they just caught one grenade after another and lose the game there. What an intense angle. I mean, things are heating up here. Revo 7 elims that game, Hot Jukes.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, Revo didn't just, like, it wasn't Guizal, it was 100% Revo saving his own life there. That was the play of the tournament, in my opinion. Just the fact that he got shot, immediately hops in the vehicle to just change his angle, pops out. He did everything he could to stay alive just a little bit longer. I guarantee you 99% of esports players get knocked there, regardless of Guizal saving him. So Revo extending his life by doing those little shenanigans won them the game. I'm telling you, those micro plays are what separates, right, the greats from just good players. And Revo, by far, one of the greats in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's undeniable for sure. He's already a world champion. He's on the best roster when it comes to Americas. He's always MVP whenever it comes to our PMSLs, right? I think he's only lost MVP once out of the previous splits. Well done. 26 points. That is huge. You look down to 7th place. There's Wolves. They were in first, right? But they only secured 2 points this game. So Alpha 7 should be able to overtake them for first place. If not, it is dangerously close. We talked about that gap forming between 2nd and 3rd place. It's going to get even bigger with the performance you just witnessed. But I agree with you, Hot Jukes. That play from Revo was brilliant. You saw him early on hugging the tire, right? So he can hop in if he does start taking some shots, and he does. Beautifully, beautifully done. As far as page 2 goes from our performances, Loops, falling into that same narrative from yesterday, Dave. You know, a great game number 3, but that's about all we get from them. I think their time is running out. I just don't know if they're going to realistically be able to catch up to 2nd place.
2 more games to go here to wrap up day number 2. We are going to be sending it to Miramar coming up next here, and 2 back-to-back games where the Wolves really not getting much done here and allowing Alpha 7 to just close that gap and potentially even overtake them here at this game with their 16 eliminations. And we heard from Guizal during that player interview, all it took was 1 chicken dinner and the squad is firing on all cylinders. I mean, you heard it from the man himself during the interview, and that's what I've been talking about, man. Day 1, Alpha 7 nowhere to be found. I said, listen, all it takes is one game, and once when they get going, there is no stopping Alpha 7 to get the back-to-back chicken dinners. They might even get another one here, guys. They just might get another one here tonight.
Possible.
They might. Guizal, your MVP. But look, you know, Guizal's MVP, and rightly so, because he hits that shot from the shed, but Revo had 7 as well. So both Guizal and Revo carrying this game number 4 for the side of Alpha 7.
Dude, these guys are crazy. What can I say? I mean, the reason why Alpha 7 is such a championship team is because when they win big, right? They put up tons of points, right? So anytime these guys get advantage, you know they're going to rocket launch up the leaderboards at any moment's notice, right? And even when they don't get those circles, they're putting up consistent points, right? So for even the Wolves, right, you can't let off the gas if you want to take this thing home, because Alpha 7 with another chicken dinner here tonight, I mean, they are going to lock themselves in first place.
Yeah, you know, Wolves, they're in a good spot either way. They're still in second place, most likely. And on top of that as well, PMGC points, I believe they have the most right there in first, right? So we're moving 5 teams up, but I think the important thing to look for, especially with the energy going into PMGC, is who ended up winning PMSL America's fall season, right? And that's going to be the true test of who really is going to be the most dominant team from our region. Alpha 7, well done. And I believe, by the way, boys, if I'm not mistaken, Guizal is now in first place for the MVP race overall.
Yeah.
Because he was in 5th place. He was working his way up. He gets 6 eliminations, and I believe that puts him in first, even over the 9 Z-Boys who have been in first since the start of the day. Either way, exciting things. Erangel is done. We're 4 maps in, 2 maps to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the first Miramar of the day coming up.
Time to dig in.
Hold on.
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No. To the right. Oh, no. Left.
Left. Like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory.
Yes! We've got this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Hello?
Okay!
Oh my god!
مرحبا أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كثير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي أحاول إني أتعلم وأفهمه. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة، وبعدها بلشت اصمم الاشكال اللي بدي اياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الاشكال بلشت اشتغل بالاجهزة وادخل اكواد البرمجة. صراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن اي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم اساسيات اي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. واخيرا بعد شغل دام لاكثر من اسبوعين وبفضل كل الأشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها قدرت أفوز بماب الفضاء وربحت الجائزة الذهبية، وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لأي شخص ناوي يبدأ، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكرة جديدة وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجودة قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديدة، طبعا إذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكرة. بالنهاية شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصة الرائعة، وإن شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للأفكار الجديدة اللي راح أقدمها.
Chicken killer, samgyetang dinner.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 for the grand finals of PMSL America's fall season. We're getting down to the very end. Only 2 more maps remain, and then we will know where our official threshold will be for Smash Point in tomorrow's competition. Alpha 7 get a huge win. Winner, chicken dinner. 16 total eliminations, but does that put them in first? It does not. Alpha 7 will be 1 point behind, but Hot Jukes, let's talk about it. I mean, that is a tremendous come up. Wolves for the longest time have had such a big lead. Now that lead is no more.
I'll tell you what, though, man. 3rd place on down after seeing Alpha 7 get that chicken dinner. They're all thinking a word, and it's a word I cannot say on broadcast. I'll tell you that right now, because this is getting tough, right? If you're going for that top 2, there is a good solid gap between 2nd and 3rd. That's the worst case scenario, right? So, I mean, yeah, there's a battle for 1st place, but for that battle for top 2, man, these teams better step up here and now.
Yeah, not to toot my own horn, but Dave, I did say I think there's going to be about a 30-point gap between 3rd place and 2nd. It's already developed.
You did say it, man. You did say it. I remember you saying that, those exact words, and I think you're right, man. I think it's about time. You know, 2 more Miramar games to go, and then we are at the match point here. And then we talked about it in game number 1. Game number 1 tomorrow is going to be Rondo, right? We've seen the teams who win the game, they walk away with at least 10 elimination points. So coming into tomorrow, there's a high chance that Wolves, Alpha 7, or 9Z get those 10 points for that smash point in game 1 alone. Meaning if they get the win in game number 2, that's the tournament right there. So it is coming down to it. Alpha 7, they are feeling it, guys. I think Alpha 7, they might have another chicken dinner in it here tonight. They just might. 2 back-to-back games from the Wolves where they really didn't accomplish much. That just opened up the floodgates for Alpha 7 here, Hot Juice.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference right now. 60 elims versus 67. And if you guys are wondering why Wolves are ahead of them on points, that's because of those head start points, right? Wolves had the most head start points coming into this tournament, which is what's holding on to them when it comes to the lead so far. So I do agree. I think that we're going to see a chicken dinner probably from one of these 2 squads coming up in Miramar. And this is why, you know, myself and I think so many of us were being so hypercritical of like a team like Wolves during the league phase, right? Because we know what it takes to be top 2. It takes pretty much perfection, right? And if you open the door or mess up a couple games, a team like Alpha 7 is gonna rocket launch past you. So with 2 games left, that comfy lead that the Wolves had is gone. You gotta make something happen here.
That's a beautiful sight. Alpha 7 and Alpha 7, both in Erangel match 9 and match 10. Wonderfully done. The only team so far in grand finals to go back-to-back. Can we get a 3-peat? Can we get a 4-peat? Anything is possible for Alpha 7. I know it, man. But you know what? I'm going to throw it out there in the universe. After all, even though Alpha 7 might be number 5 on the Miramar list, it doesn't mean that you have to discredit them. They're going to be a wonderful roster going in. But Dave, to go back to your point, man, Wolves not done yet. Look at this. They are the top team when it comes to Miramar. They already have 2 winner chicken dinners on the Miramar map, and they could finish today off very strong.
Yeah, let's see what they can accomplish. You know, bounce back here and try to strengthen their lead, because Alpha 7, only 1 point. Alpha 7 are on the heels of overthrowing for the first time this weekend the Wolves from that first place spot here. And like you said, the Wolves coming into this with their head start points, 24 to be exact, so really keeping them afloat here. But the Wolves, this is their strong map. Miramar, we got 2 of them here, fellas.
Got 2 of them, and with that gap starting, you also put the pressure on Intense Game, Loops, as well as Maryland, who need to step it up. I feel like Loops, I don't know, I feel like a lot of those rosters actually might be too far back, Hot Jukes.
I'm about to say now, or not now, a few games ago at this point. You're right. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is rough for those teams. I mean, we're talking double-digit chicken dinner right now. Because, I mean, let's be real. I mean, with Rondo at play, Dave, you talked about how the team that wins gets 10 eliminations plus. That's true. But there's also tons of teams that get 10 eliminations plus without winning in Rondo, right? So if it's the Wolves or if it's Alpha 7, tomorrow, we could only have 2 games. So, yeah, honestly, if you're any of those squads that you mentioned here, Taylor, you got to go crazy right here, right now. It's all or nothing.
Go crazy. All or nothing, man. All or nothing. Dave, is there any team, though, that you feel that's on the precipice of breaking into top 3 that can make it competitive going into tomorrow's competition?
Definitely 9Z, right? That's just the easiest pick.
Good shot.
9Z had a great day yesterday. We still see Kogo Remix up there when it comes to that MVP race, too. They've been popping off this weekend, but they also had some bad games here tonight, and that kind of sets them back. I think 9Z, an easy pick. I know they're not in 4th, but I'm still cheering for Maryland Esports, just because yesterday we saw such an explosive Erangel game from them where they got that winner with a chicken dinner, and they continued into the Miramars with that momentum. Yes, we didn't see that from them last game, but I'm still a believer in Maryland, and I'm staying strong with Enigma. Enigma picked this squad day number 1 to keep your eyes on, so I'm sticking strong with Maryland to maybe surprise us here in the last 2 games.
Yeah, Maryland's definitely one of those rosters. I'll throw a curveball out there, maybe Intense Game, and only based off their performance yesterday, map 5, 14 elimination, winner chicken dinner. In that next game, they could have had an even bigger one. Amazon gift cards. Make sure you claim your code. We're getting towards the tail end of today's competition, which means there's a limited number of Amazon gift cards to be earned. This is one of them. Make sure you enter the code in quickly, because there's some quick individuals out there that love to lock it in. Once again, going back, though, to Intense Game, they win map 5 Miramar with a 14 elimination game yesterday, and I firmly believe they were on the right track to win Miramar game 6 yesterday with a big point total, but they were finished off by Obscura, who hit the 1v4. If that doesn't happen, I think IG goes back-to-back. So I think they're going to be a strong roster to finish off the tail end of these games that could very well jump up and make tomorrow's competition that much more interesting. But I say that, who knows, man? Maybe I just cast or cursed them. Either way, let's look at it. Hot Jukes, where are we going?
We are going up to the north. We got a southern plane path. We're going to have a northern circle here. That's what my crystal ball is telling me. We'll see if that's the truth. I like your shout about Intense Game. That was actually the team that I called that could possibly be a dark horse winner of this tournament. I think they had all the skills it takes. I think they still do. It's just about finding those right positionings from them. It's whenever they don't get the circle is where they really, really struggle. They can't put up those consistent high-end amount of points, right? So let's see if they can find a favorable position here in this zone. But right now, it's going to be hard to stop this lead that the Wolves in Alpha 7 have made for themselves, because now they're going to put up consistent points. We know that's going to be a fact, right? So if you want to pass them up, you got to now hope they put up goose eggs and you go crazy. That's a lot of things to hope for, Dave.
It's a lot of things to hope for, and it's not Christmas. Circle goes up. Yesterday we had a Monte Nuevo end zone. That was pretty exciting. If I want to pick an end zone here, guys, Crater Fields obviously will be intense, but I'm feeling like a Hacienda. I think we're going Hacienda here. Any predictions on where we're ending this?
San Martin.
San Martin, okay.
San Martin, maybe
Okay.
water treatment. San Martin water treatment. That's where we're going.
Okay.
In my humble opinion.
Dead center.
Dead center.
We're gonna go
What
to El
about you, Jukes?
Pozo, baby.
El
We're going to the
Pozo?
west
El Pozo.
side.
Oh, there we go.
I want to see a
Ooh,
battle
that's a big-
between the Wolves and Alpha 7 early.
That's a good one.
That's a big shift. That's a big shift. Might happen though. Might happen. You guys are the Wizards.
They are.
Yeah, I
next to
nailed the
each
Northern
other.
Circle. I
Yep.
nailed it.
They are next to each other. So it looks like the Wolves are going to be in Monte Nuevo holding it down. Alpha 7, they ended up popping into some vehicles and probably going to go El Pozo, right, with those vehicles here. So with the Wolves and Alpha 7, only 1 point difference on the overall leaderboard. One elimination from Alpha 7. A tie. It'll put them at the tie.
Yeah, I
The
think if
elimination
I'm Alpha 7 or
sensation.
Wolves. Sorry, Hot Cheeks. I just gonna say, if I'm Alpha 7 or Wolves, obviously I want to set the point threshold, but if I'm one of them, I just want to try and get as many points as possible to separate myself from third to solidify my spot in the top 2.
Good strategy there. Good strategy. I agree. Look at that. Wazal's got the. He's making the plays. Look at that. Put the top on.
Got that drop top.
There you go. He's still got a little sunroof right there. Like to see that. I'll tell you what, though, man. I think that is the play here, Taylor. Is put up so many points that you don't even got to worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow, we could still see those 6 matches and anything could happen. But with already seeing the Wolves win a smash point, you got Rondo in play. There's a lot of factors I think that are going to contribute to that. So, I mean, who knows? Tomorrow could be an easy day casting for us tomorrow.
Could very well be. By the way, I don't know what I was cooking up, but
What were you
IG's in
cooking?
13th place with 55 points.
Yo, stick with it, man. Stick
with
with
it,
it.
dude.
Stick with
Brother,
it.
that-
I heard
Come
it
on.
and I was
Stick
like,
with
man,
it.
that's what I was
don't
like.
know.
I like
That's
the call.
all they needed was some love from Reflections, man.
I don't know what I was thinking, man. They're
Were you
way
thinking
down there, aren't
influence
they?
rage?
I'm feeling more IG.
He was feeling IG, man. Stay
I'm
with
still
it.
feeling IG.
Stay with it, man.
I'll stick with it. I bet
30-point difference.
It's a lot of a bolder like play call than I was expecting it to be. I didn't think it was that extreme, to be honest with you. I've been more focused on the top end, but I lost track of the bottom end, man.
Dude, I heard it. I was
guys
like,
are way
let's
down there.
go, dude.
You're
I
a
was
bold
like,
guy.
it could be possible. I mean, if you know what? If you're going with IG, I'm going with Xforce, baby. Right above them.
Okay, there you
Come
go.
on, Xforce. Hey,
There
by
you
the
go.
way, if you guys caught the show match that we had here the other day, we did a little challenge. Me, Enigma, and 7WG. Loser had to get an eyebrow slit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
And I went with Xforce every single pick and got first. Okay.
There you go.
So you gotta have faith in the Xforce.
So what's the stakes here tonight then? Eyebrow slit?
Another eyebrow slit, brother. What do you
There
think?
go. I'm thinking for Reflections all damn day.
You're gonna look good with it.
For what?
If
I want
IG,
you-
if
what
IG
about a
don't
mustache?
win this game, if they don't win this
Mustache
game,
split.
eyebrow slit, man.
And then for you, a mustache slit, like just straight down the
slit.
middle.
Right down the
Yeah,
middle.
Make it look
straight
like you
down
have
the
a
middle,
cleft
bro.
palate.
There you go.
There you go, dude. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. if you got a cleft
Absolutely.
palate. Resilience.
Look good. Uh-oh.
Resilience against Maryland.
Maryland,
There's
that's my
squash.
squad. The sleeper
It
squad.
is.
Looking up.
They only
Make
got
the
3
come
up,
up
though.
here. There you go. I'll take that. That's 1 point. Thank you very much. We did lose one of our squad mates. But guess what? We are knocking down doors right now. SMB looking for the confirmations. Might want to toss the smoke out here. Check your squad mates. Looks like one of the members from Resilience, Cardi, rolling up. Doesn't even care to get his teammate up. He is just blood hungry. And he gets the job done.
Snap.
Maryland.
Couldn't do
Maryland falls.
Maryland
Tough
falls. Now
Tough.
IG falling next.
Well, we'll see. Might be straight out of Nepal or iNCO. Shoot, they are embroiled in a fight. Straight out of
Get
Nepal. It's
cooked.
taking it to them. Cooked indeed. Cooketh. Tali on the
I
outskirts.
would not want to fight these teams. I'll tell you what. If I'm on the
Absolutely
top, I'm not trying to touch straight out of Nepal, dude. These guys got nothing to lose. They're dangerous. You saw that. The second they got a knock, they just went for the instant thirst. They're like, who cares? We lose. We lost already. You know what I'm saying? So we're just here to crush dreams. And that's exactly what they did. Vitali's like, wah.
He's crying.
Not my team. No. That's what he sounds like.
Yeah. You heard him.
In that situation only.
There it is.
Yeah, I want to hear what he sounds like. Wancho, get on it. Need an interview.
It's hard to get it immediately after his whole squad got wiped, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the only time he sounds like that.
now. Like, how does it
I
feel?
think that's the perfect
all three of
time.
your squad mates are done.
While
Roll
he's
up,
rotating.
Wancho.
Yeah.
Or roll up. Wancho just puts his
Not
hand
good.
on his shoulder.
Tell me how it feels.
Hey man,
Vitaly
your
said,
team just
"Dang."
got wiped out. you're by yourself,
How do you
man.
feel?
You got to be feeling bad. As soon as Vitaly goes to answer, Wancho pulls the mic away from his mouth and just starts talking instantly.
And then he says, "Hey man, you guys looking for someone next year? New teammates?"
I wouldn't have got knocked.
See, that
I would have won that fight.
If that was me, I would have hit them shots.
Yeah,
That's crazy from Wancho.
Wouldn't happen to me
dude.
though.
That is insane. That is insane, bro. Oh my goodness.
The legend.
IG. Here we are.
There they are.
Yes, there they are. Where are they on the map? So pretty much center. Pretty much center. Bit spread out, but that's okay. Pedrino has the high ground. Adrian also is going to have some decent ground too. So Pedrino's going to be able to be that UAV, call everything out. But really, what is he calling out? Well, he's calling out Alpha 7 and Wolves. And I swear to you, we've seen this scenario play out so many times with Pedrino on top of the hilltop and Alpha 7 just below him. And there's always that question of, can Pedrino hurt Alpha 7 and take them down? What's possible is we get a zone shift, Dave. What are we looking at?
There it is. Yeah.
El Pozo shift? Huh? Close enough?
Maybe.
That's
maybe.
crazy you called that. That's actually great.
Maybe. You got the Wolves over there. You got Alpha 7 over there. VIP just showing up here. Why not? Xforce, though. I think, Jukes, you called Xforce, right?
Yeah,
Boom,
X-Force.
right
Gotta
there.
believe. Look at that, dude.
Right there.
That's a championship rotation
That's
right there,
the
boys.
rotate right there, straight out on Nepal, like you said. If you're, I agree with you. If you're one of these top teams, like top 5, you do want to avoid these bottom teams because they have nothing to lose. So they could just throw out whatever, you know, the kitchen sink your way, and that's unpredictable, and that is not what you want to have if you're only 1 point behind claiming that first place spot. You don't want to go up against an unpredictable squad. So straight on Nepal, VIP. I mean, it's a good point because VIP are in the area. VIP, they could do whatever they want at this point in the tournament, and that's a dangerous squad, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, dude, you don't want to avoid them at all costs because I'm telling you, like, if you get into a fight with these guys, it's real commonplace at this high level where if your player gets knocked, you don't go for the thirst if you're in a CQC fight, right? You want to finish off the fight and to extend your possible survivability, right? But these guys got nothing to lose. So if they just get a knock, they can say, screw it. If we go out, we go out. But I'm taking a couple of y'all with me. And that could just crush what you're trying to do here, especially when you're in a position, and pretty much everybody's in this position, where they need to win the game with a ton of eliminations because of how good Alpha 7 and Wolves are. So yeah, like you want to avoid these guys entirely, because if one player gets knocked, I guarantee you they're just going to stand there and thirst while they get knocked.
All 4 of them too. All 4 of them.
Yeah.
Just focus fire and just get that one confirmation. So totally agree. So a couple teams, even though they're probably not going to qualify when it comes to the points here, they're definitely wild cards here, reflections to keep your eye on. And you know, for these top teams, like we're saying, try to avoid, honestly, try to avoid, at least early on, at least early game.
Yeah. I mean, look, even for those rosters that aren't in the top 2, there's still real money on the line, right? When it comes to PMSL. Yeah, there's big money. You go to Sao Paulo, you don't want to leave empty-handed. Nobody will, but you want to try and get as much as you possibly can and naturally set yourself up potentially for the future. And speaking of the future, Diego, top of the hill, forcing Alpha 7 to pay the toll. You don't get up here without paying the toll, man. And Diego, he's the toll bridge master, all right?
Toll bridge master.
The guy. Yeah, he's the toll bridge master. That's what he
Stair
is.
master. I mean, he must hit that up every day at the gym to make it up here. He's some nice
Yes,
calf
he
muscles,
does.
you know?
Strong.
All
Southern
right.
circle shift.
All right.
There it is.
Shift. We're shifting on down.
Wolves still looking pretty good. They're making a
Such
move.
great rotations. Oh, Diego!
Diego!
Bam!
That's
Come
good.
on, come on.
Oh,
It's good.
That's good.
Man, they don't make them like they used to. That's a great car.
Yeah, man. Now they're all plastic. That's, you know, back in the day, back in my day, all steel, all metal.
That's right. Gosh, man, the 50s were a great time to be alive.
Dude, I'll tell you
man.
what, man. If you're about to get in an accident, you just put your hand out in front of your passenger. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
That's it, dude.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, man. 9Z, where are they at? So 9Z's got to rotate in. Not too far to go.
Nope.
Pretty soft side of the zone for them, by the way. Xforce onto United 4 Gaming. Parazada was caught out in the open. 24K took advantage of that and was able to get the down onto him. For the rest of the remaining 3 members for United 4 Gaming, I think they got to just stay where they're currently at and maybe hold off 24K along with Xforce 9Z as they move out. That's the risk you take whenever you have a straggler sent out to maybe explore and scout the surrounding areas, man. And, you know, sometimes it works out, but more often than not, you're going to lose that solo player.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely
Jaguar
right.
on the VIP right now. 2 squads looking for some points here. Jaguar with the team with the most to gain here if they do walk away unscathed with all their members alive and a couple elimination points going their way. Gonna be popping the door, a little lean peek action. We do see the smoke over there, but Batman coming out strong right there with a nice little knock to support his squad mate on the hay bale.
Born in the darkness, in the smokes. Can't see me. Milo through the smoke though, trying to get some shots onto Prince, not able to do it. Team Jaguar trying to soak up as many points as they possibly can here. They're still in position, so this fight is not as necessary as you think. But now they know that it's VIP. They're like, yeah, let's try to get these points.
Yeah, and straight out of Nepal also potentially coming up behind them. If I'm straight out of Nepal, I'm taking up the hilltop where Nizelda is currently at and overlooking this fight that's taking place. But if I'm Jaguar or VIP, there's a very real reason why I would potentially want to extend this fight or lock this fight in. I mean, that's great hardcover POI that most likely is going to be in the future zones. Speaking of Team Liquid in a fight, and it's against IG. And like you said, I think it definitely is it. Chief is by himself, forced to take on the entirety of the world, and he is getting bodied left and right. The mini red zone coming in. Another nade should finish him off, and goodbye.
Ooh,
Sent back to the respawn screen. Team Liquid Maryland, the first 2 teams that are out, but for IG, they're happy with that fight. They get IG out of their location. Now they can focus on Royals of War. IG, a team that is so far behind, and they have to get up. If they can get aggressive here and make sure that these fights go well for them, my goodness, they could really elevate themselves up from 13th place, 12th place, all the way up to who knows, top 5.
4 eliminations so far. This could be the most incredible storyline prediction comeback from Taylor ever. Let's see if they can do it.
I wouldn't count on it, but it could happen.
Hey, you said it.
Could happen.
You said it.
You said it, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know
don't win.
you believe
Eyebrow
it.
slit. You said it.
I don't want to believe too hard though, because you know when you really
Someone's
believe
gotta
in
do it,
something,
though.
it just
Someone's
doesn't
gotta
happen
believe.
as a caster. Well, as a caster, though, you know, if you believe too much, then you're doing the opposite. You're
Okay.
cursing them.
So then what percentage belief do you think is the sweet spot?
Lukewarm. It's not a percentage, it's lukewarm.
Oh, lukewarm belief.
Lukewarm, yeah. Lukewarm.
Room
Jacuzzi
temperature
that was
belief.
turned off a couple hours ago. It's still a little bit warm. It'll do the job. It'll do the job. 9Z. Forced to rotate in, man, and they've got United for Gaming holding them back. And 9Z feels very, very uncomfortable in this moment. And for United for Gaming, I mean, they really don't have a lot to lose in this moment. I mean, they're at 68 points, 9th. They can, or you could argue it's the same scenario with IG. They've just got to slay out and do as much as they possibly can. So for United for Gaming, they're going to spread out, try and hold all angles onto the 9Z roster.
A lot of teams having
We might
troubles
have to
right
swing
now.
wide.
A lot of teams on the edge
Yeah.
having troubles right now. Royals of War, they were in a very dominant position in power grid. Next circle did pop, no longer favoring their position. Nepal kind of rolling right by. throwing some shots their way. IG trying to make their way uphill, also trying to take a couple members of Royals of War out. That's on that east side. But over here, Hate from United for Gaming. That buggy just did a barrel roll. Oh my goodness, the 9Z popping out right there, getting the job done. There's just one more member alive for United 4, and they're probably going to be eliminated here. Catching a couple shots.
Push him.
Couple straight shots. Yo, he's pulling up. He's pulling up here. No grenades, no Molotovs, but he's getting those confirmations. And this is what we were talking about. These teams are desperate for points, so you got to keep your eye on them. Little drive-by action for Milos from the backseat of the buggy to put him down.
In style. That was so sick. He had to do it fast because he's like, yo, if I want to get all my teammates back up, I got to take this guy out. Pops in the back of the buggy, gets it done. 9Z surviving just a little bit longer there. 5 eliminations, 3rd place. The problem, though, is Wolves and Alpha 7 are still alive with all 4.
Yep, still alive, but, I mean, come on, 9Z can only do what they can do, right? And that's stay up, slay out as much as they possibly can. Having 3 members is huge. It would have been devastating if they get finished off by United for Gaming, especially to a solo.
Spotted him.
Loops, though, they're also on the come-up, just 5 points behind 9Z, so the same narrative, and, well, they've got to deal with David, who is moving and grooving. Shots are hitting a little bit, a couple pellets here and there, but you don't want him taking you down for sure. And also, IG is going to be coming up behind him, so this fight's going to get even weirder for the side of Loops and Royals of War. You want to finish this off as quickly as possible, if not, to pump the brakes and then maybe focus on IG who starts to roll up, but I don't think disengaging is in the works for either of these two guys. And for 24K, hate to say it, man, Xforce, we had a lot of hope for him, but he dies to fall damage. And that's not how you want to go on map 5.
Nope, not at all. I'm telling you, this is one of those situations where you kind of want to be like, guys, let's focus in circle and then fight later. But these guys do not have that in their playbook. It is going to be a full-on battle. And because of that, both these teams are going out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If both of them had the heads
takes
up
them
to
both out?
realize, like, hey, let us just focus in circle, fight whoever's there, and then fight each other, you have a chance. But if you do not do that, you're out 100%. And that's what's happening.
Yeah. You think IG takes him out?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Well,
or
no,
if not, they
moved on.
left. Okay.
So there's a chance.
Now the door's open. Let's see. For how long?
Attaboy.
That's the question. Victix swinging wide. Rondo Boy's going to be down. Oh, I was wondering if Milovan was going to have an impact. I didn't want to even call it out because I didn't know, but
got it.
Yeah, it's Milovan, the solo from Jaguar, helping out Royals of War for a little bit, but also doing a little bit of damage too. Loops, they're gone. And Milovan, a large reason why Royals of War was able to win that fight. But, you know, you think about Rose staying where they wanted, or staying in that engagement, they wanted to pick up Loops. They did not want Milovan taking those fights and taking those valuable points away. So, Ro, an unfortunate set of circumstances, but they are alive. But now the question is, can they get into zone? Because IG has moved in front of them.
Yeah. Perfect gatekeeping position from IG. And they got Adrian in the vehicle, kind of doing some scouting to really get the intel to see which direction Ro make their approach out of that compound here. So Ro heading right towards Milovan, who from Jaguar was the third party moments ago. Very questionable for me, honestly. But hey, they're doing it. They are stuck.
I'm shocked. I'm
hard
shocked right
place
now.
Here.
I cannot believe IG didn't just hunt down those eliminations. I mean, you are in 12th place, brothers. Like, you need every elimination you can possibly get. I don't get it. Like, you have to go crazy at this point if you want any chance at top 2. So I don't like the fact that we saw Intense Game playing it or slow rolling this at all, especially considering where they're on the leaderboards.
I do agree with that. Fully agree with that. This is the time where you fully commit everything and you just go for it. And still, Batman's on your screen. We asked Hot Chooks, what can he do better? Well, let's get a little bit of the dark side in him, right? He's Batman after all. All you see is his light, but he's gone, and he will see the light.
He's dark now.
Unfortunate. Yeah, he's very, very indeed. VIP, unfortunately, out. Jaguar will start to move in. And so will 9Z as the zone starts to shift in just a couple of seconds. The question is, who's going to get blessed? And you're thinking either Alpha 7 or Wolves, but they have great hardcover POI, Dave. And they both lose it.
They lose
No,
it,
they
but
both lose. They
they
gotta
still
move
got
in.
the whole squad alive. They still got the whole squad alive, and they're the only two teams who have honestly been playing this one nice and calm, nice and slow. Meanwhile, everybody on that east side has just kind of been scatterbrained, you know, really not being able to make up their minds. IG all over the place, Rose of War just stuck over there. So about to see who comes out alive, but INF. Influence Rage, nice potential here for them to possibly gatekeep a couple squads out there in the distance. But Hot Jukes, I'm really feeling a rematch here between the Wolves and Alpha 7 for winner chicken dinner. I'm calling the rematch. It's happening in this game.
All right, totally possible. I mean, I wouldn't count on Influence Rage either. They got a dominant position in this circle. They're holding it down too. So I think it's going to happen between any of those squads. But that shot from Rolls of War onto Intense Game was devastating. It caused them now to wait even longer before rotating into the circle. Jaguar, though, versus Influence Rage. Influence Rage want to take Jaguar out pretty quickly here, so that way they can just hold this entire position. They have the high ground. Little boy looks really solid here with that nade, just misses. But you better hurry this fight up because Intense Game is on the move.
That's right. Milovon has finally fallen to Remix from the outside. He was one that influenced the Rose of War fight just a little bit earlier. That's going to be one less factor that you're going to have to deal with, especially with Rose of War wanting to push forward. And they could take advantage of the chaos between Jaguar and Influence Rage. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. David's going to be the tip of the spear. He's full sending it. He's now going to be opposite of Portro as well as Carlin got. Federal is moving in to take down Jaguar inside the ball, but he's on fire, and Federal should fall relatively short. He would have to think, but he's going to be a sliver of health. He's going to manage to clutch up. I mean, the man didn't even have 1 HP left, it seems. Maybe half an HP and still stands up. But a short win. But will they win the war? That's the question. Because Royals of War have pushed up. They have fallen. Now Petrino is in. Silence from IG. They're starting to move up. Diego will fall. Will 9Z get into this fight too? It's a conglomerate of non-stop teams fighting. Alpha 7 could also roll up too. Who knows, boys? We could be losing 3, 4 rosters all in one fight.
And Alpha 7 and the Wolves are just cackling at this point because this is the perfect situation for the top 2 teams. Intense Game getting punished now. Goat with the nade. Goodbye, Intense Game. Just like that, they're out. Golega getting shot though from all angles. Now Alpha 7's here. They're like, we want some of these eliminations. Bring them to us, baby. And they clean the floor with this side of the map.
Just like that, we lose half the teams in this late game, and the Wolves Alpha 7 taking full advantage, the opportunity, the third party, that mess in the trenches. Now we got 2 solos still alive, one from iNCO and Little Boy still active as well, but that was just intense. Everybody, the drop of a hat, just collapsing on that east side.
We want Wolves and Alpha 7 to win this.
Right?
That's how it went. They're like, let's just give it to them, guys.
Oh, this is good. Wolves can set up to be the gatekeepers of Influence Rage and Alpha 7. Once they decide to move in, really it's up to Lil Boy, the only one remaining. Alpha 7 looks to be passing by. The question is, has Little Boy remained undetected? Can he even get up there to challenge Alpha 7 without getting shot in the back? And he's going to at least get 1 Alpha 7 member down, and that could tip off Wolves to potentially roll on up and challenge this A7 roster. The question is, when does Lil Boy choose to engage? Is it on Guizao? This man playing it very slow. You want to talk about trigger discipline, Hot Jukes. He does not want to fire a single shot.
Nope, very sneaky. By the way, if the Wolves want to hold on to first place, they have to win this game. Alpha 7 have 5 eliminations so far. So let's see what happens here. Oh, yep. And 1 elimination difference. That's pretty big from 1 to 5.
Oh, here he is. He's going for it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Do it.
There's no way. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oh, and you missed the shot.
He did it.
He hits it. Get the finish. Make it worth it. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. Guizao will hit the shots, but losing Revo like that's going to be tough. I mean, 2v3, or should be a 3v4. Revo's gone, and you set the win condition right, at least for first place, is for Wolves to win this fight. If they can win this fight, that evens up the odds. It's 6 eliminations to Alpha 7, 6, but also gives them the 10 winner chicken dinner points. That much closer to setting
I
the
wanted to see a 4v4 for the rematch, man. I wanted to see it, but hey, we got the 4v3 here. Let's see if Obscure can really pop off here and clutch it out again like we saw last night. Reflections on the Miramar game here. This is his map.
True. But I don't know. He's tempting fate pushing up like that, and they got to consider Higor is going to have the off angle.
Oh, they separated him.
Yeah.
Doran.
Higor separated. Obscure separated. This is Higor, or it should be Doran. And Obscure, Carrillo takes down Doran. Hold up. Maybe there's a sliver of an opportunity.
He got him.
Higor's down. So is Obscure. We're down to a 2v2. 2v2. It's going to be Carrillo and Guzal. Guzal's going to be the opposite end. Coops is going to try and take him down. Guzal going for the 1v2. Opposite of the car. Coops hits the shot needed. And now it's a 1v1. It's Carrillo versus Coops. One
for now
on one side of the hill, the other on the other. And I don't think any revives can happen. I digress. Coops getting Baton back in the fight.
You got to pick up.
Here we go. 2v1. Carrillo out the vehicle with the UMP, running up close. He's gonna try to isolate the 1v1, but the Wolves do a great job at making that 2v1 happen, and the Wolves get the better of Alpha 7 right there at the end.
I don't think he expected the 2v1. I don't think he knew that revive happened so quickly right there. I think he was pulling up Hot Jukes and Reflections thinking it was a straight up 1v1. I'm confident that's what was in the dude's mind right there. But that was the play. Pull up, end it, get that winner chicken dinner. But hey, guys, the storyline's still there. The Wolves, Alpha 7. These two teams are going to be going back and forth all night long.
Man.
We love to see it.
You definitely do. That's insane, dude. Wolves will have a little bit of a lead, but Alpha 7 are still just behind them, and it feels bad. Hot Jukes for 9Z, because 9Z get 5th place with an 11 elimination game. They're thinking, all right, cool, we're closing that gap for 2nd place. And it's like Alpha 7 and Wolves, just make that gap a little bit bigger.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are screwed. You guys are screwed. What are you going to do? Like, this is why I'm talking about, like, you have to capitalize to its maximum value. Like we saw in 10's game there, right? Not a terrible game from them. But especially considering where they're on the leaderboards, they got to play differently than before. It's no longer okay to have a 9-point game, right? You need 20, all right? And that's for pretty much everybody on the leaderboards if you want top 2, because you know Alpha 7 are going to put up points. You know Wolves are going to put up points, and they're putting up big ones, right? So you guys got to go crazy. You no more of this slow play. Let's see what happens. You got to go nuts.
Go nuts, man, especially if you're that far behind. Now's the time to step it up. Gotta appreciate Lil Boy in this moment, trying to clutch up, man. It was him versus the world, and he at least got one pickup onto Revo, which was enough to arguably shut down Alpha 7 and give Wolves a little bit of an easier path, right, to ultimately win game number 5. Shout out to the Wolves. Very well done. That's going to be their 2nd win of the day. They go winless yesterday, but they podium 4 out of the 6 games. Today, they managed to pick up 2 wins, putting them even further up there. And shout out to Coops, man. Coops, that guy leading the way, right? 2 eliminations, 255 damage, the best on the roster. We take a look at the overall rankings for at least this match, and well, naturally, Wolves get the most over that of Alpha 7. Influence Rage with 11, and again, feels bad for 9Z. You know, you start to think you're closing in, only for Alpha 7 and Wolves to, you know, get a little bit of more of a lead. Still about 30 points away. Well, they get 2 points.
Yeah,
they get 2 points on Alpha 7.
You closed it by 2. That's crazy, right? You put up 14 and you close the gap by 2 points. Oh,
right,
brutal.
Just still 32 points away.
Not bad.
That's tough. That's tough.
It's not bad.
But 2 is better than 0, right? Or negative. That's for sure, right? Compared to everybody else. So yeah, good up for 9Z. It's a good game, but this is what I'm talking about. Is like if to get top 2, good's not gonna cut it no more, guys. Like we're gonna have to be more critical, because at this point, like you got to start crushing matches if you want to have a shot. And 9Z, tons of potential on this team, but what are you gonna do when Wolves and Alpha 7 get going like this?
Just do you. I mean, you can't stop unless you directly want to challenge them, which I think is ignorant. I don't think you do. I think you continue to play your game and pray that Wolves and Alpha 7 start to mess it up. It's amazing that Wolves match the energy of Alpha 7 in terms of eliminations, but they get significantly less damage. Comes to show you, Wolves at the very end picked up the pacing and naturally took down A7. Question is, who got MVP, though? It's
There he
Remix
is.
once again.
There
Second
he
or
is.
third MVP so far for 9Z, 5 eliminations. I mean, you got to give him credit, Dave. He's doing everything in his power to pull 9Z up by the bootstraps and put them in top 2.
Yo, we know Hot Jukes versed Maxman earlier, but I want to see Hot Jukes square up with Remix. I mean, my dude is ready to go right here to defend the title. I know the Wolves, Alpha 7, obviously the main talking point. They're at the top leaderboards, and we also saw them in that end zone fight. But 9Z, 11 eliminations here on this Miramar game. Remix with 5 of them, Colgo with 3, and Milos with 3. So definitely a team who hasn't really been in the conversation all that much tonight just because of Alpha 7, their 2 winner chicken dinners, and now Wolves with their 2 winner chicken dinners. But 9Z, they're right there too, guys. Yeah, they have some catching up to do, but the fact is they are within striking range, and I think that's what's important right now.
Yeah, striking range indeed. It's pretty much all they got. One more game left for the day. I mean, come on. Who's going to end up in first place? And more importantly, who's setting the threshold? Is it going to be Wolves? Is it going to be Alpha 7? Those are your 2 options. 9Z's a little bit too far behind, but the important thing for them is they can close the gap to make it highly competitive going into tomorrow's competition. One more game left. It's going to be Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final game of the day will start. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the grand finals for PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections, joined by Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. It's been a long time coming, but finally we have reached the conclusion of day 2. The final chance to see who will reach the threshold first. Who's going to have the advantage going in to tomorrow's Rondo? Let's take a look at the overall standings and walk us through it, Dave. I mean, 143 for Wolves, Alpha 7 at 139, but it's still a 30-point lead between second and third.
Looks like Jukes is winning the Price is Right over here. 143. I think you had 137. I had 132, and you had 135 here, Reflection. So the Wolves going to be breaking that here. Alpha 7, though, right on the tail end of that one. I think if 9Z can get a winner chicken dinner in this final game, come tomorrow, you already know Hot Jukes. They're going to be hoping to play all 6 games, right? They're going to hope and pray. But the fact is, they need to get this last chicken of today in order to have that potential tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. You see, so like 9Z, you're hoping and praying for 6 matches. Teams below, you're hoping and praying for a miracle at this point. Like, that's where you're at. If you don't win this next game, it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. And I'm honestly going to say, okay, and realistically, it's 6th place on up, right? I think iNCO and Team Liquid below are already too far away for top 2. So I think Maryland, Loops, Influence Rage, 9Z still have a shot if they win this next game.
Yeah.
But you're hoping for multiple things now.
Tomorrow.
Now you're hoping that Smash Point doesn't happen tomorrow, right? You're hoping that Alpha 7 and Wolves go out early in this game, and you win with double-digit eliminations. You notice how that's a lot of things to happen here, Taylor?
That's a lot of things, brother. That's
a
too
lot.
many things. That's too many things, I believe, anyways. Yeah, not going to be easy, bro. Not going to be easy whatsoever. I mean,
it's a lot of hoping.
The biggest, it's a lot of hoping. And
I hope every day, guys. I do hope every day. So I get it. I feel it. I feel it. But the thing is, I'm with you. Tomorrow, I think Alpha 7, I think the Wolves, I think they're going to be sending this one early. They're going to be punching the ticket early tomorrow. I do believe that.
I hope so, man.
What are you guys laughing at? What's happening?
It's just, Dave, you're getting deep again. The other day,
I
man.
Hope, man. I hope every day. I wake up and I just hope, bro.
We need to have a talk, man. I don't know. So what's going on? So I tell you what, Dave. Who are you hoping?
I wake up every day and I hope for Xforce to win, but they don't. So I go to my next hope, and it's the Wolves, and I'm hoping that we can send the Wolves that next round and they can dominate. And you know what I hope for? Hot Jukes to finally release the sword. All right.
Yep,
that sword's been there for a while, man.
Ultimate hope. The ultimate hope, brother. I'm not going to lie. I've seen it move a little. I saw it wiggle. Okay. I saw it kind of go like,
it's vibrating.
You know what I'm saying? With how good the Wolves are doing. And remember, it can only be removed by an NA team, a USA flag in the grand finals. Okay, not just PMGC, because we've seen teams go to the league stage before, but to the finals, baby, the big show, right? So, I've never had so many high hopes. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure this thing is rusted in the open air, right? So, it's been a while. You know what I'm saying? Far too long.
Far too long, man. It needs to get sharpened up, and Wolves are looking to sharpen and taking it for themselves. If they get, by the way, we need to make that a theme. If the Wolves do go to PMGC, somehow, some way, give it to Wancho. Give it to Wancho and tell him to take it to PMGC, and it needs to make an appearance, man.
Well,
how everybody puts their their plushies and stuff on the desk. No, the sword. The sword is what's going to do it.
Might be a little dangerous.
Check it, brother. Do not put it on your carry-on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe a little
Otherwise,
dangerous.
the sword will be lost forever.
That's true. Put it in the check lug. Get a sheath, Dave. We can get a sheath.
Get a sheath. Yeah, get a sheath.
I know, man. With how Wancho's been going off the rails, I would not give that guy anything sharp right now.
Thailand rules. I don't know. You're right. Yeah.
Thailand, exactly, dude. He might not be coming back. He wants to be on Xforce next season. He's gonna be stuck in Thailand if he brings that.
Well, but it also could be a good tool to navigate hard discussions, especially during his interviews if he has a sword, right? I don't think anybody's really going to be saying anything.
Maybe he'll get some real answers. Yeah.
Maybe he'll get picked up on a team. Maybe he'll get picked up on a team. That's right. Well, hey, check it out. Sarpatch's been putting in tremendous work on site. He had a chance to sit down with Doran to talk about our final game.
Winner chicken dinner for Wolves Esports. What a rivalry are we getting? You guys and Alpha 7, they took the first place from you guys for a moment. Now you got it back. How are you looking forward for that, battle between you two?
I don't know how it's going to end, but we are excited and we are playing much better when we are under pressure. And it's a good thing that we are playing under pressure for PMGC. If we take it like a preparation, and we'll see what is going to happen.
Do you want to say something, bro?
Oh my God, are you Dinu Constantinu, the IGL for the notorious team Wolves Esports?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm such a big fan. Hello.
That's how you do it right there. I ain't gonna lie, I was more focused on that conversation with 9Z in the back, right? Because you saw Remix there, just like getting a good talking to, because these guys, they need to pull out something special if they want to have a chance here.
Yeah, dude, they're dapping it up. It was all love, clearly in good spirits. 9Z, they are going for a win, and so can you. With the Amazon gift card, make sure you claim the code, the last one for today before tomorrow's competition. Make sure you claim it, be quick with it. Final game of the day, we hop into Miramar. We've had Alpha 7 win back-to-back Erangels. Can Wolves repeat that, but on Miramar with back-to-backs? It's very possible. They've been playing very well, but they're holding on to first place just by a thread. Will they be the team to set the threshold? Or will Alpha 7 take it from under them in the very last moment, the very last game? We're going to have to find out very shortly. Wancho, Dave, I think Wancho just desperately is missing the fact that he is not getting screen time. He's just popping up everywhere.
Yeah,
You're looking a little lonely on that last one.
Yeah, listen, he's there though. He is there. So that's what counts, right? Because when you win a champion on the team, everybody gets a ring, right? Everybody gets that ring. So let's see what happens here. But honestly, going back to what Jukes was saying, 9Z in the background of the interview, I think they're locked in, guys. They are locked in. They know the mission. They know the goal here. And the goal is to get a winner chicken dinner in this final map. Keep that dream alive heading into tomorrow evening's games. We got 6 games on the line tomorrow. We're all calling it, maybe 2, most likely 2, with the way Wolves and Alpha 7 have been performing here today. But 9Z, they're locked in, Hot Jukes.
They are locked in. Everybody needs to be triple locked in at this point with the way Alpha 7 and the Wolves are playing. That is for sure. Personally, I think that Juancho needs a raise with the Wolves because maybe he's the lucky charm for the team. You know what I'm saying? Because it's working out for them today. I'll tell you that. These guys are doing great. But let's see how lucky they're going to get with this circle as it has gone all the way down south here.
Ooh, that's diabolical for sure. I'm excited about this one, though. This is going to be a lot of fun and a good way to really test every roster who's trying to make their way up, right? That includes Alpha 7, who is going to be truly tested in this moment. They're all the way to the top left over in El Pozo. They've got a long rotate and so many teams to get through. For Wolves, same situation, same scenario. So I look at potentially 9Z to have a great game. I think this zone benefits them the most, in my opinion. I mean, come on. If 9Z can have a good game here and close the gap between Alpha 7 and Wolves, tomorrow's going to be a very, very exciting day.
Gonna be great, man. So let's see what they can accomplish. We already hear some shots ringing out from Xforce. So this is gonna be Xforce and your favorite squad, Reflections. Intense game, IG out there in the distance. So 2 teams looking to get some much needed points here in the final fight of the evening. All of Xforce piling on up in the vehicle right now, looking for the mini drive-by shot. If he would have hit that, just give him the ticket, give him the invite at that point.
Yeah.
Hitting that, shoot, what the heck?
That would have been insane.
Right? Give him that's like an automatic 100 points right back in it.
I agree. There should be some kind of crazy bonus point like situation like that. That'd be fun to watch, like a bounty board. Drive out the vehicle, Winchester shot.
Right.
But then you have like 10 teams trying to do it to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'd be crazy.
A bounty would be fun, man. And you put like a $25,000 like reward for the bounty.
Yes.
Take out the top team.
I'll put a $25,000 reward for PUBG Mobile buffing bolt actions. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
That's
what about buffing? We've been talking about it a long time. I know Dave is a big supporter of this buffing. Oh Lord, what
Buffy
was
the
it?
Vampire
Maybe the
Slayer. That's my favorite show.
Well, it's great, and that's a great show. I've actually been getting into that recently. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a good show.
No, but the hovercrafts, man.
The hovercrafts.
Thinking about it.
You wanted like a laser on top.
There was a
Maybe
game
I'm
mode
talking-
where like the vehicles had flamethrowers and grenade
yeah.
launchers. It was pretty wild. One thing about PUBG Mobile, man, they know how to cook up some pretty fun game modes, man. That's a fact. And I'm always like playing them. I'm like, man, I wish this was an esports just so I could talk about it. The players, they would absolutely hate it, right? But I would love to see it. Payload mode. That's what it was. Shout out to Clint.
Payload.
Payload all day.
That was one of the most fun modes.
Payload. That's where it's at.
Hopping at helicopters, shooting stuff out there. It
Yo,
was
bring
crazy.
a helicopter to competitive PUBG Mobile. Give VIP Esports the helicopter. I guarantee you they're walking away with the winner wearing chicken dinner. But here comes Rose of War right now, knocking on the door of United 4 Gaming. Hot Jukes.
Here they go. Let's see. Victex. Dementor's got the shotgun, the pump shotgun, not the one he was really hoping for. Now you got the rest of United 4 Gaming ready to get into the fight early on. And this is what's going to happen, guys. You're going to see a lot of these teams at the bottom, desperate for points, need to get the fights early on. I mean, this is just where they're at on the leaderboards. So I do not hate this fight from these teams because they need every elimination they could possibly get. Nice nade there to open things up. Yeah, by Tonka. Let's see what Victex can do with it.
He's gonna need to go big. Gonna need to go big, but I love that off angle from Joko. He'll back away from it, but his presence is still most likely going to be felt there. So if he can rotate early enough, he might be able to get a good off angle on the Royals of War members just up ahead. This is a big fight for center control just outside of Los Leones. So big implications and big reasons why you would want to win this fight, but they concede it. United for Gaming are gone. They want to live to play another day. 3 members out. And plenty of space around him, right? There's no reason to really fully commit this early on, especially when you lose a player. You know, why do you want to full send it and give up your potential tournament life here, especially when you're trying to catch up? So I don't disagree with United for Gaming leaving that fight. Yeah.
I think it's already over, man.
Why? What do you mean? They're alive.
You said their tournament life. I think their tournament life is over, not taking that
fight,
we're being
man. Dramatic.
No, I'm not being dramatic. They're in 9th place, 69 points right now. And
but
we're
you don't
talking
give up, man.
about the final game of the night. Wolves
Taylor,
143, Alpha 7 139. They're ending on match point tomorrow. I mean, they are. We might have maybe 3 games. United 4, they are not catching up. Reflections. I'm sorry to tell you,
they
man.
weren't winning that fight against Royals of War either, man.
They are not catching up.
This came from Mr. Hope himself.
I hope every day. I wake up every day and I hope, man. But I know one thing.
That's such a wild call, dude.
United.
That means it's over.
It's
okay?
over, dude.
If Mr. Hope says it's over, it's over, dude.
It's over. For
I mean, they got a
United.
good amount of points if you look at that. Team Liquid as well.
They
But
did great.
It's not going to be enough.
Great. They did great. Next season, come back.
Very nice.
You know, show up for sure. But top 2 right now, it's over, dude. I think you take that fight, Reflections. I get where you're going, man, but I'm looking at the whole picture. You know, the whole
So
picture.
day 1, that's a good fight.
Oh yeah, for
day
sure.
Day 2,
maybe earlier on.
map 6.
Yeah,
not a good fight.
Not a good fight, man.
Not
Not
a
when
good-
you
not a
got
good call to back
69
away.
points. Not when you got
Yeah.
69 points, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
Makes
if I'm
sense.
being too real.
Mr.
I can
Hope
tone
has
it
shut it
down.
down.
I can tone
No,
it
man,
down.
it makes sense
No.
to me. Makes
I say
sense.
amp it up.
I mean, tell
I'll
me
say
if
it
I'm
for
wrong.
close to
Call me
reality.
out. If I'm wrong, call me out. Well, I'm just saying, guys.
No. Given the context of the points,
Yeah. All right.
I think you're right. You get day 2, map 6.
Yeah.
You got
you're
one
at a
more
great
day at
point.
Smash Point
Totally agree with
tomorrow.
what you're saying. I think just
You know?
taking into the facts that this is match 12 out of 18, and 18 is being hopeful, right? With the fact that the Wolves, Alpha 7, they both won 2 games here today. So the chance of them winning 1 game early on tomorrow, pretty damn high. So
yeah,
that's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's
right
a
there.
fact.
That's a fact.
That's a big
Look at this
fact.
circle, though. Oh my gosh.
Look at that water.
Deep south. And 24K are still in the blue, even though it was a southern circle. How?
So look at this though. VIP can play spoiler though right now. They can really help out the Wolves over here. VIP looking to show up and show out here in the final map of the evening.
Not Zaman.
Not Zomman
Down.
once again.
Zomman.
He's down.
In the clouds.
Prince is running. Batman is going to be just behind that of Revo. Revo should fire some shots onto Batman very shortly. Guizal will take down Prince. And Batman also fell to Revo.
Wolves are like, come on.
Yeah, no spoiler here. I think that was too much hope in my opinion, man. No spoiler here. I think Animal's dipping. He says, well.
Why?
And that's a great question. Let's go back to the conversation. Royals of War, I mean, they're at 69 points. 68. No reason for Animal to dip. Why stay alive?
Send it.
Just full send it. Send it.
1v4
Let's get it up.
Alpha 7, and you become a hero.
Oh, he's doing it. Oh, he's...
At this point, you're trying to make a highlight play like we saw yesterday from Obscure,
That's right.
and you're trying to get signed to another roster next season, man, or picked up on the offseason, right? So if you could 1v4 Alpha 7, you know for a fact everyone's going to be looking at you right now. So that is the play without a doubt.
That's the play. That is the play. Gui Boy onto Klaus, by the way. Maryland not giving up. They're at 95. So if you want to talk about a realistic opportunity, Maryland does have a realistic opportunity to make things a bit interesting going into tomorrow's competition, for sure. That's one that I would look at to take this fight against Xforce. For Team Liquid, a little bit of a lost cause.
It hurts to say. Yeah, it hurts to say. I mean, Team Liquid, I know we've been gassing them up all season long. They've been a hot topic all season long. But we're at that point where it's just like we just didn't do enough. Just didn't do enough here.
Have we been gassing them though? I don't know.
I think we have been. I mean, I've been rooting for Team Liquid. I love Team Liquid. The players staples in competitive PUBG Mobile, without a doubt.
Sure. I do agree with that. Oh, intense game. My team to make a big comeback.
Your team to win it all.
Yo, 24K says this is the battle for 12th place, and I'm going to make you feel it. I won that fight, and we're taking over your spot. We're protecting what's ours.
Oh, boy. Let me ask you this. You said the hope was lukewarm. Where's it at now?
It's cold. Ice cold.
Ice cold?
Ice cold. Ice
That's
cold.
tough.
Ice cold?
Ice cold. All right.
There's no coming back from that.
No, there's not. That's an ice bath. You're done. You're cooked.
Watch the circle go to the south, though,
That'd
into
be great.
the water.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I want to see.
Ooh, there we go.
Good enough. Alpha 7 are like, yeah.
Alpha 7.
No, I want to see this.
Wolves.
Maryland versus 9Z. This is a fight that has real implications. Both rosters trying to catch up. And could arguably, whoever wins this one, especially if it's Maryland, could very well pass up 9Z in the overall standings if they can have a decent game. On the edge, we have Gui Boy. Lin also going to be down. Xforce is fully eliminated. But even still, the main focus point is going to be on Maryland versus 9Z. 9Z has a player downed, but they can still easily recover this fight. Oh, Squash, you gotta be ready for this. Remix is up. Remix hasn't spotted him. Squash could very well take down Remix. He pushes up. Snap is going to fall, and so is Maryland, and Remix will stay alive. A sliver of health, and more importantly, 9Z will have all of their teammates up and ready to go. The only true team who can break apart this top 2 domination from Wolves and Alpha 7.
Totally agree.
Huge.
Shout out to Maryland, though. I mean, they walk away with 1 point, but yeah, I mean, we saw on that player interview, we saw how locked in 9Z are. They just came off of a really solid game when they got a lot of eliminations here, Hot Juke. So they're looking to carry on to the final map of tonight and do the same thing.
I love to see that, man. Back there in that interview, you saw Remix getting a good talking to. He looked like he was like, all right, I know what to do here, and they're executing it. So I love it. I mean, you cannot give up no matter what. You've worked all year to get to this point, and you want to be able to make it to the big show, PMGC. And for some teams, it's definitely further out of their grasp than others, but it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think some teams have already kind of counted themselves out here. Some still have a chance, though. Team Liquid, man, they are so far away. It's hard to really think about, right? But you never know if you win every single game going forward, and we have 6 tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's the key word right there. If we have 6 games tomorrow, then there's a chance for INF for Loops and maybe even iNCO bounce back, right? But realistically, I think 9Z have the best shot right now
For
to
sure.
really disrupt the top 3 dogs in the lobby.
And it's not a big shot to be real.
It's not. It's not at all. It's not at all. Now, think about this. How crazy would it be if we could pull up the map? I know we're about to get a zone shift, so maybe I have to wait a couple of seconds, and that's fine. But there is a world where 9Z, Alpha 7, and Wolves could all be along the southern coastline.
That's good. I mean,
so number 1, 2, and 3.
I mean, look at this though, Taylor. Right?
Yeah,
As we look at the
wrapping
circle, right? Yeah, look at that. You're right. We can see all the 3 big squads at the bottom. Wolves and Alpha 7 are mighty close to each other. Let's see if the zone hard shifts down south once again. That'll be fun to watch. Instead, it goes up to the mainland.
But still, though, Alpha 7 and Wolves are within that zone. 9Z are the ones who can come up behind them.
They might do this.
This could be big. One of the biggest plays of the past 2 days for 9Z to maybe silence Alpha 7, especially if, I mean, just Alpha 7, right? They're in second place. That's their goal. Wolves, like, first place, okay, whatever. Even if it's not by much. But if you can take down the second place team, win this game, there's a lot of ifs. I know, a lot of ifs. But,
a lot of ifs.
Man, 9Z could be in a real spot where they could be in second.
Well, here's the thing, Taylor, right? I mean, look how well 9Z is doing. They have 4 eliminations. I mean, look how much they've closed that lead already.
Yeah. For sure.
Not at all.
What do you mean not at all? Stop. Dude, come on. 30 points, I know.
No.
They did. They're
what I
closing
mean
it.
is they've got, what I mean, though, is that they got 4 points. Alpha 7 has 4 as well.
Yeah, the Wolves.
That's right. So they got to take them out.
So you have not closed the gap at all, even though you have 4. That is the problem, right? So if you're 9Z, your plan is the right way to do it, right? You got to take out Alpha 7 yourselves at this point.
Silence up against Team Liquid on the pull-up right here. Silence has 6 grenades to work with. SK12, Team Liquid, knocking on the door. Here comes all of Team Liquid trying to pull on up right now. IG trying to defend. Silence on the outskirts with the SK12. Ravina gonna be getting chunked out in the distance. Silence jumping up, catching a couple bullets to the body right there. Boom! There's one. Carry get the last one. He's done. He's out here. Reflections. IG eliminated for the night. Game 12 out of 18, man. That's it. Day 2, IG, they're done.
Ice cold.
Done and dust. Ice cold. Ice cold, man. Team Liquid win the fight. Therefore, they control the northern side of the zone. Interestingly enough, 9Z and Rose of War start to posture against each other. And that could be a pretty fun fight to unfold. Rose of War have not done too bad this game. They're at 2, but more importantly, they've defended every single location that they've been at. And for 9Z, again, I still think they should go behind that of Alpha 7 at the bottom, but they have no idea they're there. They're just playing their game. It's just how it is.
Big Tex. Popping some shots down range as well. 9Z, got to stay alive. Have to. Wolves and Alpha 7 have too good of a position. If you want any shot at that top 2, you got to win this game. And hope Alpha 7 and Wolves go out already. Because they are going to put up some serious points in this one, Dave.
Alpha 7 down there in the south. Here comes 9Z rolling up right into Royals of War. Remix in the back line. Remix and Colgo have been popping off here today. Reflections. Reyes in the front line, going to be traded on out. Oh, there's a P90 on the battlefield. Royals of War, they're looking to take out 9Z. It's not looking good. Milos, the last one alive, looking to toss a grenade, but Royals of War, Tonka pulling up in the vehicle. Oh, lead peek action right there. Third party from downtown. Jaguars taking out 9Z here. Reflections.
9Z are gone. That's a big loss for the side of 9Z, who's been desperately trying to claw back into second place. With Alpha 7 and Wolves on the map still, that lead could grow to over 40 between second and third. Loops, Rose of War continue to fight on the outskirts. Loops rolled in a little bit late after this 9Z Rose of War fight was taking place, but David refusing to relinquish his spot, and he's looking to take down Loops. If at all possible. They timed the nades exactly at the same time. They both miss, which means we're back to a straight-up gunfight. David will back away and try and get Demonor back into the fight, but I don't think Nizelda's going to allow it. And with him being so weak, David has no choice but the pressure forward, no choice but to take the fight to Loops. You can't really back away in this moment. You know the pressure's going to be too real. Just full send it, my boy. This is what you're built for. This is what you live for. Moments like this to clutch up.
Clutch it up. Make a name for yourself. We've seen it happen plenty of times where some of these players that didn't make it during these finals get picked up during PMGC. So if that is you, if that's what you're looking to make happen, there's only one way, and that's with eliminations, Dave. Eliminations.
Eliminations here. Influence, Rage. They are looking for those eliminations. They are going to be alive. 101 points. All four still up. Pretty center here. But no eliminations, Hot Jukes. No eliminations. Diego out here crawling, checking on the tires, the buggies. It's looking pretty nice. Things looking pretty good over here. A little soft 2-2 split. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at teams who are desperate for those eliminations. Enough, one of them. iNCO pulling up here, Reflections. iNCO versus Straight Outta Nepal.
Pulling up indeed, man. Straight Outta Nepal's going to have a little bit of the low ground once 7 gets up on top of this hill. But the good thing is they've got the hardcover POI. And iNCO is going to have a very tough time trying to penetrate these buildings unless Straight Outta Nepal decides to push out. And this fight mainly really more of a come up for Straight Outta Nepal, right? Who's been down there in 38 points, has been on the struggle bus. So for iNCO Gaming, losing this fight, it's only going to hurt them. It's only going to help Straight Outta Nepal. And I just don't know if iNCO, especially with Team Liquid joining the mix, man, that just makes things very awkward for iNCO Gaming, who is most likely on the way out.
Oh boy, Wolf. Trying to make something happen here. iNCO Gaming pushing up to Straight Outta Nepal. Having some fun here on the south side. Fortunately, not able to get those shots off. But oh, there goes Igor. The Wolves looking at third party to start getting active, get some more eliminations. That's something. They know they've been keeping an eye on that feed. They know Alpha 7 has 4. So if you're the Wolves, right now, you're just trying to finish this game strong, but they've been playing it so well. Their fight timing has just been on point all tournament long.
Yep. And they're looking to try to strengthen their gap too, right? In the overall leaderboards. They know Alpha 7 awfully close here. So any type of potential elimination points they can get, they're going to take it here. So the Wolves, Alpha 7, going to be down there in the south, still just playing this one nice and slow. Looks like they're both in their vehicles looking for the same rotation down here, just clearing out the south before moving forward. So these two teams, man, I'm telling you, the zone magnets here, just magnets. Here comes Wolves pulling up. Cruz popping out with the M4. Plenty of ammo. Level 3 gear right there. Couple grenades getting chunked out there. Revo's going to be down, Hot Jukes.
One player up left. It's just Obscure. Got the need in hand, but it ain't gonna be enough. Here comes the Wolves, shutting down Alpha 7. 7 eliminations, and Wolves have put a stamp on the smash point. They're gonna be the ones setting it, not Alpha 7.
That's right. Huge plays from Wolves. Shocking that they rotate behind Alpha 7 and take that fight in such a clear and concise fashion that they did. I wasn't expecting that by any means. I thought they were going to continue to try and gatekeep Straight Outta Nepal or maybe even crash into them, but choosing Alpha 7, that's a big boy play for sure. And now they might very well be going into day 2 with a 20-plus point lead, plus you got to add 10 points on top of that. That's going to make the job hard for Alpha 7 and 9Z. Influence, Rage, Loops. And I think, like you said, that pretty much put the stamp of approval for Wolves to guaranteed to finish off first or second place in tomorrow. Well done, man. North America looking strong. Wolves are looking incredible. Now if they can just finish off this game with, who knows, 15 eliminations, geez, there's nothing stopping this team.
Nope, not at all. What a way to finish off the day. I mean, Alpha 7, big kudos to this team, man, for them to close this gap this much with everything this squad has got going on. You got to give these guys the ultimate props. Wolves today have just been nuts all tournament long. Their positioning has been rock solid. Their fight timing, the time they actually choose to fight or stay back, has been on point as well. Let's just see how they finish this game off now that they know that Alpha 7 is out of there.
Exactly. I mean, that was pretty much their only competition now. Oh, you said, who was that just yeeted it with the Bucky right there? That was so cinematic. But yeah, I think taking out Alpha 7, it does relieve some pressure when it comes to this final game of the evening for the Wolves. So now they can just look ahead. They can just look to try to capitalize on the opportunity, and that is get as many eliminations as possible. And if they get the win, that's just the cherry on top here. Already sitting at 10 eliminations. They did lose one of their squad mates, though, Reflection. So they're going to be sitting down a member. But regardless, they are feeling good here in the final map of the night.
Yeah, feeling good for sure. How could you not be? You're already at 10. You took that Alpha 7. You know they no longer are going to be gaining points onto you. This is more of a celebration run, right, than anything else. Loops, though, continues to fight hard against Jaguar in this moment. They've took down Milovant. You still got Portro and Carlingott, who's going to be off in the distance. But for Loops, a strong finish here could be huge for them. By the way, Smash points last season was 134. That's been blown out of the water.
Oh, wow.
Blown out of the water. I continue to say it, and I'll say it once again. What are we holding on? What did I do?
No, I said so gone. Yeah,
so gone, yeah.
That is so far out. I mean, we were all conservative, right? I mean,
right.
I was thinking 145. It's going to be like 170. That's crazy.
Sure. It is crazy. Well, Hodgins, I mean, come on, I've been saying it. America's region has just been continually improving each and every year. You know, Titan Series, obviously PMSL. The more support we've gotten for this region, the better the teams have gotten. I mean, who would have thought?
Not a lot of people did, but I'll tell you what, man, I do attribute a lot of it to the Titan Series. NA had needed a big standing tournament for so long. The Titan Series was created. You know, the team behind it, everybody working behind it has really elevated the scene as a whole. And now we have the Wolves, I mean, performing at absolute peak efficiency. And they don't look like they're slowing down at all in this match. 10 eliminations, make it 11. And these guys are keeping up the heat.
Keep it up. Let's see this their moment to really strengthen their gap here on the overall leaderboards. Loop still showing up, though, popping off. Oh, as I say that, Loop's one of their players is Outta, catching some strays out there in the distance. Here comes the Wolves now. They got their target set on taking out the Wolves. Looks like INF also looking to get a piece of the action. Gonna be fortunate for the Loop squad mate over there. Reflections, he is going to be getting picked up here because of the INF push over here.
3 strong once again, baby. 3 strong once again. Good side of the map. Can overlook Influence Rage. I want to say, I kind of want Wolves to get spicy again like they did against Alpha 7 and push up onto the Loop side, take them down. If they can do that, that'll be pretty wonderful. Is it necessary? No, it's not, but I think they might try it. Why not? They're pushing in and pinning their will on every team that they possibly want to. And Loops need to be very ready and prepared for this, especially with Coops leading the charge up ahead. Rattle Boy is going to try and be the tip of the spear in this engagement, but as he takes a little bit of damage, he's forced to back away. Wolves have successfully put Loops on high alert and successfully taken them down to just a minuscule amount of health. It's going to take a large effort for Loops to regain and turn this fight back in their favor, especially with the Zelda being down once again. Beautiful nades. Wolves doing everything right. Rattle Boy forced to skirt to the right-hand side, but he has just enough of an off angle to fire onto Coops, but it's not enough as Coops is able to get even further up, get the finish onto the Zelda potentially. Loops, I mean, Ojix, they've got to be feeling helpless.
Oh my gosh, I was saying the Wolves need to calm down a little bit. They're getting a little bit too excited here.
Absolutely,
but with that
not push, baby.
Onto Neil Zada, they are going to push this even further. Look at that nade onto Rattle Boy. That's going to shut him down. Another one towards Rafina. It is just him. And now you got Team Liquid pushing him from the other side.
See ya.
Loops, see ya later. Goodbye.
13 eliminations onto the Wolves right now. They're looking for the pickup. Baton peeking his head up that ridge right there. Influence Rage with their 1 elimination point. They're going to be letting down a mini red zone right now, Reflections.
There it is, mini red zone, as you said. That means the nades are going to start coming through. The fact that Coops is back on his feet along with Higor, or actually Higor is still down, excuse me, Coops on the run. We're moving. Lil Boy's going to fire some shots at Coops. He stays alive. I'm blown away. And now we've got a 1v1. Short-lived. Coops is falling down. We're down to our top 3 teams. Wolves are now gone. Make that top 2. It's a 4v3. I can't believe it, boys. Team Liquid could get their first win of the season.
It's about time these teams start using their heads, though, when it comes to like looking at the elimination feed. They saw some of those members of Wolves. They knew exactly where they were, and it's about time the teams are like, hey, why don't we stop this squad? You know, like, why don't we actually focus on the team that is the biggest threat in this lobby? I know that, you know, both these teams are way too far to even catch them. But yeah, I'm surprised they didn't do that a little earlier rather than later.
Ayala with the P90 though, he's looking to get the winner chicken dinner. It's gonna be a 3v4. That P90, man, up close and personal. It could be clutch. Diego going for those last second heals. Ayala is gonna be crawling up. There he is, man. Sees Federal popping up. Boom, there's one. Can we connect onto Diego? Diego has the DBS. Quick little confirmation right there from Ayala and that P90. You love to see it.
Up close. Ayala, you got this, baby. You've been here before. You can do it. You can do it, Diego. Hits the shots needed. And Chief, last one up. The last chance for Team Liquid to finally get a win during PMSL America's fall season, but he'll fall short. And Influence Rage, just like they did yesterday, will close out day 2 with the win on the final map on Miramar.
Give it up for Influence Rage. Way to go. Putting up a nice chicken dinner here. These guys got a few of them here in this tournament, and you love to see what this squad can do. I mean, they have done great. It's just unfortunate for them that, you know, Wolves and Alpha 7 have done astronomical. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. You know, one thing is for certain, though, for Influence Rage, if they can somehow extend the tournament tomorrow to Map 6 Miramar, it might be able to win Smash Point. That's what it's going to take.
Yeah, you're right.
They're batting 100% on Map 6 Miramars over the past 2 days. So
my
you got to give them credit.
My Robert De Niro right there. I don't think it's going to happen.
I see it, bro. You don't think it's going to happen, Hope?
Nah, man. Wolves with 13 eliminations, 2,500 damage practically this last game. Alpha 7, only 4 eliminations, but they had 2 winner chicken dinners here today. So I'm thinking Alpha 7 coming into tomorrow's Rondo map, they're going to be dropping it hot here, Hot Dukes. They're going to be looking to get some early game eliminations on Rondo and get to that match point that the Wolves set here tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, if we want to see it go to Game 6 tomorrow, you're going to have to see what we saw at this match, right? That's 2 teams seeing the elimination feed, realizing exactly where the Wolves are, and doing everything they can to stop them. Because if you don't do that, I guarantee you they're going to pass Smash Point and win a game tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they get it on Rondo. Obviously, Smash Point, they reach Smash Point threshold on Rondo. And then can they win from there? That's the question. I mean, they won 2 games today, their best performance yet, but they haven't won on Erangel yet. However, Alpha 7 has. And Alpha 7 has been known to get big games on Rondo. There is a real chance that Wolves, if they don't close it out, Alpha 7 are going to creep up. And I have to favor, if the tournament extends to multiple maps, I start favoring Alpha 7 in that regard over the Wolves. I really do. So I think Wolves need to close it out early, stop Alpha 7 in their tracks. But either way, you can't dispute Alpha 7. Wolves are in a great spot going in to tomorrow's maps, and a great spot to solidify their position over at PMGC. For this team right here before you, though, Influence Rage, hey, look, we love it. Back-to-back Game 6 wins on Miramar. Yesterday, they did it with 8 eliminations. Today, they're going to have to settle with 5, but they took it from Team Liquid, and they'll secure a valuable 15 points. Team Liquid will get 13. Wolves profit the most, however, even with third-place finish with 18 total points. Good on them, and Loop still trying to catch up. But, yeah, the focal point, obviously, Dave, has to be on Wolves and Alpha 7.
Yes,
I mean, they are the closest ones to closing it out.
Yes, sir. And you never know. There could be a big surprise, a huge upset tomorrow. Say one of these bottom teams, VIP, Resilience, they might just look to hunt down, right, the Wolves. They might look to hunt down Alpha 7 and try to extend the tournament. I mean, I know it sounds like it's far-fetched, but they got nothing to lose, right? So they can hunt them down, maybe try to take them out, really affect them early game. That way they have a less chance to get that winner chicken dinner. And that can open up the 6 games come tomorrow for teams like Influence Rage, for teams like 9Z. So you just never know. I mean, it's a battle royale. Nobody's friends out here unless they're on your squad. So you just don't know who you can trust. So tomorrow could be exciting in that aspect.
Could be. Could definitely be exciting for sure. But from my experience watching PMSL, watching PMWC, teams just do not like the challenge those on Smash Point because they don't want to risk their tournament life, or more importantly, where they currently stand, because there's money on the line. But I really do hope tomorrow we break that mold. And if Wolves Alpha 7 inevitably hits Smash Point, you start to challenge them and take them out to extend the tournament. We'll find out. Coops from Wolves finally getting our match MVP. Almost 1,000 damage, Hot Jukes.
Crazy damage. I'm telling you, so much damage. He's got the grenade as the ring right there on his left hand. Crazy to see, man. Coops went nuts today. The Wolves in general are in such a crazy spot. And good on them, right? Good on the Wolves and Alpha 7 to create such a dominant lead that, I mean, tomorrow when it comes to Smash Point, they're going to be looking like the 2 teams that could possibly even cross that after this game. It's wild to watch.
Wild indeed. Wild to watch. Coops has been phenomenal for Wolves Esports throughout the competition. He's going to continue to do that tomorrow. Where it matters the most. A big lead now for Wolves over Alpha 7, 161 to 144. 200 points incoming. That could very well be where we end the competition. Wolves, by the way, will have to reach 171 points for Smash Point threshold tomorrow. Same thing for everybody else, right? Influence Rage does jump up over 9Z, who's been a consistent talking point for disrupting Alpha 7 and Wolves in the top 2 run. But Influence Rage has now made themselves a potential competitor if the tournament goes to map 4, 5, or 6. Point is, Dave, there's still hope.
There is. But the thing is, Rondo, we keep saying it, because it's so true. Wolves, they only need 10 points to get onto that Smash Point. They can get that done in Rondo, right? And then after that, they have 5 games to get a win, and that's it, right? So we might go to 6 games, but the chances of that happening, I think, are low, just taking into consideration the performances we saw tonight from the Wolves.
Right, there it is. Who else are we looking at tomorrow? Maybe not for a top 2 run, but Hot Jukes, for yourself, just to finish off stronger maybe than you were expecting at the start of the season.
I'm just looking for everybody to have fun tomorrow at this point. I mean, it's just make a name for yourself. If you're a teammate that's like frustrated, or you feel like you're not going to continue on with your squad, just go nuts, put up a crazy show for us, and hopefully get picked up. Because, yeah, I mean, Influence Rage, they're 55 points away from Smash Point, boys. That is a lot. So, yeah, they're going to have to get 10 plus points every game, and then hope the match gets on 6th and then win. So, like, it's a hard road to cross, that's for sure.
It definitely is. Well, we've been watching closely this MVP race, and I believe Guazal was able to take over first, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, we'll have to check in, because he did, in fact, have plenty of eliminations today, was the hero at multiple points for his roster. But did he do enough to take over first? He did not. Just short. Remix from 9Z. You cannot disprove the fact that 9Z has tried everything in their power, and Remix specifically has given his all to put them up as a top 2 team. You want to talk about raising your stock as an individual player. I mean, Dave, I think Remix has successfully done that.
Oh, for sure. And Remix, Colgo, we don't see him here anymore, but they've been, players that we've talked about multiple times throughout multiple tournaments. But I think this weekend has definitely been Remix's time to really shine here, Hot Jukes. And hope we continue to see that here tomorrow. Even if they don't, make that top 2 spot, I would love to see the MVP go to Remix, because you could tell he's been putting in the hours, he's been putting in the work, and he's locked in, man. So to see him at the top, that's pretty cool.
Dude, I can't stress how insane this is. I said Remix, not as a shock to the fact that he's up here. It's just, or any shot to his ability. It's because of how many points Alpha 7 and the Wolves have. So to consider that Remix, a team that is so far behind those two teams, is on top of the MVP rankings, this guy went crazy. So, I mean, huge shout out to this player. You're so right. I mean, a dominant performance. If he gets MVP, I mean, he's going to go down in history right here. That was beautiful.
Yeah, beautifully done indeed, man. 9Z looking great. Alpha 7 obviously doing a great job. Gozal, the new addition, has a chance to win MVP himself. He's just 3 eliminations away. Tomorrow is going to determine it. Who will get the MVP? Who will be at the top? We're going to have to figure out, obviously, that tomorrow. Now, I will say for PMGC points, that is another big race. Who is going to end up at the top of their region? We've got 3 regions, Brazil, LATAM, as well as North America. Let's take a look at Brazil. And it's Alpha 7, no surprise, who's leading over Influence Rage, who's just below them. Now, things could get fun depending on where Alpha 7 ends. No, excuse me, Alpha 7. So I want to clarify this. So what comes first is PMGC points, or it should be the PMGC points, right? So if Alpha 7, for example, if they do in fact get top 2 in the tournament, if they get top 2 in the tournament, that's going to carry over. Alpha 7 will then win their PMGC leaderboard, and it's going to come down to the standings in the overall PMSL Americas race. So, for example, if Alpha 7, they end up winning along with Wolves, then it's going to be who got 3rd place in the overall standings, right? So Influence Rage, for example, being in 3rd, there could be a chance that they do sneak into PMGC based off of that. So these PMGC points, Jukes, are going to matter going into tomorrow's competition.
They're going to matter huge at this point. Honestly, for Influence Rage, this is the leaderboard you got to look at this point, right? Your whole goal now is to pass up Alpha 7 on the PMGC leaderboard. So if you're able to do that and get your ticket that way, I mean, you are so excited here. Take a look at LATAM, 9Z. Oh, they got this. Yeah, 9Z, it's a lock for Latin America. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? Considering if Alpha 7 do win it, like you mentioned, the PMGC points, then it's a hunt for 3rd. You know, so it opens up that door to tons of potential. Tomorrow's going to be one heck of a show.
Yeah, definitely so. But you're right, 9Z, they've got it unlocked. Like, they're most likely going to PMGC unless something absolutely weird happens, which I don't foresee that occurring. But let's move to our other variable with North America. Naturally, for Wolves, they have a lead, okay? 300 to 163 over Xforce. So what does that mean? Same situation for Alpha 7 versus the Wolves, okay? If both of them can lock it in, number 1 and number 2 for PMSL America's fall season tomorrow, that means now 3rd and 4th get an opportunity to move forward.
Whoa.
So we're talking 9Z. Well, then again, 9Z is already 1st place. So now you got, what, 3rd and 5th place, essentially. Okay, so there's the 4th and 5th, excuse me. There's going to have to be some math done on the back end, boys. I don't want to be in charge of that, Dave.
Yeah. All I know is we might see Wancho on Xforce at PMGC. So he might be playing. He might be playing too, guys. I don't know what the contract's looking like, but you never know.
Point is, chat, big takeaway, 5 spots are earned for PMGC via the Americas region, okay? 1 for Brazil, 1 for LATAM, and then 1 from North America guaranteed, right? Then it's a matter of who finishes in PMSL America's fall season and where they end, where they stand. We'll do all the math tomorrow. We'll figure it out. But either way, today was exciting, and it definitely set the narrative of our top 2 teams are definitively Wolves and then Alpha 7. But will it be Influence Rage or 9Z, or maybe a random wildcard factor to break in the top 2 and qualify for PMGC? We'll have to wait for that, obviously, that answer for tomorrow. Dave, let's go to you first, brother. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Hey, we got Power Bank showing up here tomorrow, so I already know the math is going to be correct. You know, he does know how to do some math, but, you know, Taylor, you tried, man. You tried, and I got to give it to you, man. You got heart. You got heart. But I'm thinking 10 points. I'm thinking the Wolves, they're going to get those 10 points in game number 1. I don't think they're going to get the winner chicken dinner in game number 2, but there's a high chance that I'm thinking I don't think we're going to Miramar. Final thoughts. I don't think we're going to Miramar.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm confident in that. No Miramar.
No Miramar, confident in that. That's the mustache. That's what's at risk. We go to Miramar, the mustache is gone.
Didn't say that, but yeah.
Didn't have to. I said it for you.
So if we listen, the only way I would stake that is like you shave your head completely bald, your eyebrows, everything gone. You know what I'm saying?
That's just not the same. Well, I don't know.
It's
Your
the same.
mustache
Even know what
Dave.
it looks
It's the
like
same.
without this thing. It
It's
is the same, bro.
It's his brand. It's his brand.
That's true. That is literally his brand. So if that goes, he's just Dave.
Man,
I don't
who
know.
wants Dave
I
around,
wouldn't
dude?
know what to do with Dave. I wouldn't
Me
know what to
neither,
do
man.
with Dave. Hot Jukes, man, you'll be
Didn't wanna
back
think about
tomorrow,
that.
but it was a great day having you
Oh.
here. What's your final words so we get out of here?
Okay, if we're not gonna see Miramar, that gives 3 games for, or I don't know, right? Xforce 5th place. Come on, baby. You know what I'm saying? Get the
Xforce
PMGC
5th place?
somehow,
Holy.
right? Okay, Xforce get into 5th. You got 9Z, Wolves, and Alpha 7 all winning PMGC points. We're there, baby, right? Come on. Let's go.
All right, fair enough. I like it. That's a bold prediction. That is bold for sure, Hot Chicks. You're going to have to put something at risk for that one, man. You're going to have to put something at risk. I don't know what. We'll
He's
figure it
already
out.
fighting
We'll
for
figure it out.
North America. He's already taking fights with Max, man. I mean, he's the one putting it all on the line already, dude.
That is true. I think for my prediction tomorrow, probably guaranteed to see an Erangel. Probably guaranteed to see an Erangel.
For sure. Bold, man.
That's a good,
You know.
bold prediction,
So-
dude.
Probably guaranteed to see an
brother.
Erangel. Actually, if you want me to make a prediction, you guys aren't going to like it, but I'm just going to be real with you because I feel it in my bones. You ready for it?
IG,
Give it to me.
IG showing up.
No. Alpha 7, they win over North America. They take first place and they close it out in Map 2 Erangel. Or Map 3 Erangel, excuse me. Map 3 Erangel.
Hate you.
Hey,
I
look.
hate you now.
Look, I've been critical of Alpha 7 the whole time. Dave, you've been saying I'm their biggest hater, which I'm not, but I'm telling you, I really feel it. I think Alpha 7, they take it in Map 3 Erangel. Call me a traitor. Call me what you want. That's just what I'm feeling. I'm throwing it out there. We'll see if it sticks. It was a great day of competition. That's day 2 done for the grand finals of PMSL America's fall season. One more day remains. 5 spots available for PMGC. The gauntlet 2 will be earned throughout PMSL America's fall season. Who's it going to be? We're going to have to wait and find out for tomorrow. Of course, for myself, Taylor Reflections, Double Hot Chicks, Mustache Dave, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for the finale of PMSL America's fall season.
It's actually going to be the Wolves and Brazilians.
He's going to get another elimination early on.
Being that anchor player, but if he gets gunned down by United for Gaming and they all
Top right there to put a stop to the push, but Remix is in the K-12. David right in his crosshair. That would trying to take a fight with Alpha 7, and they're pulling up. They're trying to get the runovers.
Rebel's still floating in, by the way, so he hasn't even joined the fight. Their own iNCO on meantime, and they are getting wiped out. But there's no way that they blow this, right? A 4-1 first win for grand finals. Rolling up behind Team Liquid. There's layers. IG also.
See what Dora can do. That nade. Oh, the bounce.
Grouped up with the grenades. Here comes 9Z, though. Talking about playing grouped.
One. Lynn is also going to be down. Gui Boy's pushing up to try and
Little play here. Yeah, they're starting to get some off angles. Little boy pushes up, gets the one.
Dinner 9 eliminations, a huge come up. 9Z stole your heart. Okay, for the last yesterday was Maryland.
Jumping down with the SK-12.
Snow, like Alpha 7, for example, straight out of
Casey with a pump shot.
It's no way.
My dude is just letting it rip right now.
Wolves with the 2-2 split will join with the other duo. 7 is currently at gatekeeping, but it's the hovercraft. It's the hovercraft. It's also the cars down. The unthinkable. The nades are out. Always looking to be on top, and you brought up a great point, Dave.
Your Hot Juke, 24K bleeding out right behind the tree. There go.
What is he going to do to be able to possibly put that pressure through the window?
Inside the shack. He took down Obscure just a second ago. Revo's trying to swing. Sent it, gets taken down. A wonderful hold from Lowboy's perspective. That'll net at least one more elimination. 9Z been running up, pushing up, but Vitali answers back. Vitali answers back. We'll go back to back in maps 4 and 3. And
members of Royals of War out. That's on that east side. But over here, Hate from United for Gaming getting those confirmations. And this is what we were talking about. These teams.
As well as Carlin got Federalis moving in to take down Jaguar inside the ball, but he's on fire, and Federalis should fall relatively shortly. You'd have to think, but he's going to be a slip. They have fallen. Now Petrino is in. Silence from IG. They're starting to move up. Diego.
Don't do it.
Do it.
There's no way. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. Oh, and you missed the shot.
With the UMP running up close, he's going to try to isolate the 1v1, but the Wolves do it.
He expected the 2v1. I don't think he knew that revive.
Fire some shots onto Batman very shortly. Guizal will take down Prince. And Batman.
G-Mobile, without a doubt.
Sure.
end, though. I mean, they walk away with 1 point, but yeah, I mean, we saw Agnes. Here comes Wolves pulling
There
up.
they go.
Cruz popping out with the.
You know, they no longer are going to be gaining points onto you. This is more of a baby.
Another
You've
one?
been here before. You can do it. You can
Amazing.
do it. Map on Miramar.
Give it up for Influence